many other places where he found crypto theories and talked to them about Judaism and brought them back. He was actually very active on an international level with some great scholars like Cecil Roth and the journalist and historian Sam Wolf, who wrote to him and said, listen, you are going to get into trouble doing this. He wrote to him saying, quote, whatever you do, it should not take the form of loud and aggressive propaganda. Why? Sam Wolf continued, in the eyes of the church, the vast majority of Moranos are still their baptized children, and any action in the form of propaganda to them to Judaism could be viewed with a bitter resentment. Those words were in fact prophetic, because one of the things that got Captain Baros Mastro in trouble, and remember, we're talking now about the 1930s, and although Portugal would assume a neutral stance during the war and actually played a role in rescuing Jews, nevertheless, there's a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the 1930s throughout Europe. Portugal was not exempt. In 1931, for reasons which were unexplained, the army placed him under effective house arrest. He was required to report to HQ every day. Remember, he's a career soldier, he's a captain. But at night, he was forced to remain at home. The reason for this became clear in 1934 when the police announced that they had received an anonymous letter denouncing Baros Mastro specifically for his activity in circumcising converts to Judaism. The police investigated, but the denunciations were ultimately retracted, except for two who had left the country. Let us recall that circumcision is, of course, central to the Jewish faith, and Baros Mastro, of course, himself having been circumcised as an adult through his conversion process, would, of course, advocated for these Moranos who are seeking to rejoin the Jewish community, male Moranos, obviously. In 1937, a politically motivated military trial found that Baros Mastro does not have the necessary moral capacity for the prestigious official function and the decorum of his uniform. Oh my God, because of his activity bringing crypto Jews to traditional rabbinic Judaism. The Porto military court disagreed with the military trial, however, and they absolved Baros Mastro, with the judge writing that evidence based on these denunciations, these were fabrications made out of malicious hatred, and they were very, very difficult to defend against. The conclusion of the judge there was, quote, is this the evidence that will disable an army with a long exemplary military record? I do not think so, and I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed. However, this is in the late 1930s. It was in the lead up to World War II, and the Military Superior Court of Discipline had already taken action against Baros Mastro, and although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him, these were dropped when the denunciations were ultimately retracted, but he was never able to his position. World War II got started and swept away the whole case. Formal rehabilitation of Captain Baros Mastro was only recognized in the year 2012 by the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic, and it was also noted that he would have been made colonel had he not been wrongly removed from the army in 1937. In this regard, often called the Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential individual in looking at the state of Portuguese Jewry and attempting to bring them back to traditional Judaism in the 20th century. Wow, fascinating story. Thank you for watching.
That wasn't invented to drive to an airport. That wasn't invented to take a plane. That wasn't invented to another city. To watch a movie that wasn't.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you ever wondered how important rabbis or books are to Judaism, we can actually look to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula over the last 500 years, because recall that the introduction of the Inquisition in the 15th century, and then the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, the forced conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there, all books and rabbis, religious functionary, religious education was officially banned. And actually people these things or had copies of these books, with the exception of medical textbooks for doctors. These were like incredibly dangerous to do, and people could be literally dragged into an ecclesiastical court and then released to the secular authorities for all kinds of humiliations, loss of property, and even death by burning at the stake. So for the last 500 years, that is about 20 or 25 generations, Jews of Spain and Portugal, that is, I should say, crypto Jews, because at this point they'd already been forcibly converted to Christianity, had to live without their religious functionaries and their religious texts. So it's amazing that anything survived. However, what's quite fascinating is that what it did survive, although it's rather different from what you might expect. Before I get into a little more detail, let me just first make a disclaimer that while some of my best friends are rabbis, I myself am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, but I'm a historian. I'm fascinated to try to learn, what is Judaism? How is it expressed? How was it expressed under such extreme circumstances as we have during the last 100 years of the Inquisition? The Inquisition did not end, by the way, until the 19th century overall, late 18th century in Portugal. The reason we know it survived is largely because people like Barros Bastos, who we spoke about recently, the historian Cecil Roth, the attorney Lucien Wolf, very important people who got very involved in the discovery of the Jews of the Douro region in particular in the early 20th century. Samuel Schwartz printed an amazingly important book in the 1920s that we're going to review a little bit later. But he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Seat to Seat, the Religion of the Crypto Jews. And it goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And there's a great chapter on prayer. So we know about what Jews were praying. So our most important source, and it's quite an extent, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto Jews, meaning like servants observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confessions. Quite often these were forced under torture, but they are dutifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto Jews were practicing, in the sense that they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who were accused of Judaizing, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was because they published these things there, but some of these crypto Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, we have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that prior to 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call orthodoxy, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayer was one of the first things to go. And it was a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So, what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learn Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents. and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation, and without any bars to
between people.
use of Yiddish language on the rest.
That doesn't change the game.
So you can imagine
They
amplifying
started
that
bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into the 12. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from that. They realized that part of a guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda, and how they began to shoot the guy in the feet. So they changed that.
So, for example,
they started realizing that, it's one thing having a kid with like sneakers on the back of a truck, then his dad was part of the organization, he brought his kid. But probably a better idea to have a militarized or paramilitary groups working on this. So they start getting forward evolutions of ideas of what an organization is doing. And all that, members of the new generation cartel that are now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a hunting force by the same all cartels in the East Coast. And they said, like, well, we can do this for ourselves now too as well. So that's how they do it in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and this cartel with all this foundation, education foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational loads, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drones dropping bombs in Mexico for but they got really good at it. They created something like a taking control. There are Mexican nationals fighting for the foreign services, the foreign brigades.
That idea of a Friday night,
and some of them have gone into that route, drone operating.
500 years,
and some of them are coming back. And you just start seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bombs dropped from these commercial drones and the explosives of them dropping mining level explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made. They're more reminiscent of Colombian explosives, more IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got it. Some army official, they got all the drones. Don't get killed. They almost killed them. We started seeing these drones being operated as scouts, so they can't get close to them because the drones are scouting. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So now you're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns. We've seen those things. They look like space guns, but in the hands of a cartel guy wearing like sandals, which is what the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this function of capabilities. This single cartel now has all this history behind all of these lessons, behind all this training, and all this technology, and ways to make punchable right through its territory and go up north to the United States. Right? There are no segments of the world currently that are actually controlled or city that is controlled by the new generation cartel. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to maybe look like they're calling that. Tijuana, where I'm from. You start seeing the last remaining sons of the Chavos that are free. Archibaldo is the strongest one, and his faction of the Chapitos, that's what they call themselves. This past year, announced that they had reached an alliance with this new cartel, the new generation cartel. So it's a cohesive force, and they have historical ties, and a part of the border that they already inherited from the dad. So that nightmare scenario, having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States, pretty close if not now. And how wild the border was still wide open. Because they're cutting down on illegal immigrants, but the high 90%. Yeah, it's way down. There's some process going on, but it's really expensive.
I remember as a
you gotta get that guy off TikTok. Yeah. There's a bunch of ways to do it. I saw where they were like, hey, grab a portfolio full of copies of IDs, and like, oh, you look like this dude. And then they'll give you, let's hope you just get in the trunk before you cross, and pretend you're asleep.
Another aspect
of your looks like the dude, looks like you, and that's how they cross. And people, so it's very expensive, that's how they cross you. Fast boats. There's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's classic running and running. There's like, they're in. This is true. I'm going to show you two examples. Wave runners, the short trip is because they just find
Well, a short trip. You get on one in Tijuana, you hop over to San Diego. It's not that hard.
No, and then they'll swim it now. They'll do many of those boats. And if you're in TJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So, like, which is a cause for a lot of Mexicans. When I said Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear, although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico, the solutions for them.
So it seems like the opposite. So it's going more and more towards the cartel.
Yeah.
But if the United States didn't infiltrate, if the United States didn't attack, if something didn't happen, I think they stepped away. I think we're already involved. This designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off, that type of thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of the Mexican, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists, or at least it's something that's assumed. You don't negotiate with terrorists, it's like a thing.
The strongest of all weapons.
But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal. Now they're negotiating. All these people are crossing that border. The family members are crossing that border now with the safety of the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were part of the arrest. What I was going to tell their families of that loss and why they died.
Well, see them.
Piles of bodies that come around after both of them arrest attempts.
Because we are in this great
so there's distrust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government solid because
what's the deal with the president? What's her deal?
Shame on. Woke. Very woke. Very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was one of the resistance fighters with them.
That's like one of the rare
ones. Kind of odd. It is very odd for Mexico. Very loved.
Here's another one, which is
large segments of the population.
What is her about it that she's loved? Like, what is it about her policies or what she represents?
I think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they have for Alpha. Alpha was our Trump. That's the best way of describing it. The populist guy, drain the swamp, rhetoric, like all these other guys. It's all in there. The conservatives can go gone, or you can win this. He won. But he keeps talking. He kept talking about conservatives and the previous parties, and that, but all the Morena party is made up of all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. Sheinbaum came in with a big job on her hands as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole balazos. I mean, there's balazos on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man.
What did you mean by that? When you say balazos?
Balazos, like how's not bullets? She got rid of that. Now there's no balazos, there's more bullet now.
Okay.
There's a man in power right now, a security official named Omar Garcia Harfuch, who has a sordid history in Mexico. He comes from people. He's been in certain people that have been involved in some shit, but he himself has not been. There's nothing about him
that we know, and Policía, the Super Cop is what he called him. He's very well loved by his men. He talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all the pressure from the United States that, like, we need results from you guys. Like, what are you doing? So he has been heading up on some of these organizations, specifically the law. And we've seen record-breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting in Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after, like, municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all around. He realizes that, hey, where's the cartel here? Oh, the cartel's a government. Local government's a cartel. Oh. So they do these mass swarm operations on some of these places.
Judaism was not practiced open for the last 500 years as a result of the Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
These cartels are fighting for Chicola as well, fuel trafficking. There was a family avocado. If you go to Chipotle or at your block, you're putting money in the pockets of this new generation cartel or the Familia Michoacana. How crazy is that? And it's fuel theft, and the fuel theft side of it, what they call it in Mexico, is interesting because that puts in a lot of people in the United States that are involved in it, taking illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and flooding and doing a lot of magic with the paperwork, and then it ending up in the U.S. and money exchanging weird hands. So that's another side of it that people don't kind of realize. Look at this. Mexican authorities seized nearly 4 million gallons of stolen fuel. AP News. This has been going on for years, and I guess another part of the way they finance themselves and these criminal organizations have been able to grow without. Yeah, they branch out. No, they diversified years ago. Yeah, so they're not just because even if you shut off the drugs totally, they're still making billions. And low key, Mexico was first world in a lot of ways. First, we're welcoming all your huddled masses. Mexico is that's like the Statue of Liberty. All of the economic migrants that can't afford to live here in the U.S. move to Mexico. Oh yeah, a lot of people do.
Also,
there's like giant communities of Americans living there. When we were in Jalisco, we're surprised. Like, God, they have gringos living in the middle of cartel territory. Weren't the Mormons the first people to do that? They're some of the first ones to do some of these communities, but like expat communities out in Mexico are common. The Mormons were pretty big then. Actually, I think the last time we were here was when that massacre happened. Yes. So they're Mormon compounds, armed. Yeah, and then they've been there since the 1800s. Yeah, Mitt Romney's dad was Mexican. Yeah, Mitt Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president in the United States. Wild. Yeah, and Mitt Romney's dad was a part of one of those massive encampments of armed people protecting
the
Joseph
remains
Smith's
that
ideas.
are disproportionately
Also,
placed in the
I remember,
Jewish
when I
borders of
talked about it
Campo
on this
and in
podcast,
several other villages in
the U.S. corrected me and said
River
that
River.
those guys weren't
So
real
one wonders why are these placed on
And I'm like, didn't they go over there because they didn't want to get rid of polygamy? I think so. Yeah, there was this shit stuck around. It's coming back. Polygamy's back in Toronto. Canada, because of Islam, because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto.
Many of these
polygamy
descriptions,
that
however,
was in
present
Canada
the
recently.
same
Wow, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep at it. I think Mexico is probably if you can invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico would be it. Really. The industrial plant that it has, a lot of the stuff that's leaving China is moving to Mexico. Youth, it has a consumer base that is going there eventually. So how do you keep population multiplying?
Is that possible at this point in time? So soaked into the culture. I think it is.
I was especially
I think we're
fascinated with one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical
Mexican
word.
culture as a
Note that
general is
while
like
filming
sick.
it, we didn't notice
It
that
doesn't
a
want
bit
this
of
shit
lichen
We're
looks
seeing
like the
attacks
vowel pata
from
under one of
expression
the
in
letters,
Mexico in a way
but
because
it clearly isn't
some of these
an
popular
inscription.
singers that would sing
You're able to
cartel
see
songs
that
now are
afterwards. Video.
banned performing them live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech. But
It looks very simply like
population is pretty cool with it. They're letting it slide. So it means that they're kind of like ready to give up shit. It became an issue in America, right? Where there was a piano singer that they wouldn't allow back in the country. And he had huge sold out arena shows. Yeah, I mean, again, I talked about how if you're going to attack organizations, you have to attack all of these, or like just like you attack Al Qaeda, you attack who finances them. And a lot of these organizations were basically utilizing some of these popular singers to launder money, to gain influence in the U.S., or to sing about their exploits. They pay them to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that some of these guys were on the chopping block. This term of designation came out, the U.S. government was clear that some of these singers are going to be on the chopping block. Wow. Another phenomenon is that the U.S. is actually
This is the guy. 4 million listeners on Spotify every month.
There's one of that There's a little parking lot yesterday. Oh, wow. Musicians celebrated drug cartel exploits and song shot dead in parking lot in Mexico. Oh, yeah. This is yesterday. Was this today? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. He used to hang out with Miles Amara and Chapo Guzman and talk about it openly on podcast in Mexico. You know, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers. Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber. I'm going to talk about cartel stuff on YouTube. And they didn't get it. When the Chapis and the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos put a plane up and started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction, or they were working with. And they've been going on that list.
Hello, fellows.
And the reason we killed one dude who was talking about cartels.
History and
So, like TMZ for cartels, the hackers, that's
very, very long history of Jews sent them there.
Apparently the cartel hired a hacker to figure out, to send a link to his wife that she opened, and they tracked the guy.
Memory of crypto Jewish communities.
He's all over social
But there
media.
is also, active synagogue support now primarily designed to serve many students who come
As of
from
Sunday,
universities there. I have
So we just
client
walked into his
the old Jewish bathroom door is no longer filled with Jews
this is
an active synagogue, but just
these are all the signs that
right
the
on the
populace
river
of Mexico, independently of cartels, just the general mass of Mexicans. This is the tipping point that's done because they don't want this anymore. Which, what do you do with that energy, that momentum? How many people are we talking about? We're talking about all the cartels. How many people are there out there? I'll bet thousands. So if it was an army, how big would the army be? 400,000 people.
Archaeological studies unearthed evidence of Jewish communities.
Just like doing really quick math in my head of like approximations of how many generation cartel members are apparently out there. There's no way of knowing if there are formulations.
On the other side of the Douro River.
I don't know. Can you Google that? The height of the war, how many Taliban were in Afghanistan. And then you see these organizations, like there's the people fighting out there, the people in charge, the people settling the shop, the people in finance, the people running the shell companies, the people that are running the actual companies, because these cartels are all equal companies. So like, okay, look at this. Early estimates from 2001 and 2017 range 45,000 to 60,000.
and invited me to
crazy as that. So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out in the mountains. And by the time we left, behind Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and a lot of those firearms are showing up in Mexico. Of course, for sale. I can't think highly sophisticated, expensive. I know about my vision. I've been learning about all this stuff in the U.S. From my friends who are all gunruns. And I'm looking at like how to have look at these. Dude, what are those? Where's the house? Like, guy was like, cool shit. How the fuck they get from there's rounds? That dude's got on a plane to home in the U.S. left. You know, look at all this shit. We got money. Let's make a deal with these guys. Yeah. Weaponry's coming in from that side. Obviously, he was responsible for most of the summarize it here. Let's talk about Operation Fast and Furious, which was characteristic of the time. Text in highly poetic language. That was the original name for it. It's a Bush airplane to people. What happened? So Bush administration, it was wide receiver, and then Obama administration, it was Fast and Furious. And I'm going to speak of this. My participation in all this was I was in Mexico, and a bunch of my friends got killed. This, of course, is alluding to we started seeing. Just imagine, I'm in my 20s back then, and getting chewed out, so they running around, guns like that. It's mostly like AR-15s, AK-47, some of them are rusty and old. Narinko rifles are now just weird firearms. And all of a sudden, you start finding 50 caliber Barrett rifles with scopes on them, zeroed in the box, munitions, and then look at the box where they came in, and you see a label that says Oklahoma. And you're like, I got 14th century version. So you're digging to find out this fucking crack house that we're at. And then a few of my friends got killed with these FN-57 pistols. It's a high velocity round that comes in them. It's kind of fabricated in the cold fight. Russians and what ended up happening, unfortunately, to penetrate their body armor with small pistols, small white out, and urban across the board. So we start seeing those, and just a massive amount of firearms being delivered specifically to single groups in the area working with them. And we know about where all these things happen. Apparently, across the U.S., during the Bush administration, they started an operation that was meant to track firearms being purchased in places like Arizona, other parts of the U.S., by individuals being gathered by cartel members, put into cars, and then drilled down in Mexico to supply the cartels. The ATF was involved in all this. Their code was very involved in all this. Their plan or theory was we're going to track these guns when they're out in Mexico. But nothing got tracked, or at least we don't know if anything got really tracked or any high-level arrest of the guns that they were just allowed to. What do you think is really going on? Because that sounds like a bullshit cover. We're just tracking these guns. What do you do when you want to destabilize a region if you're in the country? You give guns to the shit suckers. Why would they want to destabilize in such an immoral way that they needed this to happen so badly? They were willing to give them weapons to kill each other. Back then, it was a single cartel trying to fight control the area over some people who come in, like you said, those other organizations. I don't know why would you send guns to a specific region? I'm not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, it looks like that's the only thing. And this is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw, because a lot of the things that they were. Because it looked like a laundry list. Some of the stuff that they were
welcome.
Down, 50 cal, like 50 cal.
What up, Nolan Lost? How you living, pimp? What the fuck? I don't want to talk with you anyway.
Because people started doing armor. the way to get into arms of Africa, right? And Americans, especially some of my American military and police friends, are always making fun of the fact that none of these big gas rifles have any sights on them.
all these photographs
They do have sights on them, but they can still run the cops before they put them in front of the picture.
posted to our WhatsApp chat. So
I heard
all of you right now video later.
That makes sense. That is expensive. Red dot on that.
These guys don't even have sights on their guns. They can shoot far. They can shoot well. Some of them, not all. If they've got expensive guns, of course, it's sights. But everything gets stripped off. Donations. These are showing up in Mexico. Died, and then 2 federal agents and protection detail died down there during a cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they're involved in a shootout in Mexico. They were doing a protection detail. One of them was a Border Patrol agent assigned to this. Ryan Terry. They set up a foundation. They set up a foundation to his memory, and I think I raised like a few grand for this foundation. And I did that only as a point to like be able. I was like, hey, yeah, I raised this money for this foundation to honor a police officer that was going that was killed by American guns that were given to the cartel to bring attention to the fact that actually we know who I chose, we know who my friends are who were killed by these guns. There were a lot of people that were killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk through that border. Who knew ATF officials, even though people running these gun shops were like, hey, are you sure? Like, there's like 4 AKs. Like, are you sure? Yeah, let them walk through. They're under surveillance.
But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac.
So, if you had to imagine, of course, no one said this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would be made
life story
where you would guarantee a shipment of weapons from the United States into Mexico.
So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604.
For what purpose? Destabilize, support a specific faction? Right.
What about
That's the
Isaac
question.
Cardoso?
Why then? Was it money? Was it influence? Are they working on something? You know, there's a lot of we're not the theory, of course, but
interpretation
center is straight out of Los Angeles.
Sort of a museum, very modern, interesting
And one of the
architecture.
people that was
And
instrumental in showing them how to run drugs and things through countries
Fernando
was a man who was a Castro-era police officer who was involved in the opinions.
Of course, many Jews had
That man married his like sister, and that's who taught him
but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso took away from that later.
Wow.
Okay, let's go to
So I'm not going to see the CIA.
which was really popularized by the greatest drawing.
Oh my God. Well, you know, I've had Freeway Rick Ross on the podcast multiple times.
So Cardoso was
For
born in
people who haven't seen those
1604,
episodes
recall
where we
that
talk
this
about
is
Ricky,
over a century
Ricky is
after
the
all
real
Jewish
Rick
Jews
Ross.
have been forcibly
Like
converted
Rick Ross, the
to
rapper,
Christianity in
that's not his name.
the
He
And
named
he's
himself
living
Rick
under the
Ross
shadow
because
of
Freeway Ricky
virtually
was
his
a legend.
entire life.
He was a legend
He
in
was
Los
a child
Angeles.
prodigy.
He was the
He
number
eventually
one
went to
cocaine
Salamanca,
dealer
where he
in Los
studied like
Angeles,
many other
and
people of
he was
Brazilian
getting it all from
origin.
the CIA. And he was helping funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. And he had no idea because he couldn't.
But also in
That's the
affairs,
Contra
poetry,
situation
things like that.
pops up
In
again.
many ways, he lived
With
a life
the
that
death
was
of the
regarded
king
as
coming in,
successful
the
by
DEA.
any measure. And
Wow.
tremendous wealth
One of the people,
his high rank
there was
as
2 major
member of
prisoner
the
executions of cartel members from Mexico to the U.S. And the first one
great honor for
that
his
came
many
through
publications
I
and
think a year ago
scholarship.
was
And he was friends with some of the most celebrated literati of the day, in particular the famed poet Lope de Vega, who has become very important for
like the cartels.
Just to give you a
there
sense
was
of
giant
Cardoso's
growth of marijuana that came
later on in
outside
life, he wrote one of the very last single author encyclopedia ever published.
We actually went down to Colombia.
Imagine
He was tortured
at the end of the period of human civilization where any one person could
That's the CIA house.
have the mental bandwidth to write a
That's what some of the people are saying.
everything
I've ever seen the
you
video
know
of
about
Michael
everything,
Burton,
right?
who was a friend of mine, passed away years
Double
back.
column book that has information on geography, and on science, and on literature, and on history,
on C-SPAN. at a hearing, and during the hearing, said, "I have personally witnessed the CIA selling drugs in Los Angeles." Everybody goes, "Fuck, that's crazy." It is the wildest thing to think, because it's just like,
very well published, very prolific.
Jim, was that the night?
Rarely touched on.
Do you remember? Were you around when Rupert was a guest? No, Rupert was pre-Jamie. So Rupert was on a couple of times.
Later books as to
And then
dramatic life.
he took his own life. He was very depressed. I don't doubt he took his life. He was living very destitute.
Fled.
I think he was in a trailer.
All of this wealth.
You know, again, the end wasn't good, but there was a movie.
Recall, up to this point, he's living openly as a Christian
1996.
because
Let's play some
there
of
are
this.
no more Jews in Portugal. They are all converted
It's
to
crazy. This is all
Christianity and
violence.
Catholicism, and this is now
But I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you directly, emphatically, and
Can you speak further into the mic, sir? These mics don't seem to be.
I will tell you directly, Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
Yo, in the detail. I look at these are all LA people. They're like, fucking thank you. But it's like, yes. This is like conspiracy theory. This never happened, but there you go. Look at the head of the CIA. Look at him. That guy's got a human skin suit on.
Specifically, we're talking about an
It's a demon.
that happened in that city.
Listen to what he talked when Rupert took straight up to that guy. Yeah.
We're actually neighbors of
Wait a minute, if you don't mind what's going on here, please leave now. No, please now, because there are others who want to hear what's going on in this room.
Christians accused of
Shout out to Juanita for getting control of the room. Everybody went nuts when he said that. So he elaborates.
ridiculous sort of
I mean,
lies
when
they spread
he
about
went
them.
nuts,
They're absurd and very hard
He
to
talks
believe.
to the director of
Nevertheless,
operations,
this
known
is the
as
transcription
Amadeus
of many of these
Pegasus
documents.
in Watchtower.
Just like
I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. I have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question to you is very specific. If in the course of the IG's investigation, you come across evidence of severely criminal activity, and it's classified, will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
Madrid society. In fact, the entire society of the world
He's like, can I handle this? We're going to activate the bomb in his head right there.
crypto Jews for having turned to some elements of the faith. What is the ridiculous things about
He's like, I don't want to
really
Wait a minute, from your,
even
I'm sorry, sir.
most famous poet of the
I will
era,
allow
and
the director.
That guy in the back, but his fingers
several
technical.
anti-Semitic
He's there to try to pull him out or something.
Have information of the CIA illegal actors.
I don't know about those hands. That guy's doing Bill Gates' hands.
Bring that information to wherever you want. Let me suggest Los Angeles.
massive professor, he eventually articulated
I'm sorry, others want to hear this answer.
Excelencias de los Hebreos.
I am sorry, you want to hear
Check out
Positive
the
attributes
front with the
of
leopard hat, the leopard
the
scarf.
second part is also
Amazing.
the calumnies that are cast at the Jews, the lies that are told about the Jews. Let's see here in the beautiful title page of 1679. It says, one
Jamie, find a trailer for that movie they did with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire premise of this thing was. They were interviewing him for something.
that represents a
And he was so intense. They decided to do an
and the lies told
of
about
just
Jews
Michael Rupert sitting in a chair like a warehouse, smoking cigarettes and talking about the collapse of the global economic collapse. Play the trailer for this. Because it's so nuts. You can find a trailer for collapsed.
How I think the experience of Isaac
The whole CIA thing is, this is my
day. Regular viewers of this channel will know
We are all collectively responsible for what may be the greatest preventable Holocaust in the history of planet Earth.
Trying to provide some
I have 30 years of experience as an investigative journalist. I've broken major scandals, going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told it worked. Our map has proven deadly accurate economic predictions, and some right.
One of the areas that I find
2006,
especially
get out of debt right now. Check your mortgage carefully. We issued a whole series of warnings.
That's January 2005.
What's going to happen is taking place right now. Gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the stock market. It's not that Bernie Madoff was a pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme.
Smart in this entire configuration.
Of course, I can call me a conspiracy theorist, but I don't deal with conspiracy theory. I deal with conspiracy fact. The mortal blow to human industrialized civilization will have oil prices spike, and nobody can afford to buy that one, and everything will just shut down. Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have infinite resources. Nothing grows forever. There is a cycle of birth, growth, maturation, decline, and death.
Hostages that it is currently holding.
Cars don't run, mail stops getting delivered, planes don't fly, law enforcement stops working. This is all part of the collapse. If you're in a can and a bear attacks, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You only have to be faster than the slowest camper. The challenge being faced by terrorists now is either involve a parachute or overcome. You have to stand in solidarity, not hope, not afraid that there's a way out.
Make the mistake of joining those protests.
The whole documentary is just this dude sitting there freaking you out. It's like Mexico's UFOs. This always been like, oh, Mexico's Bigfoot. See that? Like,
Clearly not.
there have been, I think what was it? He was a writer, 60s, 70s. He talked about the CIA. Good job. There's recently, the past 10 years, a bunch of CIA documents have come out of Mexican presidents being on payroll by the CIA. From all the Cold War era presidents were like CIA agents on payroll. So. Mexico has this vision of the CIA and its president and the U.S. responsibility for some of the things that are going on down there. They're very different than the U.S.'s perception of responsibility. And it's probably more accurate. I mean, it's direct. It was shocking to me when we were there at Kiki coming in at that house where he was kept and I think tortured and finally killed. That the people around him that lived there when it happened. The Inquisition, someone would call that the CIA house. So that was a weird thing to see. Maybe they've been kind of like polluted by all the stuff they've been looking at or seeing after that happened, but or maybe they're just being inaccurate. Maybe they're just being accurate. Let's say that's again,
Followed up
you have
this,
the United States dealing with Mexico and 9/11 happens.
People would come
And they're worried about things going through the border, like
in order to
barrage. Do you trust the Mexican government to keep that border safe and tell you if anything goes through that
quite
border?
often,
Or you talk to the cartel that actually
kinds of theatrical events happening.
who do you talk to?
Imagine Isaac goes there. He's a highly intelligent.
So I think there's always been a backdoor communication there going on, or direct communication going on of some sort.
That even affected his mentor.
Which only makes sense.
Wrote,
Yeah, and also makes, I wonder how much of it has
commemorating
drug laws.
in their desire to make
The
society
sensible drug laws would treat all drugs the same way we treat alcohol. Yeah, sensible, because alcohol's a drug, and we know that when we had a prohibition lasted for
stand up and say,
years, like 13 years in this country,
seems like the
it
whole
did
world's
nothing
on
but
one
prop
side
up
of this
organized
issue.
crime. Yeah, and
Here, the Jews are
the last time I came here,
Is it
I was
possible
on my
that the
way
whole
to
world is wrong?
So alcohol is a very dangerous drug. You can kill yourself with it very easily. You can buy a bottle of kill you. In any store. Any store. I had to lock myself in a fucking ranch. I did it in school. Just to look at how long did it take.
saying
my
that
life,
globalized
it's
environment
taken,
is somehow a
I'm always going to be,
solution
I think
to
about
this
it
long-standing and
sometimes.
very complex
But
topic.
I've been sober for about 4 years now.
Example,
Congratulations. Thank you. That's awesome.
This is special.
But it's hard to do.
For young Jewish people today.
Yeah, I don't have the
Not the least of
addiction,
which would
the
include
physical
campus
addiction.
where
I don't know why.
was very active.
But like even
It's an
I chew on these
example
nicotine
of
pouches all the time. And went on vacation and I said no nicotine. Let's see what happens. For 5 days, I was fine. Nothing. Coffee. I said I'm gonna quit coffee. I quit coffee for 5 days. Like no weirdness. Yeah, I think for me it was medication. When I got out of work, I had loads of PTSD the first time I was on the podcast. We talked a little bit about it, and then afterwards he gave me some names of some people I should talk to, and I did. I went out and looked out for help. Eventually I got sober, but it's insane to me how differently alcohol gets treated versus all substances.
It's one of the only ones that if you get off it too quick, you'll die.
Yes, which I didn't research.
Did you get real close to that?
I started feeling my heart do shit.
Oh, did you think, well, I'll just have a little drinky poo and get back on track? Do this slowly, a slow drip.
When I left the studio last time, we were still in LA, my marriage ended around that same time.
Live from New York. Last Saturday night.
I had a few things going on,
We are really
PTSD and trying to figure things out. Drinking myself to sleep every third day because going through a sleepless, through a dreamless night was unsustainable. So my life was falling apart, and I had to do something. I had a friend who owns a big ranch and had a cabin I could stay in. He said, "Hey, stay here." How long did it take to? I got there and I didn't want to feel like a freeloader, so I got there and I gave them. They had a little small community. This cool there for the kids. I bought TV and DVDs and gave them all this stuff so kids could stay here. He stood me in front of everybody and said, "This guy's an alcoholic. If you catch anybody getting alcohol, you see getting alcohol, get out." Embarrassed, like I felt like shit. But it gave me what I needed. Third night, shakes and sweats, wild dreams. I think I was sweating. Then I started getting my heart, chest pains and shit like that going on, and I think it took me about 2 weeks, I think, to really be on the level. It's don't do it that way. It's a stupid way of doing it. You'll almost die. Eventually, yeah,
I think that's how Amy Winehouse died.
That's probably, yeah.
That's what, is that the case, Jamie? That Amy Winehouse died from complications of alcoholism, trying to get sober?
It is. You feel whatever. People often say, I feel like dying. That feels like you're dying. Like somebody's sitting on your chest. And you can get up. And also your brain is screaming for something that it can't get. Alcohol poisoning after binge drinking following a period of abstinence. Oh, it really works. Eventually I started speaking about it. I was embarrassed about it. I started writing about it, publishing on my Instagram account, just like my experience with it. And I got a lot of help from a lot of people. Did you ever talk about it? Yeah. It did things. It opened up cans of worms fast. That's the one thing that I hear over and over again from people that do suffer from PTSD and people that do suffer from addiction. Yeah, Ibogaine the one.
A great competition and argument.
It's like a weird conversation. It's like you've avoided specific things for decades, and now there's a way of avoiding them. They're there. It's like,
understand some of the major reasons for that conflict.
you know,
And then the third and final reason, we're going to add in the Scala,
it led me on that path. And it specifically opened up a bunch of doors for me in the realm of, I'm the cartel guy. I used to do this, and that's what I do. I train people on that. And some guy called Draco and sobriety in public. I had Randy Blythe, the lead singer of Lamb of God, reach out of nowhere. This random guy that I used to listen to when I was working, on my headphones. He's like, hey, I hear you speaking about it. If you have a sponsor, like, I know one day I just fucking locked myself in for doing that. I'll be your sponsor. He's like, oh, wow. So how fucking cool is that? Like, still a sponsor, still a date. He's an amazing guy. That's why I call him close.
Modernized upgrades.
Yes, it is insane to think about the fact that the bottle of liquor you can buy at the store can kill you. Only when you have to show your ID. Well, it's the problem of addiction. This is the actual fuel that runs the cartel. There's a giant problem in the United States of people in this appetite for illegal narcotics. This pretending that people aren't doing these drugs, like pretending that making them illegal is going to stop this. No, all you're doing is propping up the cartel. That's funding the cartel. And then also helping alcohol lobbyists in this country. The perfect storm was the outbreak of the prescription opioid epidemic in this country. That was like this initiation of what later turned into like, oh, well, this is off the table because we passed all these laws and didn't put some people in jail that should run prison, some families that I don't know how they're free. But then what takes its place? Somewhere in Mexico, people were growing weed, and they said, well, let's add a little bit of fentanyl into these very weak poppy yields of heroin and see what it does. And it kicked. Oh, the source of it, that the heroin was weak. These hillsides have been bleached for years, but growing weed. So the topsoil, we're doing monocrop agricultural drugs. So industrial monocrop agricultural drugs led to fentanyl being introduced into it to make it more potent. Wow. And then also weed legalization in parts like California led to an interesting phenomenon. Some of these fields were no longer profitable. So they switched to poppy. And one thing that people don't realize is that a lot of these things get tested out first in the modern market. And Mexico has giant drug markets and are fought over. And people try this. Oh boy, it's like trial samples that they hand out in the supermarket. Oh no. So at some point in the past, somebody down in Jalisco probably tried the first load of Mexican fentanyl and loaded heroin. Somebody somewhere out there probably did the first thing. They got a winner here, or died immediately. Or died. Hey, that's a little too potent. Just the amount of fentanyl kills some. Yeah, but it was hit here though. It was a giant hit here in the U.S. And then, is it as big a problem in Mexico as it is in the United States? No. The reason is wild. It's not because Mexico cracks down on fentanyl and there's no fentanyl on the streets. It's because the cartel down there will kill you if they catch you selling that shit locally. Wow. Because this poison is meant to export. Wow. If the cartels catch you selling anything that isn't from them or fentanyl in certain areas,
It's a little bit experimental.
so that's the best. That's the Mexican Dare program. It's so crazy, but they know it's bad. Yeah. They know. You see some of these cartels publicly claim like, we don't deal in this fentanyl thing. This is not us. Fentanyl as a whole, I think in the U.S. is kind of down. And I know that not all of it or not most of it is now coming from Mexico. I mean, you'll get pill shipments of fentanyl pills coming from Mexico. A lot of them. But you also get fentanyl from the man. all over the U.S. There's a loophole that's finally being closed about exporting things into the United States. So if they're below $800 or something like that, they don't get the full scan. So I know for a fact there are cartels or groups of people in the United States organizing, shipping things to the United States that have fentanyl in them, and they start loading them, selling fentanyl substances into without any sort of cartel involvement. Also in the U.S.
And the precursors to this stuff all come from China, correct?
They all come from China, and this is my observation, I guess. When COVID hit, these precursors started getting rare for some of these organizations, specifically Sinaloa, getting their fentanyl in the U.S. was some of the last shipments that they were receiving in ports in the U.S. because the U.S. kept the ports open for a bit longer. So you had cases of people, cartel members, getting caught with fentanyl smuggling into Mexico because they didn't get their regular supply from China, from the regular. And that's what they were utilizing to infuse the drugs that they wouldn't send to the U.S. But the ones that didn't have any of those issues was the generation cartels, because they own ports on both sides of the country. And also they've always had, I don't know, this, I don't want to say that the People's Republic of China purposely has been sending fentanyl or has been turning a blind eye to all this phenomenon as a way to fuck with the U.S. It's probably the case, though.
Yeah,
It's probably the case.
well, it seems like that would be a good move if you want to destabilize a country in which you had hundreds of thousands of people hooked on this terrible drug.
Yeah, and I mean, they're all over the illegal weed trade in the U.S. as well right now. Hundreds of them I saw on the border crossing in single file.
I was watching some video that some guy made about Maine, about there's this town in Maine, but Chinese nationals living there, and they've taken over weed operations in Maine.
It's wild. It's Vietnam. I think Mexico is Vietnam in a lot of ways, because you see foreign influences in Mexico in different ways. The current administration is very close with Venezuela and Cuba, which are enemies in the United States. They're pretty friendly. So that's one influence in the country. All of these precursors and supplies and all of these involve Chinese chemists, individuals. A lot of the cartels were basically hiding their money through Chinese banking institutions. That's the way you hide money from the U.S. You take it to a Chinese broker. He puts it in the Chinese banking institution. You go to Mexico. You have a shell company down there or a real company down there. And you hire investments with that Chinese company. Now you have legitimate money to transfer it from one end to the other. They'll be the wiser. So Mexico is a war. Is a war field or a battle. A battle is being played out in Mexico that has a lot to do with the United States and affecting the interests of the United States. And China is clearly not the U.S.'s friend in this battle, probably. And things have changed, the dynamics have changed, but you can clearly see that at some point people in China, when I say, I've heard people say that the largest intelligence organization in the world is Chinese, the Chinese government, because everybody in China is part of the intelligence apparatus, basically. So it's hard for me to believe that all the industrialists and all of these chemists come to Mexico and show these cartel members how to cook, manufacture, make, or actually fabricate. They've been fabricating fentanyl in Mexico. There have been a few laboratories found in Mexico where they're actually making fentanyl in Mexico. This is very common now. But they learned their trade craft and skill craft from people from China. How can the Chinese government, these people moving in and out of the country and showing these things and back and forth, and I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about this.
They're probably directed to people. I don't know. Look, it makes sense. It makes sense. You know, there's so many countries that are involved in destabilizing America, just like we're involved in destabilizing other countries. It's a whack-a-mole game. It's going on all over the world. Which is talked about a lot here in the U.S., these Venezuelan gangs. They're operating in central Mexico openly now.
There's power vacuums all over the country. All these cartel guys are getting hit. The age of the large organizations is probably coming to an end. Sinaloa cartel is anymore smaller factions basically in control, which is allowing things that are Venezuelan gangs that are operating in a way where the Mexican government hasn't dealt with that. It's more like localized gang shit, you know, Camorra, Italian mafia type dealings that they have. So they're which is like old school Mexican cartels used to do. So now they're having to de-evolve. I mentioned this. I talked to some people who are actively working with them. And then all of a sudden we hear these mentions of Maduro, the president of Venezuela, being placed on $50 million, I think, for his head. And he's basically now the head of the giant cartel, which is an interesting narrative that the US is putting out there now. I don't know. You see a lot of these Venezuelan people having clear knowledge and skills, you know, and training, and they're operating in Mexico clearly with some sort of a command or directive structure that isn't clear. Like, no, there's no like, who's the head of the Sinaloa cartel? Like, nobody's gonna tell you. Who's supplying them? Who's sending them? Who's sending them out? Who's controlling them? Who's organizing what? And it's like a destabilizing element, I think. It's interesting that when we hear this new mention of authorized military actions in South America, they don't say Mexico specifically, they say just South America, and America comes up as Venezuela and Mexico. I think whatever the U.S. is attempting is beyond cartel drugs. This is about regional stability and security. Mexico's industrial plant is the most valuable resource on the planet right now, I think. It's poised to be the next China. And the U.S. sees this. And what does the U.S. need more than anything right now? An industrial plant. Right. And where is it going to go? Mexico. And Maduro, the first time where there's been a gigantic bounty on a president or a South American country in our lifetime. I think I don't remember anybody else with one of those. But it's barely, but it's wild. It's wild. He's the president of a country. They're offering $50 million for his capture. And he's on the TV screaming. He has these daily. How does he keep on getting kidnapped? I have no idea. They've tried to kill him. They tried to blow him up with the drone once. They tried to imagine like for 50 mil, like some high-level guys might snatch him up. Yeah, I don't know how that works as far as a bounty on him, but he's worried. He's mobilized militia forces all over the country. There was 3 years ago, 5 years ago, a bunch of Americans were apparently hired by these private institutions, private groups, to go and try and liberate Venezuela, and they all got caught by fishermen on the coast. They got caught by fishermen. There was some fishermen on the coast that were like, "Hey, what are these guys doing here?" Fucking with 50 cal on top of a pickup truck, and I think they were grabbed. Put on the media, these guys are all beat. They did security for a Trump event, so they put it all on Trump. Trump organized this. I don't know the publicity is like a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but what I've heard that a lot of that money actually came from Cuban intelligence people who were just trying to orchestrate an embarrassing classified paying these mercenaries from America to try and liberate Venezuela and just catching them. I think that's something like that. There's a lot of gold coming out of that country. It has a lot of gold. There's a lot of shady things coming in and out of that country. Any country that is outside of the scope of, for instance, the United States is a country where shady shit can happen. Jimmy, what is the official reason why they have a bounty on Maduro? Yeah. Responsible for work, and the president says they don't have. See, and it's but you don't have any evidence of that, but there's a bunch of Venezuelan organizations in Mexico trying that you're fighting against. they're clearly involved in smuggling. Yeah, and they clearly have some sort of free movement between Venezuela and Mexico. What's going on? What is going on? But I think we're headed for something. Last time I was here, I said, in years we're going to see some sort of direct military intervention in Mexico already happened. I think with the rest of the Miles and Bala, we kind of called the whole terrorist designation thing. I said I didn't think he was going to do it on his first term, but the second one. And he skipped a term, and then we had to vote him, and then he came back with a force. What do you think would have happened if he didn't win? If Trump didn't win, the border stayed wide open. I'm an immigrant, Joe, and I've seen that side of policy in the U.S. and how it's affected the community generally and people. But on the other end, I've also experienced Biden and the open borders policy and the amounts of horrible shit that I saw on that border and people being a bunch of kids that went missing. That were like, what's going on with all these kids and why do they have armed and all these image traps? Yeah, all these migrant camps being up on the border, which generally good people don't want to believe that human trafficking is a real business. It is the child trafficking is a real business. It is a real business, and it's a big business, and most of anything related to sex trafficking, specifically related to children, what part of the world do you think is the largest market for it? It's the United States. They're always catching people too. They catch people, and you're like, how many have they not caught? Yeah, whenever they catch some new guy that's in trouble, the phenomenon that's going on, and I don't see a lot of people talk about, is that the fact that a lot of Americans who are into this move to Mexico. And Mexico is harder to find some of these people, so a lot of some of these expat community places, there are people hiding out, and they don't longer have to stuff in the U.S. so they move down doing some of that down there. Trafficking of children, the sales of children, child theft, kidnappings are common in Mexico. Very common. And it's not something that you hear a lot about, but masses of people and children being dumped into the border have had some sort of organized effort with them to help that out. If you're a cartel member and you're on board and I'll see 14 that are all asleep. You're like, what the? Why are all these kids asleep? Oh, they're tired from the trip. I mean, I have a kid. She's like, I stop at a Starbucks and she wakes up like, where are you getting? All these kids are asleep. They're drugged. So they carry them drugged up into the border. This is why so they would drug all these kids to not interact with anybody that might have any questions, basically. They put an armband on them. And they had some sort of organized effort on the U.S. side to receive and put them where.
Yo, what up, baby?
All of that was shit. I don't know what happens on this side. I don't know what happens on this side. I know that as an immigrant myself, I know that this administration, specifically in this part of its history and what's happening right now, is there's a lot of stress and fear. I see the effects of it in different industries, from agricultural to culture to just this general anxiety that is felt across the country with people of my color skin that walk Mexico or Mexico. But I also am not blind to or not stupid enough to see and compare it to the past administration and some of the shit that went on there. That's the problem, is it's an overcorrection. The problem is when you have an open border and you do know the cartel members are just
freely going across. And you do have human trafficking, and you want to stop it. Then you want to get everybody out that came in during the last 4 years. So now you have 20 million people you have to account for. Yeah. And the problem is some of them are good people. Some of them are not gang members. Most of them are just people that wanted a better life. Most of them. But they have mandates now. And mandates get creepy because people become numbers. And if you say, we got to get rid of X amount every day, then you just show up at Home Depot and you get some hardworking guy with a family who just wants to like do some roofing jobs. Yeah, you know, dude selling flowers. Yeah, lady selling fruit. And then there's this pushback on amnesty, crazy pushback. Like, if someone's been here for 20 years, they've been working on a farm, they're good people, they've established a family here, let's figure out a pathway to amnesty. And then there's a hard right pushback. They're like, fuck you, you got here illegally, get the fuck out. It's like, those are jobs Americans can do. It's like, I mean, well, first of all, my take on that is, if you're using illegal labor at the bottom line, what you're doing is not paying people what they should be paying. Illegal immigration is illegal because people wanted to remain right because they need that cheap labor. That's another addiction. Someone explained that to me, that he was having a conversation with this extremely wealthy guy who was upset at the crackdown on the border because they need illegal workers. It's a part of their business model because you don't have to pay them any benefits. You don't have to pay them whatever they're on the books. Yeah. Exactly. And they can't complain. Yeah, which is, that's not good. You shouldn't have that. So they should find out, first of all, forget about whether or not someone's illegal or not. Like, what are you paying them? You should have like a detailed record of how much everybody who works for you gets paid. And if there's a bunch of people that are working for you that are on record, what's going on? Why do you have this enormous corporation that relies on illegal labor? There are legal means of coming up to the U.S. and migrating as a worker, but it's hard. And that's the problem if you're poor. If you're poor, it's almost impossible. I have good friends that have immigrated to the United States, and they have to prove that their job is something that can't be done by an American, or that they're exceptional at their job. When I went through my immigration process, I had my wife, who I've known since I was 16, next to me, and my daughter. And they didn't believe that our marriage was real. Jeez. So I did it legally, and I had all of the things that I needed to have that immigration go through, and it was the most difficult process that I've ever gone through. And I can't imagine other people that have, I don't know, how about they don't speak English, right? How about they have no money? But there are quotas for other countries. Like, I remember when I got mine, there was like a Nigerian that couldn't speak English. And he got it, and I got like, you need more information. Wow. And that's another aspect of it. Again, somebody brown in this country that's meanwhile, it's the foundation of most cities. I mean, isn't that crazy? I'll just see that documentary, A Day Without Mexicans. Yeah, the fucking whole country shuts down, especially LA. I mean, the California fires and all the houses that were gotten like people in construction go to some of these work sites. Don't stop asking. Yeah. It's been wild seeing that and the effect it has had on just general. On the Mexican side is fear and anger and like more anti-American feelings, and also this new revival of these Americans, because think about it. And I have a friend that I sometimes tell about in a place like Tijuana where we deportees show up and there's a lot of them right now. Imagine you live in the U.S. from when you're 2 years old all the way to your 30s. And they tell you, right, and then you're in the shanty town of Tijuana. Great. That doesn't make any sense. That's immoral. Speaking the clearest English, like how they pay taxes for all this period. So like, I pay my taxes, and some of them have careers, some of them have families. And that's insane.
They should be grandfathered. We should figure out a way. Like if someone came over here when they're 2, stop. Yeah, stop. The amount of people getting kind of separated. Also, I mean, they're not. We have a situation right now where there's American homeless people in Tijuana asking for money. Right, that's one thing. And we also have people that you think are American, but they're actually Mexicans who were recently deported who are living hey, you want a job? I can't speak Spanish. They do. Oh my God. So it's like, this is a phenomenon that's happening across the border. And on this side,
I didn't even think about people that can't speak Spanish.
some that can't speak Spanish. Oh, and I met one, a dude that, again, I think he was 2, from across. And he found out that he didn't have any, he found out that he had any paperwork, I think at 18, when he started doing some sort of process. And I'm like, wait, where person? Oh my God. And he got caught up, I think, somewhere in LA. And, you know, he sent out this perception that it's all criminals. No. Well, they're saying all criminals because you come here illegally. It's a crime. Okay, so it was a 2-year-old criminal? 2-year-old hardened criminal? His diaper? Yeah. Come on. That's fucking insane. I think you're spot on when you say this is an overcorrection to us. I think that is a very true statement. It's also treating people like numbers, and not having the resources to look at each individual case, and not having enough manpower and people, and also everybody loses their compassion. You just deal with it over and over and over again. You're like, what's your story? That's not really your kid. That's not really your wife. Like people, they get lied to enough that they lose their humanity. Yeah, I understand that aspect of it. It's horrible, but this is we're gonna live with the consequences of this, and our kids are gonna live with the consequences of this probably in the future. And when people look back, karma. Yeah, when people look back at this, the United States leaving Afghanistan as it did. Guaranteed that it's going to be very hard for America to find friends internationally, realistically. However it deals with Mexico in the next few years is going to define this nation. Whatever's happening right now, whatever deals are being done, whatever this administration is pointing at is going to define us for. I mean, my kids, they're going to have to live with the results of this. Yeah. There were some mass deportations going on during administration too. Now, this is what a lot of people are aware of. They used to call him the deporter in chief. This is one thing that makes me nuts because whenever I hear people here, they want to vilify just one side. Right? Yeah, you can't do that. It's a trap. Yeah, that's a trap. Deported a lot of people. I think it was somewhere like 3 million people. Like this at the border. How many people did the Obama administration deport over the entire 8 years? I think it was like 3 million people. Yeah. So, and why was he deporting so many people? Pressure. They probably had some sort of political pressure. I'm not sure. But the thing I point at is that within my same community, they try and point at people in politics as like, oh, but he's part of the Democratic Party. He's going to help us. Whatever governor it is in whatever state. Yeah. But no, he was a part of the same party that supported Obama, and Obama was doing all this. 3,307,000. So what is that total on the left, Jamie?
Apprehensions, and then the middle where you just read the border, U.S. Mexico border apprehensions. So those are just apprehensions, or what about deportations? And then total deportations is 5 million. 5 million. That's not just Mexico. Right. 5 million. Bush administration, 10 million. Oh, Bush administration, 12.3. Wow. How many has Trump deported? Let's find that out. Yeah, the perception of the villainy, like in the community, it's about pointing to those are the enemy, these are our friends, those are the enemies, our friends. What they're doing exactly right here
You know, people get so caught up in, you know, it's MAGA versus the Democrats. Like, you're being played. Yeah. You're getting fucked no matter who's in office. The whole thing is a scam. And it's these giant corporations are laughing in your face. The whole thing has nothing to do with you. You're just a little pawn. And they use TikTok too. Yeah, there's so much propaganda going on online. In my mind, I always think about this first. Like, I'm an immigrant, I'm new here, I'm trying to figure things out. I've seen more of the United States than most Americans. I'm missing Hawaii, Iowa, and Alaska, but I've been every other. I was in a room in Tennessee watching a bunch of dudes dance with poisonous snakes at one point. Oh boy, you went to a snake handler place? Beautiful experience. In Mexico, in America, I watch bullfights. And when I was there, I was like, I'm doing exactly the same shit you guys do with the shit. Yeah. I grew up around snakes. I used to hunt them and sell the skin to the makers and stuff like that. So how did you get in contact with snake handlers? I do a lot of training across the country for
and this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe in the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Malinski rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. One last detail that's so important: the hunt for heresy is really engaged in the 17th century, primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a youth. He was someone who was a dreamy individual, used to like to go off to the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was sought after groom, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriages, including a marriage to a Torah school at one point. It's, you know, the older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of villain, some kind of charlatan. But newer historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again, it fits roughly with the age of the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him, and specifically when he connected with one individual named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement, which all over the continent, to particular extent in Amsterdam, where we were just a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan, who controlled Jerusalem, and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife. And many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach, and the Messiah is converting to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final era of redemption. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up into the 20th century. They constituted a distinct group in Syrian and Turkish politics. They're called the Dunman. But most Jews realized that they had made a mistake by following Shabbatai Tzvi, They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective mouth of European Jewry over any kind of this Messiah. So you had a few surfaces of this, for example, in the Emperor Ivashit's controversy, which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. And as his proof, he adduced several of these kinds of doctrines. This is a Jewish amulets known as Maya that were written for various mystical purposes to bring about healing or to arrange a match or some other theurgic role. And so there's a lot of fighting. People took the side of no, he's not a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabtai Tzvi? And we had a lot of conflict over each. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, the Masilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah all love the works of the Ramchal, but in his lifetime, he was mercilessly pursued by people who assumed that he was, in fact, a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Many of his writings, in one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they be buried, and they were never found again. So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere in his writings are golden underground. Perhaps one day they will. That's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabtai Tzvi, and there's traffic upheaval, there's like challenges to really fundamental basic things. Questions like who wrote the Bible? Like what? Because that's the kind of thought that's coming out. So all of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period of discussion. Let's have a look at this map and try to understand where Jews lived during this period, and specifically where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth of the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the period when we're discussing, but the reason I like this map as opposed to another one created by this wonderful International Institute of Genealogy is that it shows growth, the larger orange circles on top of the green growth. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire, and then we've got the Austrian Empire here in the green, German Empire here in sort of a lighter beige. And in these areas, first we have the area that is associated typically southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength, although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of the Romania, Moldova, and so on. There are even Hasidim in the Romanian region, in fact, Chabad is a little Hasidic movement far from the center as it's established under the Baal Shem Tov. Then you have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the opponents, the so-called Mitnagdim, those who opposed Hasidism. The ground zero of the Mitnagdim, of course, is Vilnius, the home of the Vilna Gaon, and but the idea is nevertheless really prevalent throughout the region, coming down into the south. One of the big reasons for this split, as we should discuss next week, and focus more on the conflict between these groups, is that the strongest centers of learning were really based in the north, and one of the reasons for the expansion of Hasidism is that Jews there felt disenfranchised, felt disconnected from the great centers of learning, and they felt that no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Baal Shem Tov came along. And in the third group, the ground zero for them is definitely Berlin. These are the Maskilim, these are the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless, huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality. Huge overlaps with the regions that are navigated by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom to which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all the brand new ideas in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change. That's when you have these three rebellions get underway, and that's where I hope we will turn. God willing, we'll meet again at 7:30 on Wednesday night. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation. We'll entertain some of your questions.
The average age in America right now for women is 28. I thought it was interesting, the statistic that came out this morning by 2035 years. Nearly half of U.S. women between 25 and 44 will be single. And according to the U.S. Census Bureau, if you are a single woman and 30 years old right now, your odds of getting married is 20%.
Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact on the way Jews thought in the 18th century. And I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now, even in the 21st century. So my goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous century in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to go a little bit more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born and how the Misnagdic movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even though the Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the opponents to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Misnagdim means, one who opposes. Even though they are, kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claim to be defending is now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and Misnagdim that will really result in tremendous upheavals in their Yiddish agas, the Jewish street. Okay, so let us start by beginning with a fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What does it stand for? What is so revolutionary about it? So if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believe, and then finally what the Hasidim believe, on the left. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments, referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613. It later becomes a major point of discussion in the medieval period as the commentators strive to actually figure out what are the exact 613 commandments. Related to this number 613 is this notion that all of the commandments, both those that are explicit in the text of the Torah and those that are explained in the oral Torah, like in the Mishnah, for example, come from God. That is Torah from Sinai, or Torah from God at Sinai. The concept of Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source, the text of the Torah being perfect and accurate and so on, that's pretty much a standard core for Orthodox Jews. How do the Misnagdim and the Hasidim feel about it? Well, identical, right? The Misnagdim certainly believe this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses in the form of the written oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we'll get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. So they may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree that Shabbat is sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law, and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or taharat al-mishpacha, the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for family life. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachos as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common, yet when we see them, we tend to be able to distinguish, well, that's a positive, and that is a naged. Much like one can recognize and have the outside. So I would like to tender that in many ways it's really a matter of style. That the Hasidim have a distinct vector that they follow with their style that expresses in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation for what actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they're looking back in the tradition, particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Arian of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and of thought that are embedded in that mystical tradition, and to bring it to the fore. They're not inventing things out of whole cloth, discovering things that are already present in the traditions. And it is new in that they are adopting behavior not been seen before, but nevertheless it is not ab initio creation. Rebellion of tradition is what the Misnagdim will be exemplifying, in that they are going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality that in itself represents some change in everybody's existence. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. And what they do is like Jewish plus. We see this actually in the name that they use to describe themselves. The term Hasid is hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous, right? The word for tzedakah, for charity, is righteousness because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards to basic necessities of life. That's just called seven.
The police, government is privately, and we got a medical class out in Tennessee, and somebody there's like, hey, they won't show around. Joking around when we want to go see a movie, trying to tell me, he's like, are there any of these types of churches around here where they, why would you want to go there? Because it's exotic to me. Yeah, I want to go there too. I want to see. Yeah, I can't tell you too much about it because I'm going to keep it low key, but when I went there, they asked me, are you Christian? I was like, I'm Catholic. So you're not Christian. Catholic is Christian. Well, according to them, it's a satanic institution. Oh, that is funny, right? Except the true words, yeah.
Sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the sides of your head. But
baskets start getting pulled out.
Whoa,
and I grew up around snakes, so I know what a basket with a snake might kind of, there's something in there. I thought they were defanged in my mind.
Like everybody else. But under the influence of the Arizal, who said that it has Kabbalistic meaning to allow.
In my mind, I always think about this first. Like I'm new here. I'm trying to figure things out. I see it's I think I'm missing why Iowa and Alaska, but I've been every other place. I was in a room in Tennessee watching a bunch of dudes dance with poisonous snakes and one boy. Oh boy, you went to a snake handler place? Beautiful experience. Americans go down to Mexico and watch bullfights. And when I was there, I was like, I'm doing exactly the same shit you gotta do with the shit. Yeah, I grew up around snakes. I used to hunt them and sell the skin to the bootmakers and stuff like that. So how did you get in contact with snake handlers? I did a lot of training across the country for police, government institutions, privately, and I did a good medical class out in Tennessee, and somebody there was like, hey, Ed, you're like, show around, want to go see the movie China still. He's like, I said, hey, are there any of these types of churches around here? Are they, yeah, why would you want to go there? Because it's exotic to me. Yeah. I want to go there too. I want to see. Yeah. I can't tell you too much about it. It's only to keep it low key. But when I went there, they asked me, "Are you Christian?" I was like, "I'm Catholic." So you're not Christian. Catholic is Christian. According to that, it's a satanic institution. Oh, what is that? Okay. You accept the traditional words. Yeah. I want to see. Right. Baskets start kind of getting pulled out. And
adaptation.
I grew up around snakes, so I know what a basket with a snake might kind of, there's something in there. I thought they were defanged in my mind.
So that's kind of like the style.
Definitely real poisonous snakes. I don't know if they give them something until they're like chill. Don't they die all the time, those guys? Yeah. One got whacked recently. Yeah, but they were still like handling. They just fucking proving their faith. If you're handling snakes all the time, they get accustomed to you handling them. As long as you're feeding them. I don't know. I was like, oh, it's cool, but I don't have enough faith. I think as long as you keep them fed and they don't feel like they're in danger, And I don't think they're gonna fuck you up. It's like when you encounter them in the wild, it's like they're just protecting themselves. They don't want to get you. Yeah. But there were some pictures around. Some of the people that didn't have enough faith, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Did they die or they just like? I think they have pictures. There are people that passed, because some people don't get horrible necrosis around the end. Yeah, you need massive skin grafts and you lose like half your fucking muscle tissue in your leg. Yeah. See, you didn't find that article about a guy recently, snake handler, got killed. Hopefully.
Okay, his first term, he did half. During his first 4 years, he did 1.5 million deportations. That's about half of Obama's first term, which is 2.9.
Wow.
About the same as Biden's term, which is 1.49 also.
And what is he at now?
I mean, they're only 6 months into the year.
How crazy is it that Biden deported 1.49 million while letting in 20? Like, what do you think they were doing? Was that a part of destabilization? I know there was also efforts to move people to specific states so that you can get a larger number for the census, so you get more congressional seats. This isn't dark. People don't want to admit because they're a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, but listen, it is. It's a remember who to vote for, and they just get pulled. I had a conversation with my parents. They're like, no, I'm like, yeah, it's about congressional seats. It's like the census counts illegals, and not only that, they're trying to make it so those people can vote. And if you can make it so that those people can vote, then all of a sudden you ship these people to a place, you give them EBT cards, you get them on food stamps, you give them Medicaid money, they have money. Yeah. And now, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for the people who got you money. You're going to people who gave you the food stamps. Like, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for the people that shipped you to Springfield, Ohio. This is a good spot. And part of the think that is like, yes. Those congressional seats won swing states. Net population growth. Well, that too. I think there's population collapse. There's a population. I mean, there's no immigrant crisis in China. Right, and I think they're on their way to collapsing if they go through this downturn of the population. I think the U.S. is at some point in its history has been kind of close to that. Japan in the middle of it. South Korea is experiencing it. And I asked because I'm trying to find logic between deporting the Biden administration doing that and then opening the door in that way. For me, it's always been interesting how a lot of these migrant caravans have a story or a narrative in their head all the way from where they're coming from up into the U.S. So, like, Sean was here a while ago, and I think he mentioned that we actually took him down to one of these migrant caravans that swam on the border. And told me, hey, Sean, you want to talk to somebody? We go, sure. And he got a kick out of the fact that in the middle of this camp, there was a giant Biden flag flying. That wasn't the funniest thing. I'll tell you if I can send you the picture. All of the guys that were interviewed, this was still COVID mask era. Some had Make America Great Again mask on. I have no idea who gave them those, but somebody with a sense of humor. I have a picture of me and John Ryan with some people we interviewed that have Make America Great Again mask on. But they were told by the organizers that they had a clear path to the U.S. And then all they needed to do was make a loud noise on the border, a lot of newsworthy events on the border, talk to all the press they could, and somebody there was keeping tabs and letting them go. Wow, that was the mindset that a lot of them. Which is weird. And then some of them would fact that they would get aid from the U.S., like from Americans would come down and give them their camps and tents, USA. And there was a lot of dollars being handed out to pay for things. So it was all now, like I actually talked to three I think they're Honduran. They just got to the border. Now their idea is to go to Europe
they have this weird sense that somebody told them somewhere down there that Europe is taking immigrants, so they're trying to make their way to Mexico. So from Mexico, they want to go to Europe. They're not looking to the U.S. anymore, which is a weird change in their narrative.
Oh, you see the massive immigration in Europe is bananas.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's really crazy.
yeah. And again,
But what is it about? Like, why? Why would someone organize this? Why would someone fund this?
destabilization, political means. Maybe the U.S. wants to avoid depopulation decline, so this is one way to come back toward it.
There's probably many factors, right? Political stabilization is one, but just politically to get more congressional seats because of the way that he used the census, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that? They said they weren't going to count illegals in the census anymore. Is that? I mean, what kind of laws are like? Do you do that with an executive order? Like, I don't know how you would do that. So you have that, and then you have the true need for labor that people don't,
which is, I mean, I've been all over the country, and every time I go into a hotel in Oklahoma, Buenos dias. I was to the Buenos dias, and I 80% of the time, like, Buenos dias, like, we're in Mexico, you have a conversation, kitchens, like I've,
throughout New York City. Anthony Bourdain told me about that. It's all the best cooks from Mexico. Wow.
I was in Vegas, and this sushi restaurant, I love sushi restaurant.
Trump calls for the U.S. Census that excludes undocumented immigrants. Census has historically counted all residents regardless of citizen status as required by the 14th Amendment. So you can't really do that. Congress has power for the census. So he's changing. So Congress would agree with him on which I think politically there might be a motion to do that because you could game the system by an administration allowing not just mass immigration, but then the moving of all these immigrants to all these areas where you wanted to take over. Which is crazy. We use these people as political ploys, and then they get a fresh start in America, so it's kind of like a win-win. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Whenever I travel, I always look at people in the service industry. Like, I try to see where they're from. It's always Mexican. A lot of them are in different parts of the country. It's different, but mostly Mexicans. Minnesota, there's a lot of non-Mexicans there. Ethiopians, a lot of Somalians. I mean, I think there was one that was running for mayor there recently.
Young fella.
Pretty radical. He looked exactly like somebody that appeared in the movie. Where he was a captain for a moment. Exactly. It was pretty funny. But independently of that, the amount of like cultures I'm experiencing across the country, it's like, wow, this is like the UN of countries. Like, everywhere I go, I meet people from all over the world.
Well, that's part of the beauty of America, really. The beauty of America is that it's a melting pot. That's supposed to be what's cool about it. But when it's sort of weaponized in this way, when people are using it for their political gain and bringing people in for political gain, and then making a person like you through crazy hoops and ladders and all this shit to try to get in here legally. They're like, oh, you're discouraging legal immigration in favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy.
And I understand the part of the American populace that is like, we want to keep America American. Guess what? I want to keep America American. That's why I came up here. Go to Kentucky and experiencing that America.
Cool. Listen, there's no more American people than Cuban Americans. Those motherfuckers are hardcore America. You know why? Because they know what the fuck communism looks like. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach you in college. Like, their grandparents and their great-grandparents grew up oppressed. They had to deal with that stuff. They escaped. And they came over to America, and they have no tolerance for any bullshit.
Well, in Mexico right now, there are things you can't say. There's laws that prohibit you from
being violent verbally against a political figure if she's a female, and you'll have to on TV and like read out like a whole thing apologizing for your insult. Public humiliation basically is being legalized in Mexico, and Mexico is going towards that side of things. And but I'm up here. And I'm seeing some of the things up here. So like I have this vision of the U.S. where it's like, cool. This is a place where I'm safe to pursue whatever happiness I think exists. I didn't find that happiness in my country where I'm from, where I came from, because this or this or this or that. Why do I want to bring some of that here? I guess would be one of the ways I think about it. I don't want, hey, this is Texas is let's bring in fucking militarized cartel members and roll around the city and pick up kids and shit like that and train them in the camps.
Well, that's the big fear about Texas. Don't California or Texas.
Yeah.
You know, because they're like, man, California's just bullshit. We gotta get out of here. This place, the laws are dumb. What made this place? Those fucking laws, dumbass.
Yeah, like a constitutional carry.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a cool thing.
Keeps everybody super polite.
Yeah, everybody's super polite. Also, like, hey, call the cops after, whatever brutality that is. In Mexico, airsoft guns are like on weird list. They're buying a site for a gun. If you want to buy a gun, you have to fly to Mexico City, which makes it prohibited to anybody that doesn't have any real means of money to get guns or training. So it's basically you don't get the privilege to defend yourself in a country where you can't trust the cops. 90% of all murders are never solved. And look at all these fucking gangs going around with fucking bullies and taking down helicopters. They're cool, but you can't have a 22 caliber pistol. That's the mindset. When I came up here, I'm like, oh, cool. This is a place where some of that is not the case. But then a bunch of gun laws passed in California while I was going through my process, and people started showing up to the gun range. I would go to training with like weird California compliant guns that you have to like weld the magazine to a certain place and stuff like that. And I was like, oh man, it's changing up here too.
Just California.
Yeah,
So it's California. Just California's rough. Some of the things they did, like they made pistol companies make magazines with this lower capacity. If you can't kill me with a 10-round magazine, like what? How many lives does that save? Zero.
some of those laws are retarded.
But that's it. It's just the illusion that they're doing something to combat drug violence or gang violence or gun violence. It's all illusions.
Yeah,
It's all like optics.
but it is. I mean, it's when I get asked about my American experience, I've been profiled. I've been racist shit has been sent to me.
Where are you living?
Texas, Houston, beautiful Houston. It's right around.
I love Houston. I love it.
It's a little bit of Mexican.
Yeah, Houston's a big ass melting pot. It's one of the best cities.
Yeah,
It really is.
When I got there, and again, I lived in Kentucky for a bit, in California, and then there. I've experienced great profiling and racism in California, which is pretty funny to say, but that's where I experienced most of it. I've experienced people opening their houses to me, like just being the best people on the planet. I've experienced that in Texas and Kentucky with some people who are just like cool as well. I've experienced the best and the worst this country has to offer, I think, and I can see it. Like I get what America is. Like I finished high school and then I worked for a paramilitary institution somewhere in Mexico. And then I came up here and I have 7 employees. I have a company. I've spoken to Congress. I've trained federal forces and people that I've read about books on how to do things that I learned in this horrible country warfare that I had to go through. There's no other place on the planet where I provide these opportunities for myself and for my daughter. There's no other place in the world. So like I definitely have fucking skin in the game when it comes to this country. It is disheartening that with the way things are now, like we're in, like brown Mexican immigrants of any kind, legal or illegal, right? We are,
Yeah. In the sights of ICE.
in the sights of any sort of authority figure that might want to see, wait, what are you doing? So it's an anxiety, and again, I'm talking to people from my community across the country. It's a generalized anxiety of not feeling at all, which is dark. It's dark. Yeah. It's dark.
Yeah, that's a problem with these flood brains. But it also makes the rest of us feel awful. Like people that aren't scared of it, feel awful about like what America stands for. Like the idea that we would find it right to send some kid who was born here or born in Mexico but came over too, can't speak Spanish at all. Some kid in LA just doesn't have a paperwork, and all of a sudden he's in Mexico. Yeah, that is fucking dark, crazy, and that makes everybody else feel like, oh, this isn't a good country. That's not a good thing to do. That's a bad thing. That's an immoral thing to do. That's a thing that you do when you don't care. And this is supposed to be the shining light of the world. Yeah, and everybody. Like I'm an open conversation with it. I don't see anybody as an enemy. I don't see anybody as an opponent. Dude, I've been through shit. I've been through hell and back. So I've encountered situations where I've had to talk to immigration officials, and it's like, hey, dude, what's it like? Like, what's it look like being the villain right now? Like, the amount of a lot of these guys are getting doxxed. They're utilizing AI technology to take a picture of them and then moving fast and give them a guesstimation of what their faces look like. There's people that are documenting their tattoos and doxing them online. And I'm like, they're like, why do you ask that? Because we were vilified too, and that's how they got to us. They started making us into the enemy. There was a lot of interest out there I could see at high levels to separate us and keep us from like a cultural level, I think. Destabilization. I think this is part of the plan. I don't know if there's a plan, but hopefully it kind of makes sense. Like part of the whole agenda is to create even more conflict. Hopefully somebody has a plan. Hopefully somebody knows what they're doing somewhere, but maybe not, right? That's a dark. That's what makes me wonder. I wonder if it really is a big plan, or if it really is just human chaos.
If I find myself in a room with people, and there's then I'm like, whatever this is, if we're gonna be cattle, at least somebody that knows their shit is gonna be in charge. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. I see this. I see the U.S. People internationally see the U.S. declining. I got to experience the U.S. in the 80s, crossing the border, going to San Diego and SeaWorld with my parents, and shopping and seeing the portions of everything bigger at the supermarket. And then as an immigrant in the U.S. now, everything's smaller, and infrastructure is very dilapidated in certain parts of the country, and it's not the U.S. of the 80s, it's not the U.S. of the 90s, it's different. So yeah, I can see why people are swimming at the fact that, there's something has to be done. We're losing as a country. But I think you hit it on the head. We went through the Biden administration that was all about who was in charge. This is the question I have. Like, I don't know, was that in charge? No. Somebody was. Not only that, I think there was more than one of that. Yeah. And his son going online and doing an interview. He's giving us like a into his family conversation. His son sounds fun. He's a party. Dude, I partied with that guy. Well, not anymore. Back then, maybe. I don't think he doing parties anymore. But it's a wild thing. Then people question why things are the way why people are struggling in different parts of this country, different parts of society in this country. I came here to make a better life for myself and for my kid, and I somehow managed to be in a place where I have like an employee, I have a company, and I'm working and doing work. It's the American dream.
It is the American dream, and it still exists. And I'm proof of it still being real. But it is under attack from all sides.
React to
From all
reports
sides.
of
Yeah,
the
from all
behavior
sides.
of
I'll say that 3 times. Yeah. People
followers
need to realize that it's not just right. And there's definitely an interest to keep us all fighting. Yeah. And social media is a big part of that. Yeah. It's literally how most people are getting their information, getting their narratives. And the same fight that is played on social media, statewide, stateside, is kind of like the same fight that is being sold to us as far as Mexico versus the United States. We're not enemies. We're not. We shouldn't be enemies. We should be the best of friends.
First charges. What was wrong with these?
There are Americans living in Mexico. There's protests going on for gentrification in Mexico City, for people being pushed off. They go home, gringos. Meanwhile, there's ICE raids in LA, and people are blowing up and being deported. And happening all the while where people are like Mexicans are really sick of all these Americans living in these cool parts of Mexico and gentrifying, which is wild. I mean, are we into a mass American deportations next from Mexico? It's going to happen. In the past, you could just cross the border as an American and they wouldn't ask you for shit. Now they ask you for ID. Really? Yes. Now, a lot of Americans that live in places like Tijuana and then San Diego have encountered this. Things are changing. Like, where's your ID? They look Mexican. Yeah, well, where's your federal voter ID? When you're an American, right? You just work in San Diego. You come back and they really this and that. You have to pay for like a visa extension thing so you can cross the border regularly, or you can be in Mexico for long periods. But things are changing. Again, these lines are being drawn in the ground. I don't think they're good for anybody. Free coffee at that border. San Diego and Tijuana are one and the same. From blood, families, they're one and the same. Why draw a line there? Yeah, when I used to work in stand-up down there, and if I hung out after the show, a bunch of people came to the show from Mexico. Yeah. And I said, well, you just came over on the show? Yeah, drive across. Yeah, drive across. And
related to that,
there's
a little bit more halachic in nature.
both Mexico is poised to be a powerhouse economically if we don't fuck it up with social.
Earlier, I talked about how
And why is that being pushed to more destabilization? But it is poised to be a powerhouse. We have the youth, we have everything we need to just fucking explode. Resources, everything. But that's the same reason why being targeted under destabilization there. Wow. There's no path forward, I think, to have an isolated United States with giant walls and guards on the walls and nobody wants that wall. And Mexico next to it. I don't think that's I wouldn't go there. Now there's been this free flow back and forth. You just gotta make cartel members can't just cross, or terrorists from other countries don't have an easy pathway. The flow of armaments going down to Mexico, is one issue. The flow of drugs coming up from Mexico is another issue. The organized crime elements in Mexico doing horrific things to the local populace and to each other, fighting each other is another issue. But also the United States' historical foreign policy in Mexico and its responsibility for a lot of these things happening in Mexico. Also key. What should the United States do about the responsibility in the past and some of the foreign policies in Mexico that have led Mexico to right now as far as violence? I don't think a full-on military attack like Afghanistan or Iraq would be the see where that goes. It's not as easy as sending drones down there and exploding a few units, because we'd also seen when that happens when you kept getting one snake. You just have done that every single cartel product in Texas, and all that didn't quell cartel violence in Mexico. It didn't end the single cartel. just made a giant war. And the same as seen a lot. And divided up one cartel into two and probably made one of the big national security, as far as cartels go, bigger, more influential. Wow. And forward, I don't know, both countries are linked through blood, genetics, culture. There's a dude online saying that Mexican food is better in the U.S. than Mexican food. Nonsense. He's just an idiot. Not nonsense. Stupid dude. You know what I'm talking about. But those countries are, again, I've been across this country. I traveled across it, and it is a good country. I love it. I love Mexico as well. It's my home country, and I travel when I can there as well. I don't see a future without both of our countries just like figuring things out together. There's no, I don't see a future like that. We hear each other more than we think in the coming years. And open warfare between both countries. Fucking insane. It's not going to lead to anything. The United States doesn't have manpower to stop the migration that will come out of that country if you start fucking lobbing strikes in certain parts of that country. There's no way. So if you're talking about migration, you're going the wrong way. At one point, to some of these criminal organizations, as I said, become freedom fighters. Right. Instead of saying the time, once they become freedom fighters, something which is so at what point do they start targeting Americans? Right. It's just not good. I wonder if they thought about the U.S. government thought about the way you're laying it out. I've spoken to members of Congress. I've spoken to members. I've been in Washington a few times. I've spoken to people that are in charge of things. And they have notions, some of them, but some of them are clearly, they took that. That world, if they're not like fully invested in finding out, really diving deep and getting an understanding of it, how did they know what you know? Well, they're doing the right thing, right? Like I've been in rooms with people who are part of this conflict thing, and they're asking the right people. But some of them are verifying, like, oh, we were just in Mexico and we spoke to the local officials there, and they told us that they're doing this and that, and look at all the drugs they just got. They're doing their job now. And I'm like, dude, I used to work for them, and I can tell you that those boxes beneath those pills are probably empty. They're just there, like, to produce a visual weight of it. And also, like, that seizure, they're on payroll for this organization, and also the governor of this place where this seizure happened. You just took her visa away because the husband is involved in fuel smoke. So, like, is this a win? Wow. But yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, sorry. There are people that are trying to figure it out in the government. There are people that are asking my questions. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going to happen with the information, but a few things are clear. Everything is on the table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond in South America right now. There is an interest by the United States in some of that going on. That's clear. And in 1781, what that's going to look like is it already happening with the abduction and subsequent arrest of Guatemala on a plane and some pretty kind of weird circumstances. The United States already doing political counter operations against the regime that is ruling over Mexico in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. There's a bunch of political exposés going on all over Mexico right now with a bunch of like documents, members of their very austere political party having lavish lifestyles outside of the country, and they get photographed, and that goes on the news, and then the president of Mexico says the CIA is probably
is taking all those pictures as a counter operation to what they're doing. So I think whatever's happening is it's already in motion. Like my point is the cost of this, if it isn't done if it isn't done correctly, if it isn't done in a way where it's not taking into consideration the outcome of the fall of something like abducting another giant head of cartel down there, taking them out. And I think the biggest target out there is the Eurasian cartel. I think that's, if I could be a psychic right now, and I said the U.S. is going to plan some sort of direct action operation, I think that's going to be if the Americans have a vision that they're going to go somewhere and everybody's going to be wearing cartel member vest on. I don't think they're ready to go to somewhere and they have a bunch of police officers.
I'd like to talk a little bit about that.
Or actually police officers there, or members of the military that engage in a firefight with them and call backup from the military, and then now you're involved in a fight with the army, because they're all involved with cartel. Some of them are. Again, you hear these stories of these people who's training, who's supplying, who's showing them how to use those rocket launchers that they're getting from the Ukraine. You hear these stories and like, just like that dude standing up to the CIA, like you're just talking out of your ass, this theory shit. 2 years ago, I said terrorist designation and direct action in Mexico against a high-level cartel. Yeah, maybe on that side of conspiracies, but pretty spot on.
And I appreciate you very much. This, I've been following your work over the last 5 years. You're always on it, so it's great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online.
I was here, they deleted my Instagram account with over 500,000 followers.
After the podcast,
I posted something about Chinese being welcomed into their homes during COVID, and Instagram didn't like that, and they took that live.
wow. So what is it now?
It is Manifesto Radio Podcast. It's at Manifesto Radio Podcast on Instagram and on YouTube. If you want to check me out, I have a small podcast. I talk to just people related to this environment, and I post pictures daily and a bunch of weird memes and stuff like that. It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people that are involved in this, and just putting the word out there. I'm not in politics. I am not a reporter. I'm not a cartel reporter. I am a dude that went through some shit. I'm still going through some shit. I'm trying to figure things out as a new American, and I want the best for both countries. That's why I am.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, bye, everybody.
I don't like to say here, the heroic figure of the Stockholm was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out who can study it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Shine my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Driving home from the comic store like 1 o'clock in the morning here, and some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when there was a dude that claimed to work at Area 51 and then it cut out that ship cut out? Yeah, that was a good one. Art was the man. He would get, that's why I put that photo up there, because he was, you know, a lot of those subjects that we covered, he was the original guy talking about this thing on the radio. Yeah, he didn't know the fact that he just kept the open lines. If you're a time traveler, just call in and tell us what's going to happen in the future. People that were kidnapped by Bigfoot, like, no matter what, Art was like, interesting, tell me more. Yeah, he was open to talking to any. I never called bullshit. No. So the last time I saw you, he gave me that Teddy Death Whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air and caused the pandemic. He was very good at it out of nowhere. We just like grab it. We have another one.
probably that's Luke Cameron's gave us this one. Yeah, that's a good one, right? That's a beautiful one. Probably let's not repeat it again. I'm not blowing it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's a non-coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it, like, hey, this was kind of coincidentally at the start of this pandemic. Don't put this on me.
Listen, man, people are blowing them whistles all over the world.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way.
There's no way.
The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people.
I mean, responsible for those to become this viral popular thing. Like, a few people knew about them, but they became this international thing now. Like, everybody talks about death whistles now.
Well, I don't know. They are weird. The sound is creepy. Yeah, you know?
Definitely weird.
Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and you hear the people who are after you, and you heard that, you're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, see people do pranks with them, just screaming them at randomly in the middle of the night in the street. Yeah, people running around.
What is the origin of that? Like, Aztec death, like, when did they start using them? Does anybody know?
People keep finding them. I mean, the Aztec is a modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern down there. And they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before them. A lot of them emulated animals. So a lot of it was like shamanistic. People kind of imbue themselves with the spirit of an animal. So a lot of them, have jaguar sounds coming out. But some of the ones that scream, apparently, they're more about the screeching owls that live down there. But they've been, like, people have told me, native people down there told me that they're very much specifically kind of utilized for psychological. They can affect just to fuck with people. Yeah, make them not sleep during these flower wars where they would have with I think the classical Tekken. They had this agreement where they would go and try and capture people to bring back to the pyramid to sacrifice. And the way they would tire them is to blow those at night where they were encamped or the place where they were about to attack. So they lose sleep with those. Like a few hundred of those just.
Yeah, people can be really devious.
Yeah,
when they know how to mess with your head.
Yeah, the Mexica, people glorify a lot of people from Mexico. Like everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec. You're probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest.
Yeah, a lot of badass dudes have like Aztec tattoos on their back and stuff like that.
But that's what was inside, though. the Spanish came and allied themselves with everybody that hated the Aztec. Including like the Los Toltecans, who were apparently badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to them, and apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, we're your tax collector. Let's feed you before we talk about anything. So we fed them pozole. And at the end of the meal, they were like, well, you can take your people back with you. Where are they? You just ate them. They were in the stew. And those are the guys that the Spanish allied with to fight against the Mexicans. Jesus.
The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing because, like, where the Mayans go, like, when they found the Aztec pyramids, people weren't even living in them. When the people that eventually wound up living in them, they found them.
Teotihuacan, which they call it's basically the city of the gods, is what the Aztecs called them because it was abandoned when they went through, which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs, in essence, were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight. The city was abandoned completely. And when they passed through the city of the gods, they called it the Pyramid of the Sun and the Moon, but nobody knows what those pyramids are for. When they made their way into the Valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes already there, and people older. So Mexico has ancient people that want to assume
the Aztecs or ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico.
Which is really crazy.
Yeah.
And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, I mean, especially in America, don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it's the language they assumed once they were conquered. Yeah, and there's a bunch of lost languages.
Yeah. Something interesting happened with them, and Hernan Cortez and the Conquista in Spanish are all perfect villains in history. I guess people, it's perfect if you kind of look at it from the outside perspective. Colonial invasion, but when you look at it, I mean, they were just getting off their own conquest. They were conquested by the Moors, so they weren't getting free from that. So they were already mixed in there. They're brown people on that boat. It's not a lot of white people coming on that boat. There's already brown people on that boat coming. Hernan Cortez is very much made as a villain in this story. But when you kind of look at the way that the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world, there was a lot of brutality, there was a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides, because the Aztecs also did horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. They decided to honorary titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs, that helped with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, it was just this valley at that time. And it gave birth to this culture, this culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird part of the culture, because you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the natives, most of them, when in reality, a lot of us in Mexico have mixed blood. Most of us, there's a lot of Spanish blood in us. So we are very much taught to hate ourselves in a way. And I think that has something to do with a lot of psychology and culture, and that part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like we say, like, the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president are all about sending the King of Spain letters to have him apologize for Conquista. And it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, you're asking that in Spanish.
Yeah, right? And you're probably an ancestor of those very people. So it's kind of you more than us.
Yeah,
because we didn't even go over there, we're still here.
Yes. Well, right. And people ask where the Mayas went. They're there. You go down there,
Yeah, there's some.
they look exactly like the paintings. If you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which I highly ask people to go and visit, it's beautiful. They have a whole Mayan exhibit there, and it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detailed orientated, and the whole feeling of them just being gone or like disappearing as a mystery. But then you go down there and you see these people there.
They look Mayan. Yeah, they look very different. It's interesting. I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else.
A lot of strong backs, a lot of work ethic. There's no doubt.
There's no doubt. There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. Yeah, like this isn't just like a one-time project you got it the first time. Like, how are you guys so good? And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, well, you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was you get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, early 2000s, and you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then
they'll get lynched at the bottom of the thing if you manage to climb that thing right now. There's a watch guy all the way on the top, and a bunch of dogs always on. That's a weird thing about old pyramids. How wide dogs like hang out up there. Oh, really? Yeah, like the one and the Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's always dogs on top of it. And this one, there's also always dogs on top of it.
Like feral dogs or domestic
wild,
dogs?
wild dogs. They just hang out there.
But I mean, when you see these things, like give us some of the images of when you see some of these, there's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
We had a really good guide there when I went, and the guide was showing us this one area where they would, whatever psychedelic plants, they had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants, and he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals, and he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures.
And the weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type of activity. Really, and a lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private part, trying to invoke in them these I don't know, visions.
So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that you transcend.
Yeah, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic worldviews when they arrived. When you look at a lot of the cultures, specifically in Mexico, you see that they met kind of like a perfect culture, like they matched in a lot of ways.
When the Catholics arrived,
yeah, the Mexicans were venerating the mother goddess at a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the what is this, basilica is. Yeah, some of the rituals.
what's going on?
They're calling these
bloodletting. Yeah,
their spine boss, Porky spine, some spine.
Yeah.
Coming out of that area.
Well, that's wrapped around his neck.
Looks like pretty close to that area.
A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably coming back. Well, maybe, I don't know. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice too. Yes, which a lot of people in Mexico are now. It's a big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and there's like skull piles commemorating whatever war and depictions of them in codices that they themselves made of just sacrifice people on top of pyramids and pulling off their hearts.
Well, there was that one statue that's on top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's where they would sacrifice people.
I mean, it makes sense. Even the way that in the art, you can't fake that. Most people would think you can go through the rib cage to get at the heart. No, we go through the diaphragm right down here. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like Mictlantecuhtli, which is the lord of the underworld. Aztecs sometimes is depicted with a skeletal form with its hands spread out like this, and you'll see a split diaphragm on the bottom coming out underneath the rib cage as a signifier that that's where they go up to grab the heart. That's where they go up to grab the heart.
Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees with his, torso faced upward. That one. Yeah, that was the one they were explaining to me.
And again, I imagine that a lot of these things, I mean, you have to interpret because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential, and it was an essential thing for these cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. They were also talking about a god that
those skulls in the corner right next to your cursor.
Where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's the Templo Mayor, the major temple of the Aztec Empire, and there's a lot of those types of symbolic just skulls. They would have this I think it's called. Sorry if I butchered them. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramid, on top of their central pyramid, kind of displaying all the people that had gone off it.
The story was the completion of Tenochtitlan, or one of the Aztec pyramids, where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had. I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers, right? But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had, which, if you were into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, it has this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny, and there's something about human talent that I've also smelled, and blood that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys, and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And they describe the smell on some of these pyramids when they finally got to the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like the Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck when they saw the city. Yeah, like it had water coming into it. It had super sisters complex, just this structure and culture that was uncontested there. So when they got there, and completely different than anything European. Yeah, so they came over here and were like, what is going on? This part, what are you guys doing? Yeah, how do you have some gold? Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold. But they valued other things. That wasn't their main central thing. So I was kind of puzzled about why they were so interested in some of the gold and regalia they had. But when conquest kind of finally kind of subsided, and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what happened. The lords within the same culture became allies of the invading forces, and when they won, they were like, "You're now the title holder, leader of this area, and here's the royal decree." This is Jim. Sacrifice. Yeah, that's 60,000 human sacrifice. Oh God! They can see where they blood was channeled down from that. I think this. I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and he would fight several people until he finally died. It's like it's like a sacrifice of like a sacrifice. It's a different type of sacrifice they did. Human intelligence applied to cruelty is very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see torture. Yeah, torture, just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual, or because everyone's afraid to die, so you just show death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on the spectacle. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG-D3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com.
YouTube.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle where it keeps, there they go, sacrificing people and then throwing their bodies off the side. And people keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon again in the U.S., where all Native Americans were like peaceful, and it was like a utopia before they came in. And,
Well, that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. You know, the white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were. When they came over here, and there's these good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Like, not really. In fact, they were killing each other. And not only that, that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches, all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made teepees, they made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, from right in this spot. And they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, you gotta be. That's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, that would make sense. Keep one guy alive to watch him, let him go. Yeah, go tell him. Psychological operations. So everybody else gets butchered. One guy they let go. You go tell everybody. No, we're out here. No. Also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Yeah, we sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7. I'll send it to Jamie because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. It was a beheading down in Mexico, and it was it's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. The culture that we have down there. I don't know. Like, I do believe that there's some sort of genetic memory. I bet there is. I think there's 6 severed head found on the side of a chilling message in one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this? Like, it's Puebla. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Puebla, Tlaxcala, Puebla, it's a beautiful place. If you go to Puebla, visit Puebla. It's beautiful, but this is don't be there at the wrong time. It just don't work for the cartels, I guess. The act. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was going to cut somebody off a bridge. Why is this going to the Escalade? So one of the older guys that was with me, well, I was like horrified, but by this kid, a 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, oh, they're being kind. And I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? His family's gonna get something buried at least. So it dawned on me that was an act of kindness. So having somebody beheaded is so normal. It's even crueler. Yeah. Because they have no body. They have no body buried. Yeah. And there's a lot of coffins with just a head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground. But just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness, because at least you can find the body. And it is the evolution of what is considered normal in
Mexico. People will get shot by the dozens. People will get displayed in this horrific, and people will just go back to work. That's every day, and that's the scary part of it. I think for most of the people that live down there is how normal it has become. It's not an abnormal thing to hear some of these things.
And this is not, in terms of America, what our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture, this is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence, not.
I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Juarez area. He was they called him the narco satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Palo and Santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like in cartels. And he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful. Social engineering and folk magic, basically, is what he was doing. And at some point, he was in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to abduct an American because he needed a brain from his cult, where he would do some of these rituals. And I think that's the first time Americans got a small glimpse of the underground brutality, monster, religious occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years.
So this has always been going on.
In a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while.
But cartel brutality, when did the cartels really start gaining power?
I think the 70s and 80s is when they start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States.
Was it originally cocaine?
Marijuana. I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think
Where were they getting marijuana?
They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were not shortage of more place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, well, we can grow this. And we were getting ideas.
This is the Vietnam War?
Yeah, around Vietnam, World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain things.
40s, 50s, 60s,
50s, I'd say 50s, yeah.
Wow. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected there.
Yeah.
Because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam and the deficit trafficking area.
Yeah. Golden Triangle.
Yeah, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that. But we had to be over there to stop communism or something.
And it's an interesting point you bring up Vietnam, because it has something to do with elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years, if that. The PRI. And then went through its democratic period, and now you have other parties coming into play. Now you have a ruling party all over Mexico called Morena, who is, this is the party of the Abrazos. That's how they started, hugs, not bullets, against the cartels policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super active.
Hugs, not bullets.
But this is coming off
Mexico's liberals do.
Yes, we do. Mexico. Three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central, that's where all the woke comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's where Mexico City. That's where all the gender pronouns get issued into law. That's where violence against women, specifically, and feminicide is now a thing cataloged under law. You can kill a dude, it's fine, but if you kill a woman, that's feminicide, which is way worse. So that's where a lot of that politics comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where, I guess, conservative. That's where all the factories are. That's where all the people, hardworking people, people that kind of like go the other side of politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now Blair is all ruling all over the country, and a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years. That was part of for 12 of those years. They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels and just keep it realistically, he really didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if he just put the military out, which were not corrupted, and militarized a lot of the policing going on around it, you can eliminate all these cartel members. Like, this guy's gone, and we're gonna just now secure this area and control. It's been just basically gremlins. One gremlin will turn into 5, cut one head off, and it's high. Just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president comes in with this plan of we'll just leave them alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we stop fighting them. How'd that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. His main he criticizes Calderon, who started the struggle over his handling of it. He outmatched from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization. And they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, they have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. All of the political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. And this cartel's sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win, so I'm going to shoot him.
Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was.
That sounds about it. That sounds about right. It is. These criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Let's elect the governor. So
we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications.
It's a different type of corruption.
It's a different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking imagine if that was going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked. AOC's getting whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible, because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense feeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/ terms applied. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
And it is a clear sign that whatever division people had in their heads about the cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff, and no, all that shit's gone. Something happened. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, El Mayo Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. He flew into a they flew him into a private airfield under pretty interesting circumstances, and then he handed himself over to the authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico.
Why was he willing to fly in?
So there's different stories around that. He's told his own stories. Actually talked about this many times openly with his drivers and stuff like that are driving around. So he just speaks out. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is El Mayo Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that he was a Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel was a federation. And the bigger older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, El Mayo Zambada, who in 50 years never grabbed, never caught. You would hear about them vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of the Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, we caught up to him. Right? The army did this operation, same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city, block roads, stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest, a few of them. And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened within the United States with Ovidio when he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in a hole, and he's not going to get it out of the hole. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hole too, they probably have to deal. And I think, and the theory is, that deal probably included handing over the head of the Sinaloa cartel, Mayo Zambada.
So, a U.S. law enforcer from one of the decades, he was taken into custody after arriving in a private plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zambada said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those claims.
So this is the shady stuff that happened. El Mayo gets brought into a meeting in Sinaloa by Joaquin, who is he's not really into the drug. He's not one of the powerful brothers of the Chapo Guzman brothers that are in the drug. He's kind of like wanting out, basically. So at some point he cuts a deal. And in this deal, he said, I'm going to get this guy on a plane and I'm going to fly him over, and we're going to make a deal. That's the story. He has El Mayo coming to a meeting between the governor of Sinaloa, which is known publicly. People know this. The governor of Sinaloa was going to be in the meeting with El Mayo Zambada, Sinaloa cartel, who is a member of Morena, who party all over the country. Also no investigation, also he's still in power, which is between him and a man named Gwen, who was, I think he was director of the university there. They had some sort of political dispute, and El Mayo was being brought in to, I don't know, negotiate or like influence that, which tells you a lot about how the cartels and politics and the universities are tied. At that meeting, Nemesio Gwen, who is a friend of El Mayo, the guy who's director of the university, gets killed. They shoot him. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man who's director of the university gets killed. But that's fucking made up by the security. They're trying to make this shit go away. Meanwhile, all this stuff starts unraveling. Oh, they inducted El Mayo at that meeting, and that's why they killed this guy. We don't know whether, I don't know if there's any specific confirmation the governor of Sinaloa was there. But he said he went to the U.S. He was in the U.S. He wasn't there, but there's no travel logs of him being in the U.S. It's a shit show. They somehow or take his bodyguards, Amaya's bodyguards. They're gone. Nobody knows where they went. Probably dead somewhere. Got Elmaya on a plane and flew into Texas. Homeland Security was really involved. FBI says that they may have been involved. I was last time I was here, I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military action in Mexico to kick off things. And I think that after that happened, El Chapo Guzman's sons cut deals. 17 members of the Guzman family were secretly flown to Tijuana and crossed the border with suitcases and were put into FBI vans. Suitcases. Yeah. They rescued their family members and they took them out of the country, so they're in the U.S. somewhere. Under some kind of protective custody. Yeah, of course. And if you want to talk about people that know everything, like all the ins and outs, Miles is one. He's the guy. He knows everything. And I think he just declared himself guilty, and he's probably going to cut a deal. He's older. He's diabetic. He's not going to spend life in prison. El Chapo Guzman went, which is wild. We think about how long he was running shit, and how many people died, how many drugs got. He learned his tradecraft in LA.
It's August 25th, so it's soon. A Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled August 25th change of plea hearing for Zambada. Long time later, Mexico City local cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him.
There's a deal there.
They're going to put him in the same prison as Glenn Maxwell.
I don't see him jogging, but yeah,
probably doing yoga.
There's a deal coming, and there's this sense in the U.S. that Trump came into power and declared these organizations terrorist organizations. And there was an expectation that meant gloves off and you're going to see military action pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated, surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel. And Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is a open warfare between the last remaining sons of El Chapo and the sons of Amaya, who are now, I've seen video. It's bananas. It is a war zone on the streets.
See if you can find some of that Sinaloa video jammings. It is
Shocking. When this war kicked off between these two factions, it's schools closed. People didn't want to go out because their cars were going to get jacked to get burned and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All of the luxury environment around these criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores and and exotic exotic cars being sold and stored in these dealerships, and all the bands that play live music at their places, and all these exotic seafood places. All these places just how are they going to sustain themselves now? This economy started crashing, and it's the Mexican government comes out, the current president, Sheinbaum comes out, and she blamed this state being on fire to the U.S. The U.S. came in here and abducted Zambada, a Mexican national. And they charged Joaquin Guzman, who was involved in the operation to pick up El Mayo, they charged him with high treason in Mexico for abducting Elias Zambada and putting him in the U.S., which is high treason. He's charged with high treason. So if you're abducting a drug lord, whoa, which is like, I don't know, like I'm doing the math on all of that. Wow. But you have this situation now where she's blaming the U.S. for basically Chicago's stability. Give me some volume on this. So this is the members of Ohio's family shooting up all the luxury houses of those chapitos. These guys are using ear protection. No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit. Yeah, you can probably sneak up on all those motherfuckers. They're probably all deaf. But they're basically shooting up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by the Chapo's in that area. They love 100-round drum magazines in Mexico for some reason. That's a 50 cal with no hearing protection. Why? You don't need it. So how many of those guys are deaf? Oh, a lot of them have a severe hearing loss, and a lot. We recently went to Jalisco with a friend of mine he has a YouTube channel called The Connect, Johnny Mitchell. He talks to drug dealers and people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico, and he's basically the Mexican Sean Ryan. Agape and 423 is his handle. And he interviews like cartel members and people from that life. And do they wear masks? Yeah. We talked to a kid that was 6 months out of working with them. What is currently, I think, priority number one, should be priority number one for the U.S., the new generation militarized cartel out of Jalisco that's been, with this war going on between the single factions. I mean, it's Christmas for them. When we went down there, he introduced us to this kid who was freshly off. Basically, he was involved in tank warfare on the borders between Jalisco and Zacatecas against those Mayans who you see there firing at these houses. Tanks. They're making their own tanks. If you get your truck stolen up here and probably get screwed into Mexico, they're going to make a tank out of it probably. They're making these Italy-made tanks, basically. Mostly what they are that's a pretty old one. I think that's from the Zeta period. That's cool though. It looks like a fucking Mad Max vehicle. But what they do is they make these tanks. And his job was to be in the back of one of these with a 50 cal rifle. So what they do is you'll get into a dirt road, and they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned. And I was like, why don't you just ram them with the front? The engine will go out. You have to ram them with the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction derby in the hills and shoot at each other until there's a clear winner is what they do basically. And the main weapons are 50 caliber rifles. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they'll go, now, and they'll just, somebody's on radio inside the cabin trying to call out what's going on. They'll pop out and start. How come no one's figured out ear protection? They put bullets in their ears. I've seen that, plastic things in their ears, but realistically, they don't get shit, and they're expensive. That's why there's no ear protection.
You can get like a pair of Walker's game ears on Amazon. It's not that expensive.
No, none of that is out there. This kid walked us through how he was all the way from his recruitment, through his training, through this tank warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he was like, why I laughed about your question about hearing protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was, because he kept like, what'd you say? It's like, hey dude, do you have hearing loss? Like, no, I just, like, dude, you have severe hearing loss from what you went through. This is probably.
These tanks going after each other.
Yeah, this is. You'll see this in different. I mean, they're fighting over drug routes basically, and territory. And
Jesus Christ, they're so close to each other.
It's
50 caliber at like 10-foot distance.
And the drones are now involved in this as well, because why not? Of course. So, and the way he was recruited is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, this kid, if you found him something, just a normal kid, he's 23 right now, I think, but Uber driver crashes into some accident. doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I going to do? Marry, newly married. What am I going to do? It comes on TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, you need money? This is how much we pay you if you come work with us. The cartel advertising.
The cartel uses TikTok.
Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course.
Totally makes sense.
But specifically, TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this private page and go and do this. No, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters? Is that the way they call themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. I called this number, and he was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. He goes, meets these people at the bus station. They put him in a car. They check them, like, give me your phones. We don't want to be tracked. And then they drive them to a place where they're going to be trained, I guess, is what he said. And cops stop them in the road, beat the shit out of all of them, and torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't tell them anything. Don't tell them anything. And after they got the beating of their life, they good, you passed the test. And now you're going to go. So that was what it was for. But these reform cops were all cartel members. And the police, these are places where everybody's,
So it's just to see if you'll crack.
He gets into one of these ranches, these training camps, and it's not like, I remember seeing the Al-Qaeda training camps where they got on the monkey bars and stuff like that. These are military compounds that are in the Sierras and in the mountains. There was a case recently where they thought they found these mass graves. It turned out to be actually a training camp. There were dead people there, but they found all these shoes. They were calling them Mexican Auschwitz. But what they actually found is some processing space. Like, you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoes and they leave them there because they give you the shoes because they don't want to be tracked. So it's one of those processing places. So then you end up in some of the training camps. He describes active duty military personnel training in the hills. Mexican military personnel training in the hills. Former special operators from Colombia. Some former special operators from Mexico. Some from America as well, right? There's rumors, and again, I have not talked directly to anyone that knows of that, that's had eyes on them, but there are rumors of at least 2 American specialists of some sort, because I've heard Delta Force and SILs, and I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology, i.e. are a thing in Mexico now, like a very reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the only way that come over here is not from an Afghani or Iraqi coming to us have new IDs. It's probably a DoD tech of some sort from the U.S. that has some experience and doesn't know how to make some of these. That's one place where they were learning their tradecraft. Another one is Colombia. Colombian operators have been shown in every part of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukraine war right now, learning about drone technology. Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukrainian front are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukrainian war. So this kid describes this training camp where it's the army. People marching around, people are in uniform, people are getting trained, and you'll get people brought in this training camp and like, hey, let's see if we're worthy, and then they'll give you a gun, like, just kill some random person, yeah. And this kid describes how that's the first thing he killed, just an unarmed dude that was dragged to that camp.
So they just drag you just to see if you're capable of taking
I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's like it's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fuck up, or they'll go people flop you. It is a job. It is like a structured job. You get money paid to you every 18, 15 days. Bonus at the end of the month, you get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected for tank duty, and they sent him on this fucking tank to fight
the ill. Some people get selected to manage some of the drugstores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts. But it's a giant network of people that they've managed to create for themselves in this region, this new generation cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico, and it is now probably operating all over Mexico. And recruiting people on TikTok. Most of their recruiting is through TikTok, yes. And open, it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's with people smugglers. Advertise on TikTok constantly as well. They'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently and with a newspaper, like, hey, I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper, and like they were in Mexico like a few hours later, a few hours before with the newspaper, and like, this is Saul. Saul is the best smuggler out there. Hire him for like a safe crossing. This is on TikTok. I mean, it's in the open. People don't realize how big of a tool that's being utilized in Mexico as a recruiting tool. It's a propaganda tool as well. That's what they'll talk shit to each other to that medium. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself a bit, and he managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey, I know you're going to hear, leave your shit, run, I guess. Don't come back. Don't look back. So they let him run. But not everybody gets that opportunity. So it was just somebody who liked him, maybe. He said he worked well in that organization, he got favor, and eventually said, you know what, I have a wife and a kid that I need to get back to. Is there a way to let him go? How long was he being held? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he went through some shit. Like most of what he went through was in the border between Jalisco and Zacatecas, where the Mayas are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico, through Mexico. So that's, people are always fighting over these regions. He came back with PTSD, hearing loss. And again, all these things are unknown. He's a Mexican kid without health insurance. How is he going to know any of these things? Right. When I talked to him for a bit, he was like, oh, that makes sense. Like, yeah. Do you drink a lot? Yeah. I know why. I used to drink a shit ton. You know? Nightmares? Yeah. Like rage moments? Yeah. Sounds like, yeah. PTSD, dude. Like, sit down. But he's like one in thousands of kids like that out there who are gone through some of these things. Both on the military and police side, and also the cartel side. Highly traumatized individuals. But there's nothing for them out there. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life with all this fucking damage, and he lost his family. And he fought so much to get back to which is, you know, it's one small story and tragedy. You go to Jalisco, and they have a roundabout there in Jalisco. It's the Desaparecidos, where the missing are, and it's covered in posters of missing people. And it's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these like the missing people posters on them. The zombie outbreak happened. It's like that, except it's 100,000 according to official numbers in Mexico as far as missing. Just gone. And that's another aspect of this war that people don't kind of like realize. The numbers are skewed, you know, because there's no confirmed dead person for number of the amount of people murdered if there's a body. And Mexico has become very good at getting rid of bodies. The cultures of Mexico. I was in Coahuila, working with a tactical group out there. They showed me. I'm always learning from people. Different regions have different ways of getting rid of bodies. You know? Some just burn them, just throw fuel on them to see if they can burn.
in this part of the country where we live, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside of them. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside, basically boil them down to their essential essence. And there's nothing to find, is what they tell you, that process. You go to Tijuana, that's where we have cauldrons of diesel to dispose bodies. Yeah. You go to Tijuana, where I'm from, and we have the phenomenal pozolero who would get rid of people with caustic soda, just a mixture of things that you can buy and find it in the hardware store. They would make people into pig slurry, and they just dump the pig slurry in the hole and just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as death and missing, it's not a real number. It has to be bigger. It is a place where you'll go into some towns and there's just a bunch of old men and females. Because old men, or you'll see like these abandoned graves in some places. I talked to a lady who's a part of some of these. There's these organizations all over the country that now they're grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine bodies disposed in places. They're looking for the family members, basically. How do you say that word? Is it weary? That's the one I told you that was. People were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say the word? Either high concentrations of acid to the presence of clandestine crematoriums. Yeah, bodies were disposed of there, not at the volume of a Schwitz level thing, but yeah, there were people getting burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah, I mean, body disposal level where there's nothing left is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government catching it. But this is Guadalajara, this is because these new generation cartel territory, they're not worried about body count. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Or like, here's some casings from this murder. Oh, thank you. This hill, giant hill casings that they have in this evidence locker, right? They were well. There's no. You can't solve crimes. You're dead. 90% of all. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to do it well. 90% of all murders in Mexico never solved. 90. So it's you have this cartel now that is, you have a lot of somebody's gone. El Chapo's sons are cutting a deal. One of them has made an alliance with the head of the new generation cartel, a man by El Mencho. His nickname is El Mencho. Nemesio Figas Cervantes is his real name. Last time I was here, there was like, it was 5 years ago I was here, there were questions about if he was even alive or not. People thought it was like, he kept alive as his full figure, because he's low-key, very low-key, he's not flashy, everything, he's very good at trade credit. But recently, he's very much alive. Exposed himself a few times recently, and the federal police apparently took off his security about the operation against him. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now in Mexico. We recently learned through the media of the Trump's authorization of utilizing military action in Latin America in general, all the way from Venezuela all the way up to Mexico. And you hear these rumblings of like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an invasion? Are we going to see like a column of U.S. Marines driving down Tijuana? Probably going to spend some time in Tijuana. It's probably not going to be a good idea. Are we going to see like people, Delta Force guys showing up in Tijuana and Culiacan and going on a raid on their own without permission of the local authorities? What's this going to look like? I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the United States anymore. there's issues there. The U.S. has realized that politics are compromised at high level in Mexico completely. With the example of the recent almost arrest of Nemesio Cervantes Olencho, you see that the federal forces are compromised as well. So, like, who do you trust as an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country? This is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this. Who do you trust out there? I posted. I'm friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all looking at flight tracker and telling and stuff like that. I'm a dork too. And one of them said this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles, and I posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, who said, like, oh, yeah, we asked for this drone to fly over. I said, who did you ask? This is not a military drone, but we asked for it to fly over this area. Which, I don't think he knows what the fuck is going on. I don't think he knows why there's a drone flying over a very specific part of Mexico. I could see like he didn't, or either he didn't want to reveal this knowledge. But there have been many times recently just flying close to the border or over Mexico, clearly drawing a map, an intelligence map of targets in Mexico. So something is coming, I think. But what is it going to look like? Is the question that people are asking. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a former member of the Special Operations. And I asked him, like, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says, like, we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, it will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. And they're already integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them and some of them are working for us. So you will make the whole cohesive force against you. Oh boy. Which is an interesting theory, if that happens.
That seems like
it does.
Yeah, because there's like anti-U.S. sentiment already. It is, and also the closing of the borders.
The perfect storm. I mean, Trump is divisive, and in Mexico he has been turned into this very clear, like enemy, like this, specifically by politicians out there. He's pretty easy to just vilify. Like it's simple, Why is Sinaloa on fire? Maybe it's because you have a corrupt governor there who's clearly cartel guys and stuff like that who's part of your party, but you haven't figured out how to get him out of office. Maybe it's that, or no, it's the U.S. because they have done it. They'll mine. That's why the place is on fire. That's why they charge someone with treason. That's why they charge someone with high treason. There you go. So, like, who are you going to trust in that realm? So, Mexico has pressed the whole. The U.S. is responsible for this. And they're kind of wiping their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at the high-level government, which is something, again, 5 years ago, I spoke about this on this podcast. I got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government. Because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was back then. And now it's even more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? If you have this is what that's what you have a lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards a border. The Sinaloa cartel operated in a very old-fashioned way. They wouldn't look at us. It was their politics don't shit really with their politics for a long time. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident
members of Los Ariax cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in a direct conflict with elements of Chapo, Guzman's organization. And they had the assassin basically infiltrate the living circle of one of El Chapo's main guys, the Guadalajara. And he seduced his wife, killed her, and abducted his kids, and threw them off a bridge, and sent that video to Guadalajara. And I think after, brutal shit had happened after that, but I think that set off this. At some point, that whole that happened, we start getting the element of the Zetas coming in, who were former special operator guys who basically said, like, we can start our own cartel, which a lot of them were Fort Bragg trained individuals. Some of them went through the Green Beret course. Foreign nationals go through that course a lot, so they went to the Green Beret course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, they congratulations, I'm here. Cool Green Beret training. Come train our guys. Or come work for us. So, at some point, all of this started militarizing the conflict in Mexico. It went from gang against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that kind of happened up here during the gang era, or something like Al Capone era, shootouts between people. The Zetas changed the game. They started bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into this realm. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from them. They realized that part of the guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda. And how can you make propaganda of shooting the guy in the field? Right. So they changed that game. They started realizing that, it's one thing having a kid with like sneakers on the back of a truck, an AK, whose dad was part of the organization, and he brought his kid. But it's probably a better idea to have militarized or paramilitary groups working all this. So they started getting these evolutions of ideas like what criminal organizations would be. And all that, the members of the new generation cartel that is now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a Zeta hunting force by the Sinaloa cartel in Jalisco. And they said, like, we can do this for ourselves now too as well. So that's how they originated in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational routes, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drones dropping bombs and shit like that in Mexico before Ukraine got it. But they got really good at it. The Ukrainians have fucking taken that shit to an art form. There are Mexican nationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades in Ukraine. And some of them have gone into that route, drone operators. And some of them are coming back. And you started seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bomblets dropped from these commercial drones and the explosives are the more problem. Mining level explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made that are more reminiscent of Colombian explosives, IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got a some high-level army official. They got him with the drone. They killed him. They almost killed him. So we started seeing these drones not being operated as scouts, so you can't get close to them because the drones are in the sky. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So now you're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic anti-drone guns. You're seeing those things, they look like space guns, but in the hands of a cartel guy wearing like sandals. What the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all this training behind it, all this technology. And it is poised to punch a hole right through its territory and go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the border wall currently that are actually controlled or a city that is controlled by the region. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to maybe look like that now. Tijuana being one of them, where I'm from. You start seeing the last remaining sons of El Chapo was one that are free. Archivaldo was the strongest one, and his faction was Chapitos, that's what they call themselves. This past year, announced that they had reached an alliance with this new cartel, this new generation. So now it's a cohesive force, and they have historical ties and a part of the border that they already inherited from their dad. So that nightmare scenario of having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States is pretty close if it's not there already.
And how wild would it be if the border was still wide open? Because it cut down on illegal immigrants by some high 90%.
Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing so out. It's really expensive. It's really expensive.
You gotta get that guy off TikTok.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do. I saw one where they were like, hey, they'll grab a portfolio full of copies of ID, and like, oh, you look like this dude. And then they'll give you a list of like, just get really drunk before you cross, and pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude, that looks like you. And that's how they cross other people. And it's very expensive, but that's how they cross you. Fast boats, there's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach, just dudes jumping out. It's classic running. There's like, once they're in. There's a shortage of those wave runners. There's a shortage of them because they just buy them.
Well, a short trip. I mean, if you think you get on one in Tijuana, you hop over to San Diego. Yeah, it's not that far.
No, and they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And then if you're a DJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. When I say Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear. Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any solutions from it.
So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel.
Yeah.
So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack? If something didn't happen? If they just,
I think that's we're already involved. This arrest of Amaya Zapata, this designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off type thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating with terrorists, or it's at least it's something that is you don't negotiate with terrorists. It's like a thing. But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal. Now they're negotiating with them, and now all these people are crossing that border. Their family members are crossing that border now in the safety of the United States. That the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were a part of the arrest. What are they going to do of that loss and why they died, and also the piles of bodies that come around after both of the arrest attempts. So there's distrust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because
what's the deal with your president? What's her deal?
Chain law. Very woke, very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have said that she was one of the resistance fighters with Jewish heritage. It is very odd for Mexico. very beloved by large segments of the population.
What is there about it that she's loved? Like, what's about her policies or what she
I
represents?
think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they had for Alma. Alma was our Trump. That's the best way to describe it. Popular, the populist guy, drain the swamp, rhetoric, like all these other guys, all the conservatives that go, gone, we're going to win this, he won by a landslide. But he kept talking about conservatives and the previous parties, and that, but all the Morena party is made up of all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. So, Shea Mom came in with a big job on her hands. She immediately reversed the whole Velazquez. I mean, there's Velazquez on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man. What did she do? Sam Velazquez. Velazquez like hot bullets. She got rid of that. Now there's a lot. There's a lot of Velazquez and more bullets now. Okay. There's a man in power right now, a security official. He has a sort of district in Mexico. He comes from people. He has been in circles of people that have been involved in some shit. But he himself has not been. There's nothing on it. We know it. And the super cons, is what we call him. He's very well known by his men. He talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all this pressure from the United States of like, we need results from you guys. What are you doing? So he has been heading up operations against some of these organizations, specifically in Sinaloa. And we've seen record breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting in Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after like municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically around there. He realizes that, hey, cartel, cartel's good. So they do these mass swarm operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor. He realizes that this is the front that he has to now fight, because the cartel isn't just these organizations out of the hill. They're inside infiltrating in politics, and people think about drugs only, but drugs only. These cartels are fighting for Huachicol as well, fuel trafficking. There's a avocados. If you go to Chipotle and order extra guac, you're putting money in the pockets of this generation cartel or the Familia Michoacana. It's wild. And it's fuel theft. And the fuel theft side of it, and what you call it, they call it in Mexico, it's interesting that catches, that puts in a lot of people in the United States that are involved in taking illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and doing all the magic of the paperwork, and then ending up in the U.S. and money in your hands. So that's another side of it that people don't kind of realize. One of the look at this, Mexican authorities seized nearly 4 million gallons of stolen fuel. AP News. This has been going on for years, and I guess another part of the way they finance themselves and these criminal organizations that are able to grow without. Yeah, they branch out. They diversify years ago.
Yeah, so they're not just, because even if you shut off the drugs, they're still making billions.
And low key, Mexico has become first world in a lot of ways. First, we're welcoming all your hot masses. Mexico is the Statue of Liberty. All the economic migrants that can't afford to live here in the U.S. move to Mexico.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people do.
There's like giant communities of Americans living there. When we were in Jalisco, we were surprised to find like gringos living in the middle of cartel territory.
Weren't the Mormons the first people to do that?
They're some of the first ones to do some of these communities, but like expect 80% of Mexico. Yeah, the Mormons were pretty big. Actually, yeah.
He also issues this
I think the last album was when that massacre happened.
Yes.
Yes.
So
So
it is.
they're Mormon compounds in Mexico. Yeah, Mormon. Yeah, I think that have been there since the 1800s. Yeah, I've been Romney's dad was Mexican. Yeah. Mitt Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president of the United States. Wild. Yeah, and Mitt Romney's dad was part of one of those massive encampments of armed people, protecting Joseph Smith's ideas. Yeah, crazy. Also, like, I remember when I talked about it on this podcast, Mormons from the U.S. corrected me and said Mormons. Okay. And I'm like, well, didn't they go over there because they didn't want to get polygamy? I think so. Yeah, there was this should have stuck around. Let's come back. Polygamy's back in Toronto. Oh, cool. Canada, because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto, they made polygamy illegal again. That was in Canada recently. It was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep at it. I think Mexico is on. Mexico is probably, if you can invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico is really the industrial plant that has a lot of the stuff that is leaving China is going to Mexico. It has a consumer base that is growing exponentially. So how do you get all the violence? Is that possible at this point in time? Is it so soaked into the culture? I think it is. I think we're at a point of tipping where the Mexican culture as in general is like sick of it. Like it doesn't want this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in a way because some of these popular singers that would sing cartel songs are now banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on free speech. But population is pretty cool with it though. They're letting it slide, so it means that they're kind of like ready to give up shit. It became an in America, right? Where there was a popular singer that wouldn't allow back in the country, and yet these huge sold out arena shows. Yeah, I mean, I talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations, you have all of these are like just like you attack Al Qaeda, you attack finances that move. And a lot of these organizations are basically utilizing some of these popular singers to want money or to gain influence in the U.S. or to sing about their exploits. They would pay them to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that some of these guys were on the chopping block. This designation came down, the U.S. government made it clear that some of these singers are going to be on the chopping block. Wow. Another phenomenon is that the U.S. is actually
able to travel. We'll all be able to travel
listeners on Spotify.
There's one event where he was killed in a parking lot yesterday. Oh, wow. Musician who celebrated drug cartel exploits and song shot dead in parking lot in Mexico. Oh, yeah, this is yesterday. Yeah, just today. Yes. Wow. Yeah. This is the singer, Grupo Enigma. He used to hang out with Omar Zamala and Chapo Guzman and talk about it openly on podcasts in Mexico. And, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers. Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber, I'm going to talk cartel stuff on YouTube. And they've been getting when the Chapitos and the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos put a plane up and started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction where they were working. And they've been going down that list. And they recently killed one dude at his house who was talking about cartels. So, like TMC for cartels, yeah, the hackers, that's it. Apparently the cartel hired a hacker to send a link to his wife that she opened, and they tracked them while they were hiding. He's all over social media in Mexico, and even regular media in Mexico talking about the cartels. As of Sunday, no arrests have been reported. Somebody's walking through his house with a ski mask and shot him through the bathroom door and tried to open the shop. And again, these are all the signs that the populace in Mexico, independently of cartels, just the general magnet is this is the tipping point that does this. They don't want this anymore. Which, what do you do with that energy, that momentum? How many people are we talking about when you're talking about all the cartels? How many people are there now? Like, how big? Thousands, I think. So if it was an army, how big would the army be? I don't know, 400,000 people.
For example,
remarkable diversity of people really just doing really quick in my head of like approximations of how many new generation cartel members are apparently out there. There's no real way of knowing, but there are formulations. How many Taliban were in Afghanistan? I don't know. Jamie, Google that. To the height of the war, how many Taliban were in Afghanistan. And then you see these organizations like there's the people fighting out there, the people in charge, the people settling up shop, the people in finance, the people that are running the shell companies, the people that are running the actual companies, because the cartels own companies. So like, okay, look at this. Early estimates from 2001 to 2017 range from 45,000 to 60,000. How crazy is that? So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out in the mountains. And then we left, and we left behind Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and a lot of those firearms are showing up in Mexico. Oh, of course, they're for sale. The night vision equipment. Night vision, like high, sophisticated, expensive. I know about night vision. I've been learning about all this stuff in the U.S. from my friends who are all guns. And I'm looking at like, how can I look at these? Where are those? They're in the house. Also, God, it's like cold shit, dude. How fuck did they get from there's rats. I bet dudes got on a plane the moment the U.S. left. They were like, look at all this shit. We got money. Let's make a deal with these guys. Yeah. Weaponry is coming in from that side. Obviously, the U.S. is responsible for most of the gun running down to Mexico. Well, let's talk about Operation Fast and Furious, which was a wide receiver. It started off as a wide receiver, I think. That was what the original name for it. It's a Bush plane. What happened? So Bush administration, it was wide receiver, and then Obama administration, it was Fast and Furious. And again, I'm going to speak of this. My participation in all this, I was in Mexico. A bunch of my friends got killed in those guns. We started seeing, just imagine, I'm in my 20s back then, and getting shootouts and people were running around with guns and stuff like that. It's mostly like AR-15s, AK-47, some of them are really rusty and old, Norinco rifles from China. Just a weird firearm. And all of a sudden, you start finding people 50 caliber Barrett rifles with scopes on them, zeroed in the box with munitions. And then look at the box where it came in, and you see that says Arizona on it. And you're like, I got that. It's a weird thing to find on this fucking crack house that we're at. And then a few of my friends got killed with these FN-57 pistols. It's a high-velocity round that comes in them. That was kind of fabricated in the Cold War to fight Russians invading Europe. They wanted to be able to penetrate their body armor with small pistols and small subguns that they might have in urban areas. So we started seeing those. And just a massive amount of firearms being delivered specifically to see more cartel groups in the area working with it. And we didn't know anything about it. Where all these apparently in the U.S. during the Bush administration, they started a operation that was meant to track funds being straw purchased in places like Arizona and other parts of the U.S. by individuals being gathered by cartel members, put into cars, and then driven down to Mexico. Mexico to supply the cartels. EF was involved in all this. Eric Holder was very involved in all this. Their plan or theory was we're going to track these guns out of Mexico. But nothing got tracked, or at least we don't know of anything that got really tracked or any high-level arrest made because of the guns that they were just allowed to. What do you think is really going on? Because that sounds like a bullshit cover. We're just tracking these guns. I mean, what do you do when you want to destabilize the region if you're in another country? Guns and shit. Why would they want to destabilize them in such an immoral way that they needed this to happen so badly that they're willing to give them weapons to kill each other? I mean, it's a back then it was a single law cartel trying to fight control over the area. Or some people are coming, like I said, there's another organization. I don't know why would you send guns to a specific region? I'm not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the only thing. And this is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw, because a lot of the things that they were, because it looked like a laundry list, some of the stuff that they were now 50 cal. Why do you think 50 caliber started getting or so high? It's still not so high. It's because people started doing armor. They need a way to getting some armor, so 50 cals. Right? And Americans, especially some of my American military and police friends, are always making fun of the fact that none of these big ass rifles have any sights on them. They do have sights on them, but they get stolen by the cops before they put them in front of the picture for the views. But I've heard. It wasn't me.
That makes sense. It's expensive. Red dot on that.
These guys don't even have sights on the guns. They can shoot. They can shoot far. They can shoot well. Some of them, not all.
It got expensive because of course it gets
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But everything gets ripped off. Donations, of course. These started showing up in Mexico. A bunch of people started dying, and then 2 federal agents that were doing protection detail died down there during a cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they were involved in a shootout in Mexico. They were doing a protection detail down there. One of them was a border patrol agent assigned to this, Ryan Terry. They set up a foundation. They set up a foundation in his memory to get raised a few grand for this foundation. And I did that only as a point to be able to say, hey, yeah, I raised this money for that shit to harm this fallen police officer that was in Mexico. Was killed by American guns that were given to the cartels to bring attention. We know who Ryan Terry is, but we know who friends are who were killed by his guns. There were a lot of unknown people that were killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk through that border knowingly by ATF officials, even though the people running these gun shops were like, hey, dude, are you sure? They're living on 4 AKs. Are you sure? Yeah, let them walk. They're under surveillance. We're tracking them. They were going to go down. So, if you had to imagine, no one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would be made where you would guarantee the shipment of weapons from the United States into Mexico by the federal government. For what purpose? To destabilize, support a specific faction? Right, but that's the question. Why them? And was it money? Was it influence? Were they working on something? There's a lot of. We're in the realm of theory, of course, but the last unviolent his trade craft in Los Angeles 50 years ago. And one of the people that was instrumental in showing him how to run drugs and things in their countries was a man who was a Castro-era police officer who was involved in his big into this. The man married his Ohio sister. That's who taught Ohio Samana everything about moving things around the border. So I'm not going to say CIA. Oh my God. I've freeway Ricky Ross on the podcast multiple times. And for people who haven't seen those episodes or haven't talked about Ricky is the real Rick Ross. Like Rick Ross, the rapper, that's not his name. He named himself Rick Ross because Freeway Ricky was a legend. He was a legend in Los Angeles. He was the #1 cocaine dealer in Los Angeles, and he was getting it all from the CIA. He was helping funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. And he had no idea because he couldn't even read. And that same Contra situation pops up again with the death of Keith Callahan, the DEA agent. There was 2 major prisoner extraditions of cartel members from Mexico to the U.S. And the first one that came through, I think a year ago, was the murder of Keith Callahan, his cartel member. And they've always pinned it on him that the cartels were. There was this giant roll going on out there, and that Keith Callahan saw it and reported it. And Caro Quintero, who owned this plantation, had him killed, right? And we actually went down to Jalisco where he was tortured and killed and talked to the locals there. And they were like, la casa de la the CIA house. Like, what? That's what some of the people there say. And I've ever seen the video of Michael Rupert, who was a friend of mine who passed away years back.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on rivers. It's very interesting. Because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time. But some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communications constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we will let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds their space. And we kind of need to know, obviously, the same for airfare and everything else. Pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead or just an update as to what's going on, because we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that we'll be having will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who has joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the main team. And so just very quickly, Henry has the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, fortunately, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's literally so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Macron, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. I hand it over to Henry. I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them on Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone, it's a beautiful picture of now Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petition to the Supreme Being that we should allow this pandemic to subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today. Jewish sociology, society, Jewish achievements in the secular world, all of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the European Jewish experience and beyond? Because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes at max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we'll be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins. Let me just understand. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things. So forgive me, I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means so low countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we refer to the Netherlands as the low countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. In fact, New Orleans is an interesting because there's a lot of similarity in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Country. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish, one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England, just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stoizon, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in. And boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, here, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty, more about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, we begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century and onward. This is a great map, which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levian or Kohanim, it's very easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Levians have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa, through Spain, and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, is far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that. And there's significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the first Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in north of Italy sometime around the year 1000. I find it ironic. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and I was guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenaz Jewry are specifically associated with these four most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. Anyway, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's where I'd like to take it to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that God willing will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula, and one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptism. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma, that was actually not changed until once these Jews forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disability that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. Those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to abandon Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where Christian theology, because these Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were restricted to certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were strictly speaking not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing or secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. That property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small. Like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at there. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess, to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition really took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of the Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death on the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific, and they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. So the final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. So the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, you know, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews, of course, shortly thereafter, to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Scotland in particular, and North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to come until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the Western Balkan Peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogues in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism that was practiced for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which got willing to visit on the Euro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say to themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. One of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibility. We see in the figure of Curiel da Costa, who is shown here in black with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knees. It's unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for their directed structure that isn't clear. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that reports an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is 1782. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of Judaism in their place. They Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. They were the rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought to the magistrate on Yom Kippur, And they explained that, in fact, they weren't doing anything. I forgot one small detail. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse, because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king. The magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff, and in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. No crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained, the truth is, we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police reports. And the police reports are a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur, it was about 10 years later than reported, and the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the estate, and they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded to the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing was praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur, and that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, as far as we can tell, and he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, eventually they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the Moreh Deiko, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pig skin, and sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. And anyway, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam. And they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe, and only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens incidentally in the town I mentioned earlier, which was actually a held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam, small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again, and now in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago,
masses of
is this remarkable figure who comes. Parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children are not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends. Because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought that was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Where the Costa was a great intellectual, he actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to educate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was an embarrassment to me. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here. He was perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Costa, was a lens blinder, in fact died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would use their privileged position there, and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so Rothschild wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke I can't help. I gotta tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they're placed in front of the wall, and they're putting blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut up. Don't make trouble."
It's a part of
the
business model.
The idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. Forget about whether or not someone's illegal or not. They placed him Costa under a harem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to enormous corporation. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this very picture by Shmuel Herzenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel. Originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditional Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this.
So
Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish New Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to maintain its antinomian and national individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews would flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the Messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Torah Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy, and there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravanel, very important figures from Spain, who used their great wealth to promote causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea of broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations, and after great difficulty they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara, places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories of the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected strictly with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them. But he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is
happening right now.
part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small illustration. So I'm hoping that we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their early story up until the 21st century. But we will hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the
Whenever I hear,
thank you for your attention.
They want to vilify just one side.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was,
that's a trap.
I have to tell you, such a interesting and totally executive lecture that, believe it or not, there's no question because you said it all. Thank you very much. And
no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question,
the thing I point at is that within my
maybe I will again act as the tongue during the Havana, asking simple questions, because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because, the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really like the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. And Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that developed. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s. And then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, actually because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because there's a lot of people who don't know what you're saying, and they have to do a whole bunch of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the work-top action where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Bale Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time of Christ, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be Orthodox, small Orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Nasa ben Israel, who published a theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing and Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate. Totally wrong.
Just fucking,
right? Once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to
if you're
use
handling snakes all
Okay,
the
that's a
time,
joke.
they get
I hope
accustomed
you
to
laughed at that.
as long as you're feeding them.
It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular or custom developed.
It's like when you encounter them in the
From a
wild, it's like
halachic
they're just
perspective, and I'm not a rabbi, but from a halachic perspective, we look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about the milk. It specifies a specific amount of time, and when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially in times of Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste.
What is he at
taste meat and
now?
milk together. That's why you have the development of strict opinion perhaps in Eastern Europe of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit, and in Amsterdam, only in the hall,
I know there was also
1 hour.
efforts to move people to specific
I'll have to look further
states
into it to
so
see
that
if
they
there
would get
is
a
a
larger number for the
justification on a
census, so
historic
you get more
basis.
congressional seats. This is a
But
dark thing
question
that people don't want to admit because they're
that.
dying the wall
Today.
but listen, it is. It's a remember who to vote
Thank you.
for, and then you just get a conversation about
I think there are no more questions, so
it's about
I
congressional
would like
seats.
to
It's like the census
conclude
counts
the
illegals.
lecture part.
And not only that,
Thank you so
they're
much,
trying
Henry.
to make it so that those people can vote.
This is
If
as
they can make
always
it so that
just
those people
true
can vote,
pleasure to
then
listen to you
all of
and
a
learn from
sudden
you.
you
And I really hope
ship these
that
people to
Hashem
us. You
we
give them
will
EBT cards,
continue
you get
on
them
the
on
boat
food
and we will.
stamps, you get money,
I'm
they have
looking
money.
forward to that. So
And now
thank you. And
you're gonna vote for the people
now I
who
will
got
hand
money.
over
You're gonna people who give you the food
to
stamps.
David
Who are
Lawrence,
you gonna vote for? You're gonna vote for the people that shipped you
has a few
to
concluding
Springfield,
remarks.
Ohio. This is a good spot.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we
I think the U.S. is.
our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes this really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on. As you know, and people have been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there's always something scheduled and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We moved over to small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together. I think that's what makes it a really special experience. A little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, a Read Now cruise later. Just sign up. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed. And at that point, you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, you can keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. I'll be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
They just got to the border. Now their idea is to go to Europe. They have this weird sense that somebody told them somewhere down there that Europe is taking them, and so they're trying to make their way to Mexico. So from Mexico, they want to go to Europe. They're not looking at the U.S. anymore, which is a weird change in their narrative.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read. It's absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting Netherlands and Belgium. And a little later going
maybe
to
the one that the U.S. wants to avoid detoxing
so let's start
the clients of this is
study.
Absolutely, there's probably many factors, right?
Talks about the genetic
is one, but just politically to get more conversions because of the way that they use the census, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that? They said they weren't going to count illegals in the census anymore.
Northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations where we begin to see Jews showing up in the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread,
I've been all over the country, and every time I go into a hotel,
the great heartland where they'll expand is Poland and Ukraine, and eventually
I was to the Buenos Dias, and questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did we have conversations? There are two different models of migration here. Have a look at this map, which takes advantage of the research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the sushi restaurant,
definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll
Trump
look at
calls
with
for
you
the
today
U.S.
seems
Census
to
that
confirm
excludes
it, indicates that
undocumented immigrants.
most
Census has historically
Ashkenazi
counted
Jews,
all
or at least
residents
a
regardless of
plurality of
citizen
them,
status
have
as
their
required
roots
by the
in
14th Amendment.
the
So
Middle
you
East,
can't really do
first
that.
in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA.
So Congress would have to
They
agree
migrated
with something like that.
from
Which I think
the
politically
ancient site of Israel
motivation to do that because you
through the
could be in
Italian
the
peninsula
system
before they
by
made their way
the administration
to
allowing
heartland of
not just
Ashkenazi
mass
Northern.
immigration, but
There's
then
also
the
significant
moving
admixture
of
of
all these
Sephardic Jewry.
immigrants
I
to
see them
all
coming
these areas
from
where
the
they
Iberian
take
Peninsula
over.
after perhaps a
Which
trek
it's crazy.
across
Like
North
using these
Africa,
people as political
and
ploys, and then they get a
Provence,
fresh start in
southern
America,
France,
so
and
it's
then
kind of
up
like a
into
win-win.
the Ashkenazi heartland. But
They're eating the
the
dogs, they're eating
main
the cats.
trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Columbus family
Whenever I travel, I always look at people in the service industry. Like I try to see where they're from.
and some DNA results have been that their support. DNA researchers definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. The studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of the people who were sadly thrown down a well in radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when they were very massive Jews in that and in fact, DNA analysis was performed on these remains. It
cultures
did
I'm
confirm
experiencing
that
across the
these were
country. It's like, wow,
Ashkenazi
this
Jews,
is like the UN of countries.
very well matched
Everywhere I
to
go, I meet
contemporary
people
Ashkenazi Jews.
all
And
over the
as you
world.
can see
Well, that's
from this
part of the
image
beauty
here,
of America,
Natural
really.
History
The
Museum,
beauty of America is that it's a
they were
melting
able to
pot.
actually
That's supposed to be what's cool about it, but when it's
based
sort
on
of
the DNA evidence that they collected. They're also
weaponized
able to
in this way, when people are using it for their political gain and bringing people in for political gain, and then
they were also
making a
able to
person like
determine,
you
for
go
example,
through
that some
crazy
children
hoops
have
and
blue eyes
ladders and
and red hair,
all this
which
shit to try
so
to
the
get in here
stereotypical
legally.
way
You're like, oh, you're discouraging legal immigration in
So
favor of
just
illegal immigration, which is really
kind of
easy.
episodic.
And I understand the part of
The problem, however, is that
it's like we
Jewish
want
law,
to keep America, America.
Jews are prohibited
Guess what?
from
I
simply
want to
being
keep America,
raised
America.
and
That's
then
why I came up here.
DNA samples. That's
Going to
totally
Kentucky
unacceptable. In fact,
experiencing
if
that in
Israel
America.
whenever
Cool. Listen, there's no more American people
construction going on and they find
Those motherfuckers are
remains of some
hardcore,
ancient
very
cemetery,
hardcore America. You know why? Because they know what the fuck communism looks like. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach in college. Like their grandparents and their great-grandparents grew up oppressed. Like they had to deal with that stuff. They escaped. And they came over to America, they have no tolerance for any bullshit. Well, in Mexico right now, there are things you can't say. You know, there's laws that prohibit you from being violent verbally against a political figure if she's a female, and you'll have to go on TV and like read out the whole thing, apologizing insults. Public humiliation basically is being legalized in Mexico, and Mexico's going towards that side of things. And I'm up here, and I'm seeing some of the things up here as well.
The title of the article is Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews that the Ashkenazi
this is where I'm safe to pursue whatever happiness I think exists. I didn't find that happiness in my country where I came from, because this or this or this or that. Why do I want to bring some of that here? I guess would be one of the ways I think about it. I don't want itself. This Texas is boring. Let's bring in fucking militarized cartel members and roll around the city and pick up kids and shit like that and train them in the camps. Well, that's the big fear about Texas, having Californians down here. Don't California or Texas. Yeah, you know, because like, man, California's just bullshit. Get out of here. This place, the laws are dumb. What made this place? Those fucking laws, dumbass. Yeah, like a constitutional carry. Yeah, cool. Thing. Keeps everybody super polite. Yeah, everybody's super polite. Also, like, hey, call the cops after, you know, whatever mentality that is. In Mexico, airsoft guns are like on a weird list that you can't buy. A site for a gun. If you want to buy a gun, you have to fly to Mexico City, which basically makes it to anybody that doesn't have any real means of money to get guns or training. So it's basically you don't get the privilege to defend yourself in a country where you can't trust the cops. 90% of all murders are never solved, and look at all these fucking roving gangs going around with fucking capabilities of taking down helicopters. They're cool, but you can't have a 22 caliber pistol. That's the mindset. When I go like, oh, cool. This is a place where some of that is not the case. But then once you got laws passed in California while I was down through my process, people started showing up to the gun range and go to train with like weird California complaint guns. You have to like weld the magazine to certain places, stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's changing up here too. Just California research. Yeah, so just California, California's rough. Some of the things they did, like they made pistol companies make magazines with low capacity. Yeah, you can't kill people with a 10-round magazine. Like what? And so how many lives does that save? 0. Some of those laws are retarded. But like, that's it. It's just the illusion that they're doing something to combat drug violence or gang violence or gun violence. It's all illusion. Yeah. It's all like optics. But it is. I mean, it's when I get asked about my American experience, you know, I've been profiled. I've been racist shit. It's said to be, you know, Texas, Houston, beautiful Houston, destroy the mountain. Yeah, I love it. It's a little bit of Mexico. Houston's a big ass melting pot. It's one of the best cities. Yeah, it really is. When I got there, and again, I lived in Kentucky for a bit, in California. Historical displacement. I've experienced the Great War, and racism in California. It's pretty funny to say, but that's where I experienced most of that. I've experienced people opening their houses to me, like, just being the best people on the planet during that Texas rebellion, and Kentucky years later, just like cool. There's already an existing Jewish diaspora. I've experienced the best and the worst this country has to offer, I think. So that's when I can see it. Like, I get it. I get what America is. Like, I do that. At beginning of the second century, to prepare military institutions somewhere in Mexico. Also, and then I have South Italians, then later North Italians. I've spoken to members of Congress. I've trained federal forces and people that have read about books about how to do things in this horrible country. warfare that I had to go
we're not getting here into the whole discussion
There's no
of
other place on the planet where
various
I'm
types of
providing these
relationships.
opportunities for myself,
Certainly
for
some of them
my daughter.
involve
There's no
conversion
other place
of
in the world.
one form or another.
So like I
Some
definitely
of
have
them might
fucking
involve
hate when it
forced
comes to this
relations,
country.
of course, rapes. But at any
It's
rate,
hard.
we definitely have an admixture of DNA during
The way things are now,
of late antiquity.
like we're in,
Then you get
like
to
proud
something
Mexican
which is called
immigrants
the
of any
factor
kind,
event.
legal or
And this is the
Right.
period when a
We are-
small number of
yeah,
Indian
in the
Jews
sites of ICE,
migrate
in the sites of any sort of authority figure that might want to like see, like wait, what are you doing? Who you born?
and that is
So that's
genetically calculated because about 45 generations ago, we worked with a number of about 25
it's a
years per
generalized
generation,
anxiety
and
of
the
not
authors
feeling
of the
at home
study
at home,
suggest that founder
which
event
is
dates to somewhere around the
dark.
year
It's
of
dark. Yeah, it's dark.
and that corresponds with a lot of the data that
Yeah, that's
other
a
sources,
problem. These fucking
including
brains.
literary sources.
But it also
And
makes
when you
the rest of us feel
calculate that
awful.
based on the Erfurt
Like people that are
remains,
scared
very
of it,
clear
they feel awful about what America stands for. Like the idea that we would find it right to send some kid who was born here or born in Mexico, but came over here when he was 2, can't speak Spanish at all. Some kid in LA who just doesn't have
Another
paperwork,
fascinating thing
and
is
all of a
that
sudden he's in Mexico. Yeah, like that is
narrowing of the
fucking dark.
genetic
That's
bottleneck
crazy,
has
and that makes
people who were born
everybody else feel like,
800
oh, this
in
isn't a good
Ashkenaz
country.
until about
That's not a good thing to
1350
do.
are
That's a bad thing.
basically
That's an
drawn
immoral
from
thing
this
to do.
very
That's a
small
thing that you do
sample
when you
of
don't
people.
care.
And in
This
fact,
is
the
supposed to be the
observed
shining
that
light of the
modern
world.
Ashkenazi Jews, even
I
after
do. I
another
talk to
700
everybody.
years,
Like
are also
an open
really
conversation
closely
with
linked
anybody. I don't see
to
anybody as an
the
enemy. I
genetic
don't see
profile
anybody
you
as an
see on the
opponent.
Erfurt remains.
Dude,
So
I've been through shit.
even though
I've been
there's
through
been
hell
a
and back.
tremendous amount of change
So
in
I've
the
encountered
over the last
situations where I've
100
had
years
to
or
talk to
so,
immigration officials.
Ashkenazi Jews
You know,
still
that's like,
seem
hey,
to have a very similar
what's it
profile
like?
to
Like, what's it look like?
I don't know what this would look like if we were examine it again in 200 years or something.
A lot of these guys are getting doxxed.
This essentially
They're utilizing
describes
AI
a
technology to take a
picture
picture
of
of
how
them,
modern
and give
Ashkenazi
you a guesstimation of what their faces are
Have a
like.
look at this map here.
There's people
And
that
basically what
document
you have is where the number
and then
one is, you
doxing
have
them online.
the
And I'm like,
exile
they're
from
like, why do you ask
Israel
that, Ed?
in contact
Because
of
we were
the
vilified too. And
Jewish
that's how
wars,
they,
is
that's how
settled
they
in
got to
Italy.
us. You know,
There
started making
they
us
mix with the local Italian population and eventually
There's-
make their way up to
There was a lot of interest out there I could see
and the
at
actual
high levels to separate us
percentages.
and keep us
And it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some times where you have a lot of
more
southern
destabilization.
Italian influence and
So
later
I think
northern
this is
Italian
part of
influence.
the plan.
But the
I don't
authors
know if it's
of
a
the
plan or
study
not, but
suggest
hopefully
that the
it kind
Middle
of makes
Eastern
sense.
DNA
Part of the whole
Erfurt
agenda
remains is some
create even more conflict.
45%.
Hopefully somebody
Individual
has
how
a
you
plan.
measure the difference in southern
Hopefully
and
somebody
northern
knows
Italian influence.
they're doing
And that
somewhere.
Italian
or maybe
influence
not,
is somewhere
right?
between
If they
45
told
and
me
up to
that's a
70%
target,
of their DNA.
that's what makes me wonder.
So that's basically confirming
I wonder if
the
it really
literary
is a big
picture we
plan or if
have
it really
of
is
Jews
even
being
chaos. If I
essentially
found myself
the
in a room with
descendant
a lot
of
of people,
Middle
there's like a
Eastern Jews
thing that I'm like,
making
oh,
their
these
way
guys are smart.
through the
Like,
Italian
and
influence.
whatever
I
this
find
is,
that fascinating.
if we're going to be
Just
careful,
on
at
its
least
own
somebody
because
that
it
knows their
helps
shit is going to be
solidify our
I
picture of
don't know.
how the
Like,
Ashkenazi Jews came to be.
I don't
But
know.
of course, there's a
I
lot
see
of
this.
other
I see.
implications. As for
I see
example,
the
the Northern
US
study was able to
Like people
identify
internationally see the US
specific
decline. You know,
illnesses
I got to experience the US
Ashkenazim, like for example, breast
crossing the
cancer,
border and going to San Diego
cystic
and going to
fibrosis,
SeaWorld
things
with my
like that,
parents and
and that may
shopping
have
and seeing the
implications for
portions
later
of everything
cures.
bigger in the supermarket.
It also,
And then as an immigrant,
puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for
infrastructure is
example,
very
of
dilapidated.
the
Parts
Khazarian
of the country.
influence and
It's not
Ashkenazi
the
theory,
US of the 80s. It's not the US of the 90s.
by
It's
any of this research.
different.
And
So yeah, I
it's
can
also
see why
especially
people are so
relevant
angry
in
at the
today's
fact that yeah, there's
social moment
something
because
has to be done.
there's
We're
so many
losing as a
people
country.
who are,
But I think
fairly
you're hitting on
vociferously
the nail on the head.
arguing that
We went
Ashkenazi
through,
Jews are not actually Jewish, some
It's all
other
about
population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically
Is the
speaking,
question I have.
Jews
Like,
have
is
been
that
accused of being
George?
communists,
No.
they've been accused of being
Somebody
capitalists.
Yeah.
We're at a
Yeah,
moment now where
I
Jews
think
are
one of
accused
that,
of being not actually Jews.
You know, there's
That's
like
something
big
new.
buttons.
At any
Yeah.
rate, I'm fascinated by the study,
Going online,
and I'm really
doing an
hoping
interview.
that if
He's
you
giving us
want to
like
learn more of this, please join
intimate
me
view of
on
his
our
family
social
conversation. The
media
son
to
sounds
the
funny.
Netherlands, where
He's
we'll be
party.
really
Dude, I
focusing
party with
on
that
the
guy.
history of
Well,
Ashkenazi
not
Jewry
anymore.
in
back then, maybe.
Thank you very
On
much for
vacation,
watching this
we don't
video.
parties anymore. But it's wild to think those, and then people people question why things are the way they are and why people are like in different parts of this country, different parts of society in this country. I came here to make a better life for myself and for my kids, and I somehow managed to be in a place where I have like employees and I have a company and I'm working, I'm doing work. And it's the American dream. It is the American dream. It still exists, and I'm proof of it still being real. But it is under attack from all sides. From all sides. From all sides. I'll say that 3 times. You need to realize that it's not just right. And there's definitely an interest to keep us all fighting. And social media is a big part of it. It's how getting their information, getting their narratives, and the same fight that is played on social media, stateside, is kind of like the same fight that is being sold to us as far as Mexico versus the United States. We're not enemies. We shouldn't be enemies. We should be the best of friends. There are thousands of Americans living in Mexico now. There's protests going on for gentrification in Mexico City, for people being pushed off. They go home, meanwhile, there's ICE raids in LA. And people are being rolled up and being deported. And that's happening all the while where people are just like Mexicans are really sick of all these Americans living in local parts of Mexico and gentrified. Which is wild. I mean, are we into mass American deportations next from Mexico? Is that going to happen? In the past, you could just cross the border as an American and no one asked you for shit. Now they ask you for ID. Really, yes. A lot of Americans that live in places like Tijuana and San Diego have encountered this. Well, things are changing. Like, where's your ID? They look Mexican. Yeah, well, where's your federal voter ID? When you're an American, you just work in San Diego. Go back and they really had this. They have to pay for like a visa extension thing so you can cross the border. You can be in Mexico for long periods. But things are changing. Again, these lines are being drawn around free commerce at that border. San Diego and Tijuana are one and the same. Our blood, family, cars, they're one and the same. Why draw lines there? Yeah, when I worked in San Diego, I used to stand up down there, and if I hung out after the shows, I'd meet a bunch of people that came to the show from Mexico. Yeah. And it's like, wow, you just came over here for the show? Yeah, I drive across. Yeah, I drive across. And there's, because Mexico is poised to be a powerhouse economically if we don't fuck it up in socialism. Oh, and why is that being pushed to stabilization? But it is poised to be a powerhouse. We have the youth, we have everything we need to just resources, everything. But that's the same reason why we're being targeted so much for destabilization. Wow. There's no path forward, I think, to have a isolated United States with giant walls and guards on those walls and crossing that wall. And Mexico next to it. I don't think that's. I wouldn't go there. Now, there's always been this free flow back and forth. You just gotta make it so that cartel members can't just come across, or terrorists from other countries don't have an easy pathway. The flow of armaments going down to Mexico is one issue. The flow of drugs coming up from Mexico is another issue. The organized crime elements in Mexico do horrific things to local populace and to each other when they fight each other. But also the United States' historical foreign policy to Mexico and its responsibility for a lot of these things happening in Mexico is also key. What should the United States do about its responsibility in the past and some of its foreign policies to Mexico? They have to let Mexico be where it is right now as far as violence.
This bridge
I don't think a full-on military attack like Afghanistan or Iraq would be the answer, because we see where that goes. It's not as easy as sending just drones down there and exploding a few dudes, because we also see what that happens when you cut the head of one snake. You just abducted the head of the single cartel and brought him to Texas, and all that didn't quell cartel violence in Mexico, and didn't end the single cartel. It just made a giant war in the state of Sinaloa, and it divided up one cartel into two, probably made one of the biggest threats to the United States' national security, as far as cartels go, bigger and more influential. That's what that did. Wow. And as again, the path forward.
Hello, fellow students.
I don't know. A lot of both countries are linked through blood, genetics, culture. The dude online saying that Mexican food is better in the U.S. than Mexico is nonsense.
Today I'd like to speak about something fascinating,
stupid dude.
that occurred in Amsterdam, February of 1941.
Those countries are, again, I've been across this country. I traveled
organized by
non-Korean country.
regular full of Amsterdam to protest the Nazi treatment of my country.
I travel when I can there as well. I don't see the future without both of our countries just like figuring things out together. I don't see the future like that.
Going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis. The end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific
targeted strikes in certain parts of that country.
In general. But nevertheless,
so if you want to talk about it, like migration is an issue that's going on. And also,
try to understand what exactly
point to so these criminal organizations, as I said, become
traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedom fighters and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated very well
members of Congress. And I've spoken to
Jews protested against this. There was some street battles between the Dutch version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off the entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And there was a major
just in Mexico, going to the local officials there, they told us that we're doing this now, and look at all the drugs that they just got. They're doing their job now. And I'm like, dude, I used to work for them, and I can tell you that those bikes is beneath those
following day after this like crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting with leadership from the Communist Party that seizure, who were the spirit enemies, of course, of the Nazis. They proclaimed
also the governor of this place where the seizure happened. You just took her visa because the husband
actually wrote the word strike 3 times with exclamation points to really emphasize the importance of this.
But yes, you're freaking out.
The participation was
there are people that are trying to figure it out.
The government in a wide
there are people that are asking the right questions. I just
the largest
I don't know what's going to happen.
Public demonstration by non-Jews, but organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews,
everything is on the table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond.
And South America right now is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting
by the United States.
This was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost
is it already happening with the
very harsh measures.
Subsequent
In fact,
on a plane,
and
and
result
pretty
was actually
kind of weird circumstances.
For Amsterdam.
The United
By
States,
the end of the
the United
Holocaust,
States already
80% of the
political counter operations against the regime that is ruling over Mexico and some other
incredibly high.
I know that there's a bunch of political exposés going on over Mexico right now with a bunch of documents and
About
members of
1/3
their
of those Jews were
very austere political party having lavish lifestyles outside of the country, and then graft and that goes on the news, and then the president of Mexico says CIA is probably taking all those pictures as a counter operation to what they're doing.
Before she herself was
So I think whatever's happening.
The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment.
Again, my point
in
is
history.
the cost of this is if it isn't done in a
every February
if it isn't done correctly,
people
if it
have
isn't
to
done
come together
in a way where
to
it's not
commemorate
taking
this
into
great
consideration
strike
the outcome of the fallout of something
and they
like
gather around this remarkable
conducting another
that
giant
was
head
erected a
cartel
few years
down
after
there,
the war.
taking them
To
out.
remember the moment,
I think
it's called
the biggest
Doctor
target out there
by
is
the Dutch
the head
sculptor
of
Marie Andreasen. And
I think
it's
that's
actually
if I can be a psychic right now.
see, it's
And I said that he was going to plan some sort of direct action
not
operation. I think that's going to be them.
He looks like a man in his middle age,
You know,
perhaps
if the
overweight,
Americans
still
have vision that
muscular.
they're going to go
He is
somewhere
a
and
doctor,
everybody's going to be
but
wearing
you know, he's
cartel
not like
member
the Soviet, and certainly not like the Nazi
I don't think
heroic
they're ready
model
to
of
go
like
to somewhere and they have
bulging
a
pectorals,
bunch of police
like
officers
that, with this strong
full uniforms
chin.
or acting
He's
police
just a
officers
regular
or
worker
members of
guy.
the military.
And
Then
looking
engage
up
in
from
a
his
firefight
labor,
and call
his
backup
stance is
from the
not
military, and then now
especially
you're involved in
aggressive,
that
just kind of
in
like
a
in a relaxed
fight
mode.
with
But his hands
the army
are
now.
slowly clenching,
because they're all
as if
involved in
he's
the cartel.
coming to realize
Some of them are.
enormous
You hear these stories of these people who are illustrating
and
supplying them,
dawning
showing them how to use those rocket launchers that they're getting from
what
Ukraine.
that's the occupation meant
You
for
hear
the people of
these
Amsterdam,
stories, and you're like,
especially
just like that dude saying, the CIA is involved in drug dealers. Like, you're
spirit.
just talking out of your ass. This conspiracy theory shit.
It's remarkable.
5 years ago, I said terrorist
I'm looking forward to
designation
visiting this
and direct action in Mexico against a high level
join us on this
government.
cruise, and if not, I look
Maybe
forward to
it's
sharing
on that side of conspiracy,
discover as I'm doing my
pretty
research
spot on.
events.
You've been pretty spot on.
Ed, I appreciate you very much. I'm glad we did this. I've been following your work over the last 5 years, and you're always on it. So it's great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online.
Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account of over 500,000 followers.
After the podcast?
I posted something about Chinese people being welded into their homes during COVID, and they didn't like that, and they took down my account.
Wow. So what is it now?
It is Manifesto Radio Podcast it's at Manifesto Radio Podcast on Instagram and on YouTube. If you want to check me out, I have a small podcast. I talk to just people related to this environment, and I post pictures daily and a bunch of memes and stuff like that. It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people that are involved in this.
Thank you very much for joining me.
Just putting the word out there. I'm not in politics. I am not a reporter. I'm not a cartel reporter. I am a dude that went through some shit. I'm still going through some shit. I'm trying to figure things out as a young American. And I want the best for both countries. That's why I'm
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right.
So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, when is it scheduled? It's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of
Logan, experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
So how do I get started right around this
Sort of like 1 o'clock in the morning here, so I do claim he was a time traveler.
remember when there was a dude that claimed to work at Area 51 and cut out the
Yeah, that was a good one. Art was the man. That's why I put that photo up there, because he was, a lot of those subjects that we covered, he was the original guy. Talking all these things on the radio.
Yeah, I didn't know the fact that he just kept open lines. If you're a time traveler, just call it and tell what's going to happen in the future. People that were kidnapped by Bigfoot, like no matter what. Art was like, interesting. Tell me more. Yeah, like he was open to just talking to anyone. Never called bullshit. So the last time I saw you, you gave me an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air, and it caused the pandemic. He was very good at it, out of nowhere. He just like grabbed it. We have another one. Oh no, yeah, that's funny. That's Luke Caverns gave us this one. Yeah, that's a good one, right? Beautiful one. Probably. Let's not repeat it again. I'm not going it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's not a coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it, like, hey, this was coincidentally at the start of this pandemic. Don't put this on me. Listen, man, people have been blowing them whistles all over the world. There's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I never blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people. I mean, you were directly responsible for those to become this viral, popular thing. Like, a few people knew about them, but they became this international thing now. Like, everybody talks about death whistles now because of well, I don't know. They are weird. The sound is creepy. Yeah, you know, definitely weird. Ghostly. Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and you knew that people were after you, and you heard that, you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, it definitely keeps you up night. See people do pranks with them, just screaming them at randomly in the middle of the night in the street. People running around. What is the origin of that? Like, Aztec death whistles, like, when did they start using them? Does anybody know? People keep finding them. I mean, the Aztec is a modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before them. A lot of them emulated animals, so a lot of it was like shamanistic. People might have imbued themselves with the spirit of an animal, so a lot of the have jaguar sounds coming out. But some of the ones that with the scream, apparently they're more of the screeching owls that was down there. But they've been, like, people told me, people down there told me that they're very much specific and utilized for psychological effect. Just to fuck with people. Yeah, make them not sleep during these flower wars where they would have with the classical Tekkens. They had this agreement where they would go and try and capture people to bring back to the pyramids to sacrifice. And the way they would tire them is to blow those at night where they were encamped or the place where they were about to attack. So they lose sleep with those. A few hundred of those just people can be really devious. Yeah, they know how to mess with your head. Yeah. Mexica, people glorify a lot of people from Mexico that everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec. Probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest. Yeah, a lot of badass dudes have like Aztec tattoos on the back and stuff like that. But that flews inside though. The Spanish came and allied them. Everybody that hated the Aztecs, including like the Aztecans, who were apparently badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to them, and apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, "Hey, we're the tax collector. Let's feed you before we talk about anything." So we fed them pozole. And at the end of the meal, they were like, "Well, you can take your people back with you. Where are they? You just ate them. They were instant." Those are the guys that the Spanish allied with fighting against the Mexicans. The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing, because like where the Mayans go, like when they found the Aztec pyramids, people weren't even living in them. But the people who eventually wound up living in them, it's that they found them. Teotihuacan, which they call them, but it's basically what the Aztecs called them, because it was abandoned when they went through. which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs, in essence, were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight. But yeah, the city was abandoned completely, and the Aztec was the city of the gods. They call the pyramid of the sun the moon, but realistically, nobody knows what those pyramids are for. When they made their way into the Valley of Mexico, they were already there, and people's older so Mexico has ancient people that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history. Don't know anything about history. They're pretty new on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico, which is really crazy. Yeah, and it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, especially don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it's the language they assumed once they were conquered. And there's a bunch of lost languages. Something interesting happened with them, and Hernan Cortez and the Conquista in Spanish are all perfect villains in history. I guess people, it's perfect if you kind of look at it from the outside perspective. Colonial invasion. When you look at it, they were just getting off their own colonies. They were conquested by the Moors, so they were getting free from that.
Miss Aquarius.
So they were already mixed in there.
Yes, ma'am.
White people coming on that boat. There's already brown people.
I know. I miss you too. How have you been?
Kind of look at the way that the conquest took place.
That's wonderful.
I'm ready whenever you are.
So the very, very earliest
Yes, ma'am.
were the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically
You been okay?
Yes, ma'am. Just tired because my hours are messed up.
Ashkenaz in basically northern Germany.
Yeah, I'm ready to sleep myself.
The term itself is somewhat artificial. The Jews settled there. They sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and just one particular reference. Later there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those were as described in the Bible, but they're highly unlikely to be located in northern Germany. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how they get there. This chart, by the way, is somewhat literary record where we have a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenaz, written several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary.
Ooh, that was close.
As a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process, but it's also been augmented
getting there.
with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters the traditional account. Here's how basically we've gone to Ashkenaz, which would be just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first colossally devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century.
Nice strike.
66. That was crushed by
Thank you.
It took quite a while. It was a pitched
Match her.
series of battles, but eventually
Ooh.
crushed in 70 with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kitos Rebellion in 117, and a much bigger rebellion that in many ways rivaled the first war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, including the First War and the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily to Italy. Let's see how it works. So
Get
look
it.
at this chart. You see you've got the arrow on the left.
Got it right back.
Earlier,
You gotta get this now. You gotta get this. Get it.
in ancient Israel, and then
Yes.
the second century,
Bingo.
are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish
Bingo.
Get it.
Rome
Yeah,
prior to the
yay. You did it. You went out. Go.
years
No.
prior.
Bingo.
Yay.
Happened in the first second century.
Down.
And while they're living there, they're also integrated.
Thank you, Mr. Aquarius.
They ultimately eventually
You win, I win.
That's right.
Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire. And
That one, that's what you're doing there, Rabbi. You know that?
Italians.
That's right.
Jewish ethnicity. This is
Okay,
largely
yeah.
as far as we can tell through conversion. Because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is referring to the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both literary sources and bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews, primarily from the northern region of Italy, make their way up to the Rhineland. The cities of Köln and Mainz, Speyer, and Worms, and they settled there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they had 4 specific mothers. I like to joke that the names were, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah, but probably not.
Here we go.
At any rate, these people
This
is allowed in Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonimus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by 2 major discoveries that where the DNA evidence reveals that they were in fact descended from these people.
Get it.
In the English city of
Yay.
That's what I'm talking about.
About a dozen people were thrown down a well, and then and this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall, and they found this ancient closed up well, and inside it was this horrific discovery of all these bodies jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to analyze the DNA in the bones and discover that they were very similar to modern day Jews. That their DNA is going to match what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where since suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data. The people working with the skeletons asked for appropriate guidance and said that you couldn't work with the DNA in teeth.
You gave me with them stripes.
Yes, ma'am.
By analyzing the DNA of those teeth, the reason was because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to disinter corpses and to rebury them.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Did it count? I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. Yay, we won.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You guys want to play tomorrow, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
And talk to you later.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
Marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges. There are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BART gene that is a plague for breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and Tay-Sachs and all kinds of things like that. But Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are an acceptable marriage partner for the person that may be their intended. At any rate, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years.
All right.
We get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically
Here we go.
related to that.
I don't really know who I want to take. Rasheed Rice, I think, has a suspension coming up. David Montgomery, I had him last year. He was really good.
That's been around since the 1970s. That perhaps Ashkenazi Jews, who eventually would move more to the east, they would be, for various reasons.
Let's go with David Montgomery.
Western Europe, by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited.
What about Zay Flowers? He was good, but here we go. David Montgomery.
In particular, they would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars.
Are you happy about that one?
Around which there is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century. That in fact, this argument goes that modern
he's okay.
Jews are descended from
Tired.
those Khazarians
If I go fuck this.
rather from the Middle Eastern Jews, the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular piece. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the first century, a mass movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations
in Mexico versus other parts of the world. There was a lot of brutality. There was a lot of ignorance. There's a lot of religious nonsense because the Aztecs also did a lot of horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. They decided to give honorary titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs, to help with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, just this valley at that time. And gave birth to this culture, this culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird part of the Mexican culture. Because you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the natives, most of the natives. When in reality, a lot of us in Mexico have mixed blood. Most of us have mixed blood. There's a lot of Spanish blood in us. So we were very much taught to hate ourselves in a way. And I think that has something to do with a lot of the psychology and the culture in Mexico. There's a whole part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like we say, like the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president, are all about sending the King of Spain letters to have him apologize for the conquista. And it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, "You're asking that in Spanish." Yeah, right.
And you're probably an ancestor of those very people, so it's kind of you more than us.
Yeah,
we didn't even go over there. We're still here.
Yes. Right. And then people ask where the Mayas went. They're there. You go down there. Yeah, there's some. They look Mayan exactly like the Mayans. If you've ever been to the anthropological museum in Mexico, which is highly ask people to go and visit. It's beautiful. They have a whole Mayan exhibit there. And it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detail oriented, and the whole feeling of them just being gone or disappearing as a mystery. But then you go down there and you see these people.
They look Mayan. Yeah, they look very different. It's interesting. I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else. A
lot of strong banks, a lot of work ethic, there's no doubt.
There's no doubt there's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering.
Yeah.
Like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like how are you guys so good? And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, well, you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was, you get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like I guess early 2000. And you were allowed to walk up that, but they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then they'll get lynched in the bottom.
Yeah, if you manage to climb that thing right now. There's a watch guy all the way on the top and a bunch of dogs always on. That's a weird thing about old pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hang out up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the ones that and in the Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's all dogs on top of that. And this one, there's also all the dogs on top of it.
Feral dogs?
Yeah, it's wild dogs. Just hang up out there.
But I mean, when you see these things, like give us some of the images. When you see some of these, there's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
We had a really good guide there when I went, and the guy was showing us this one area where they would take whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants, and he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures.
And the weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activities. Really, and a lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private parts, trying to invoke in them these, I don't know, visions.
So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that you transcend.
Yeah, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic when they arrived. When you look at a lot of the cultures, particularly in Mexico, you see that they met kind of like a perfect culture, like they matched. In a lot of ways,
when the Catholics arrived.
Yeah, the Mexicans were venerating a mother goddess at a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the what is it, Basilica is. Yeah, these are some of the rituals.
What's going on here? They're called these, spine.
Yeah.
Coming out of that area.
Well, that's wrapped around this neck. A lot of people want to go. A lot of people want to go ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably coming back. Well, maybe I don't know. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice too. Yes, yeah, which a lot of people in Mexico are not. It's a big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and they're like skull piles commemorating whatever war and depictions of them in codices that they themselves made of just sacrifice people on top of pyramids and pulling out their hearts.
Well, that was that one statue on top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's why they would sacrifice people.
I mean, it makes sense. Even in the way that in the art it's depicted, you can't fake that. Most people would think you go through the rib cage to get at the heart. No, you go through the diaphragm right down here. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like Ecatecutli, which is the lord of the underworld of the Aztecs, sometimes depicted with a skeletal form with its hands spread out like this. And you'll see a split diaphragm at the bottom coming out underneath the rib cage as a signifier that that's where they go up to grab the heart, and that's where they go up to grab the
Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees, but with his, torso faced upward. That one, yeah, that was the one they were explaining to me. And again, I imagine that a lot of these things that you have to interpret, because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential, and it was an essential thing for these cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. They were also talking about a god that those skulls in the corner next to your cursor. Where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's the Templo Mayor, the major temple of the Aztec Empire, and there's a lot of those types of symbology around just skulls, because that's where they would have I think it's called. Sorry if I butchered the word. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramid. On top of their central pyramid, kind of displaying all of the people that had gone.
What was the story? Was the completion of Tenochtitlan or one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever had? I've heard numbers of 50,000.
I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers, but you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had, which if you were into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, kind of this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny. And there's something about human tallow that I've also smelled, and that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys and probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And then they describe the experiments when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like the Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck when they saw the city. Yeah, like it had water coming into it. It's super sisters complex, just this structure and culture that was untested there. So when they got there,
Completely different than anything European. Yeah, so they came over here and were like, what is going on? This what are you guys doing? I have so much gold.
Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories of the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold there. But they valued other things. That wasn't their main central thing. They was kind of puzzled about why they were so interested in some of the gold and regalia they had. But when conquest kind of like finally kind of subsided and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what happened. The lords within this same culture became allies of the invading forces. And when they won, they were like, you're now the title owner, the leader of this area, and here's the royal decree.
Sacrificial stone.
Yeah, that's in the
60,000 human sacrifice.
I can see where the blood was channeled to drip down from that. I think this. I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and he would fight several people until he finally died. It's like like a sacrifice level, like a fighting sacrifice. It's a different type of sacrifice they did.
Human intelligence applied to cruelty is very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see
torture.
Yeah, torture, just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual, or because everyone's afraid to die, so you just show death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody, children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on spectacle. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine. It's
It's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG-T3A2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or hit the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps, yeah, there they go, sacrificing people and drawing their minds off the sun. People keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S., where all of Native Americans were like peaceful. It was like a utopia before they came in. And yeah, but well, that's one that really bothers me. They want this binary sort of analysis of North America. You know, the white people were bad, evil, which for sure they were. And they came over here and it's just good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Not really. In fact, they were killing each other. Yeah. Not only that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanche, all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made teepees, they made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, for writing this book, and they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. They would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, you gotta be. That's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, they would make that keep one guy alive to watch him let him go. Yeah, go tell everybody. Psychological operations. So everybody else gets butchered. One guy that let go. You go tell everybody. No, we're out here. No. And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Just a message last night on the piece. 6 or 7. Also, Jamie, because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane massacres that take place down there. There was a beheading down Mexico, and it was it's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. The culture that we have down there, I don't know, like I can't believe that there's some sort of genetic memory. I bet there is. Makes sense. I think there's 6 every head found on the side of the road. The Chile Passage, one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this? Because, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Puebla, Tlaxcala. Well, I mean, it's a beautiful place. If you go to Puebla, visit Puebla. It's beautiful, but this just don't be there at the wrong time. They just don't work for the cartels, I guess. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut somebody off a bridge. And one of the older guys that was with me, I was like horrified by his kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, oh, they're being kind. Other perspectives on the Bible. I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? His family's got to get something to bury at least. There's a lot more to say about it. So it dawned on me that was an act of kindness. So having somebody beheaded is so normal. It's even crueler. Yeah, because now no body. And there's a lot of coffins with just a head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground. Just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness because at least you can find the body. It is the evolution of what is considered in Mexico. And people get shot by the dozens. People will get displayed in this horrific, and people will just go back to work. That's every day. And that's the scary part. I think for most of the people that live down there is how normal it has become. There's not an abnormal thing to hear some of these things. And this is not, in terms of America, our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture, this is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Juarez area. He was they called him the narco satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Palo and Santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like cartels, and he started his own cartel because he was very successful in social engineering and folk magic, basically is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to go to American because he needed a brain for his cauldron, where he would do some of these rituals. And that's the first time Americans got like a small glimpse of the underground monster religious occultism and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years. So this has always been going on. And in a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while. But cartel brutality, like when did the cartels really start gaining power? I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States. Was it originally cocaine, marijuana? I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think where were they getting the heroin? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently. For the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed a place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, well, we can grow this here. And because so many pieces of Vietnam, yeah, around this is Vietnam World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain things. So 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, I'd say 50s, yeah. Wow. Well, that's like Vietnam itself is carried to heroin. Yeah, because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam. And there was a trafficking area. Yeah, the Golden Triangle. Yeah, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that. But we got to be over there to stop communism or something. I'm going to bring up Vietnam because it has something to do with elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years, the PRI, and then it went through its democratic period, and now we have other parties coming into play, and now we have a ruling party all over Mexico called Morena, this is the party of the Abastos. That's how they started. How was not bullets against the cartel's policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super effective. Hugs, not bullets. But this is coming off Mexico's liberals too, I guess. Yes, we do. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the larger comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's where Mexico City. That's where all the general issued into law. That's where the violence against women specifically and feminicide is now anything cataloged under law. You can kill a dude when you're fine, but if you kill a woman, that's feminicide. Just wait. So that's where a lot of that policy comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where I guess conservative. That's where all the factories are. That's where all the people, the hard-working people, and people that kind of like go the other side of politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now Morena's all over the country, and a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years, that I was for 12 of those years. They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels and just kicking a Chuck behind. He really didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which were not corrupted, he thought they were not corrupted, and you militarized a lot of the policing going on around it, you can eliminate all these cartel members. Like, this guy's gone, this guy's gone, and we're going to just now secure this area and control. But it's been just basically gremlins, One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5, cut one head off, and it's hybrid. It's just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president comes in with this plan of like, we'll just leave it alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting. How'd that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. He criticizes Calderon, who started the drug war, over his handling of it. He outmatches him from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, they have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all members, and the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. All the political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. And this cartel is sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win, so I'm going to go shoot him.
Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was.
That sounds about right. It is, again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They've figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. Let's elect the governor. So
we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people, because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications.
It's a different type of corruption. It's a different type of corruption, but it's still true.
Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local, 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking yo, imagine if that was going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked, AOC's getting whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible, because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think
wireless can be so transparent, so visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
And it is a clear sign that whatever division people had in their heads about the cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff. No, all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, El Mayo Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. They flew him into a private airfield under pretty interesting circumstances, and then he handed himself over to authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing to fly in? So there's different stories around that. He's told his own story. He's actually talked about this many times openly with his drivers and stuff like that are driving around. So he just speaks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is Miles Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that it was Chapo Guzman, but not really. The Sinaloa cartel was a federation. And a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, Miles Zambada, who in 50 years was never arrested, never grabbed, never caught. We would hear about him vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew. That guy's the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the Culiacanazo, the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of El Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught up to him. Right? The army did this operation. The same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city, block roads, stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died, and he was arrested, a few of them, and he was arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened within the United States with Ovidio when he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in the hole, and he's not going to get out. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get
a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and I came across this one individual who's so fascinating that I have to share his story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named Julia. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into this. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationships to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions or not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience, the courage, and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there and very fascinating. So the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We also visited the National Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility, whose name is Jerónimo de Saudade. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto-Jewish background and Portuguese local background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed these members as being crypto-Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a haven for Jews. So that's what we'll get to our individual Lorenzo Ramirez. His father was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez, is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon, who was very much involved in practicing Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Loco, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Loco, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman, using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and he's don't be confused by that name, Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was not ours. She was a crypto Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Basic Synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. It was a particularly dramatic moment in his life. He was 34 years old, and he was showing stock of jewels to a customer from Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with Loco Ramirez, because anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on him. The whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse. For a long time, he kept a scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it's kind of like his personal story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy, involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1603, Loco became a major promoter of his estranged home. So we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this local was knighted by the King of Portugal. It was made a formal knight, Caballeros de Caldas de Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially announced. Another great example of this is Raul Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amantas Lusitanas, very famous Jewish doctor who was originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amantas Lusitanas means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services to renters in both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that from Germany, do not mess with local Ramirez. He was told by an ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay local Ramirez on time for his services, because it would be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, this other side of it is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you a link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters, so 3 brothers-in-law to each other. One of the other brothers-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lobo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lobo and his other brother-in-law taking care of his 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or 2 sisters, one of course passed away, meaning Ramirez, his wife, and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim money for themselves. This was used with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed the both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lobo Ramirez, in Nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of terror, which is a much more stringent and sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Jewish community used Nidui and Harem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Julio Costa, and others. So this status of Nidui lasted a very long time. And Lobo Ramirez himself, who was a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lobo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, go to synagogue there, but he could have, guests and so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he had all kinds of people come in for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lobo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately, he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam. It's a very fascinating story. Lobo Ramirez, David, and territory. Hey, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some video for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much.
Drones are now involved in this as well, because why not? Of course. And the way he was recruited is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you would look at this kid, you found him somewhere, just a normal kid. He's 23 right now, I think, but looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody, accident, doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I going to do? You know, married, newly married. What am I going to do? Goes on TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, you need money? This is how much we pay you if you come work with us. Cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course. But totally makes sense. But specifically, TikTok is one of the biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this private page and go and do this. No, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters? Is that the way they call themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. So he called this number. And he was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. He goes and meets these people at the bus station. They put him in a car. They check them, like, give me your phones, give me a one track. And then they drive them to a place where they're going to be trained, I guess, is what he said. And then cops stop them on the road, beat the shit out of all of them there, torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't tell them anything. And after they got the beating of their life, they got good, you passed the test. And now you're going to go. Oh, so that was what it was for. But the uniform cops were all going to tell them. And the police, like, all these are places where everybody, you know, so it's just to see if you'll crack. He gets driven to one of these ranches, these training camps. And it's not like, you know, I remember seeing the Al Qaeda training camps where the guys go on the monkey bars and stuff like that. These are military compounds that are out in the Sierras and the mountains. There was a case recently where they thought they found these mass graves that turned out to be actually training camps. There were dead people there, but they found all these shoes in Mexico. They were calling them Mexican Auschwitz. But what they actually found is processing space. Like, you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoes and they leave them there because they keep your shoes because they'll be trapped. So it's one of those processes. You then end up in some of the training camps. He describes active duty military personnel training in the hills. Mexican military personnel training in the hills. Former special operators from Colombia. Some former special operators from Mexico. Some from America as well. There's rumors, and again, I'm not talking directly to anybody that knows of that, that's had eyes on them, but there are rumors of at least 2 American specialists of sorts. I've heard Delta Force and SEALs, I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like, IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the only way that you come over here is not from an Afghani or Iraqi coming over and showing us how to do IEDs. It's probably the EOD tech of some sort from the US that has some experience and know how to make some of these. That's one place where they were learning their trade craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombian operators have been showing up in every part of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now, learning about drone technology. Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukraine are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukraine. So this kid describes his training camp where it's the army, people marching around, people in uniform, people getting trained, and they'll get people brought into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're worthy, and they'll give you a gun, kill. Kill some random person. Yeah, this kid describes how that's the first thing you kill. Just an unarmed dude that was dragged into that camp.
So they just drag you just to see if you're capable of taking one of them. I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fuck up or it is a job. It is like a structured job. You get money paid to you every 18 cents, every 15 days, and a bonus to get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected for tank duty. Some people get selected to manage some of the drugstores. Some people can manage to just be lookouts. But it's a giant network. They've managed to create for themselves in this region, this new generation cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico. It is now probably operating all over Mexico and recruiting people on TikTok. Most of their recruiting is through TikTok, yes. And open, it's not, you don't have to search. It's there. People's markets. They'll advertise on TikTok as well. They'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently and with a newspaper like, hey, I'm in Texas now. I the newspaper, and like he's there, but they were in Mexico like a few hours later, before with the newspaper, and like this is some was the best smuggler out there. Hire him for like a safe crossing. This is on TikTok. It's in the open. Wild. People don't realize how big of a tool it's being utilized in Mexico as a recruiting tool. It's propaganda as well. That's what they'll talk shit to each other. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself a bit, and he managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey, I know you don't want to be here. Let's leave your shit run, I guess. Don't come back. Don't look back. Also, let them run. That's that opportunity. So it was just somebody who liked him, maybe. He said he worked well in that organization. He got favor, and eventually he said, you know what, I have a wife and a kid that I need to get back to. Is that their way? Go. How long was he? I mean, I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he most of what he went through was the border between Jalisco and Zacatecas, where the mines are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico. So that's almost fighting over these regions. He came back with PTSD. The hearing laws, and again, all these things are unknown, and he's in Mexico without health insurance. How is he going to deal with these things? Right. When I talked to him for a bit, he was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, do you drink a lot? Yeah, I know why. I used to drink a shit ton. Nightmares, yeah. Like rage moments, yeah. How things have PTSD, sit down. But he's like one in 1,000 of kids that are out there who are gone through such things. Both on the military and the police side and also the cartel side. Highly traumatized individuals. But there's nothing for them down there. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life without this fucking damage. He lost his family. And he fought so much to get back. Which is, it's one small story of tragedy. You go to Jalisco, and they have a roundabout there in Jalisco with desaparecidos, where the missing are, and it's covered in posters of missing people. And then there's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these people with the missing people posters on the zombie outbreak happened. It's like that, except it's people. Over 100,000 according to official numbers in Mexico as far as missing. Just gone. And that's another aspect of this war that people don't kind of like realize. The numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed dead
for a number of amount of people for if there's no bodies. And Mexico has become very getting bodies. The cultures in Mexico. I was in Coahuila, working with a tactical group out there. They showed me. I'm always looking for big people. Different regions have different ways of getting rid of bodies. Some burn them. Just throw fuel on them to see if they can burn. In this part of the country, Coahuila, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside them. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside and basically boil them down to their essential essence. And there's nothing to find, is what they tell me. That process. You go to my hometown of Tijuana, that's where Cadillac cultures diesel to dispose bodies. Yeah.
Ritual things. They are part of the
we go to Tijuana, where I'm from, and you have the phenomenon of the Pozolero, who would get rid of people with caustic soda, just a mixture of chemicals that you could buy and find at the hardware store.
And although the rest
they would make people into pink slurry, and they just dump the pink slurry in a hole and just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as dead and missing, it's not a real number. It has to be bigger. It is a place where you go into some towns and there's just a bunch of old men and females. Because old men were gone, or you'll see like these abandoned graves in some place like this. I talked to a lady who's a part of some of these. There's these organizations all over the country that are now they're grassroots organizations just dedicated to finding that's the body disposal places.
But at any rate, the night said, no, all this together, which has become
is aquarium. That's the one I told you that was people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say the word? High concentrations of ash suggest the presence of clandestine crematoriums. The bodies were disposed of there, not at the volume of an Auschwitz level thing, but yeah, there were definitely people getting burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government can. But this is Guadalajara, so this is New Generation Cartel territory. They're not worried about body. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Here's some spent casings from the murder. Let's throw them in this hill with giant hell casings in them. This is the evidence on here, right? There's no. Also, you can't solve crimes. You're dead 90% of them. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to do well. 90% of all murders in Mexico are
starting fresh.
Starting immediately.
Sephardic custom and eat these foods.
You have this cartel now that is, you have Omar Zambo's gone. El Chapo's sons are cutting the deal. One of them apparently has made an alliance with the head of the new generation cartel, El Lecho.
Abolish those innovations.
Last time I was here, it was like it was 5 years ago. I was here. There were questions about if he was even alive or not. People thought he was being kept alive as his full figure because he's low key, very low key, not flashy. Everything's militarized. He's very good at his trade credit. But recently, he's very much alive. Very much exposed himself a few times. He was almost arrested recently. And the federal police apparently tipped off his security about him again. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now in Mexico. We recently learned through the media of the Trump's authorization of utilizing military action in Latin America in general, going away from Venezuela all the way up to Mexico. And you hear this rumblings of like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an invasion? Are we going to see like a call of U.S. Marines striking down the Tijuana? Probably getting spent sometime. It's probably not a good idea. Are we going to see like people, Delta Force guys showing up in Culiacan and going on a raid on their own without permission of the local authorities? What's this going to look like? I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. The U.S. has realized that politics are compromised at high level in Mexico. Completely. With the example of the recent lawful arrest of the Messios and Cervantes Olencho, you see the federal forces are compromised as well. So, who do you trust? As an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country, this is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this decimation. And who do you trust? I posted, I'm friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all looking at Flight Tracker and intelligence and like that, and I'm a dork too. And one of them sent me this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles. And I posted it immediately. And I think I was one of the first ones to post it online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately. Public safety in Mexico. Said like, oh, yeah, we asked for this to fly over this area. This is not a military drone, but we asked for it to fly over this area. Which I don't think he knows what the fuck's going on. I don't know. I think he knows why there's a drone flying over a very specific part of Mexico. I don't know. It seemed like he didn't. Or either he didn't want to reveal this drone. But there have been many times recently the drone just flying close to the border over Mexico, clearly drawing a map, an intelligence map of targets in Mexico. So something is coming, I think. But what it's going to look like, though, is the question that people are asking. I don't know. To somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a former member of the Special Operations. And I asked him, like, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says, like, we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, you will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. And they're already integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them and some of them are working for us. So you will make the whole a cohesive force against you. Oh boy. Which is an interesting theory. You know, if that happens,
That seems likely.
it does.
Yeah, because there's like anti-U.S. sentiment already. And then also the closing of the borders.
It's a perfect storm. I mean, Trump is divisive, and in Mexico he has been turned into this very clear, like this is the enemy, you know. Specifically about politicians down there, he's pretty easy to just vilify. Like it's sensible, you know. Why is Sinaloa on fire? Maybe it's because you have a corrupt governor who was clearly in cartel ties and stuff like that, who's part of your party, but you haven't figured out how to get him out of office. Maybe it's that, or no, it's the because they adopted the line. That's why the place is on fire. That's in charge of someone with trees. That's why they charge someone with high trees. But there you go. So like, who are you going to trust in that realm? So Mexico has pressed the U.S. is responsible for this, and they're kind of wiping their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at the high-level government, which is something, again, 5 years ago I spoke about this on this podcast, and I got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government, because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was back then, and now it's even more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country?
That's why you have a lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards the border. the Sinaloa cartel operated in a very old-fashioned way. You know, they wouldn't, no cagas in the comas. It was their politics. Don't shit me. It was their politics for a long time. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect of how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of the Zariano families, cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in direct conflict with elements of El Chapo, the Guzman's organization. And they had
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple days ago, I came across a description of this amazing
basically
saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. So fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Biblioteca Nacional de San website, I just blown away. I got to share this video. It's fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the Atlas and a little bit about other Jewish activities. Just fascinating.
You start getting,
first of all, let's get his name right.
It is kind of special operator guys who basically
known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Vasquez. Actually, Vasquez was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. This was a typical way, apparently, that in 14th century,
foreign nationals go through that course a lot, so they went to
go
back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico,
he also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish part of the Kingdom of Spain, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Vasquez was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see he was involved in this in general. We see many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up to the 21st century when you get nuclear physics, astral physics, and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tend to be urban, literate, and ignorant. They tend to pursue occupations that comes from the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information, tend to be pretty much abreast of what's going on scientifically throughout the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants dad was all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travel so they start getting like Benjamin Stella, Safia Reagan, and others who, record their travels from all that, throughout Europe.
The members of the new generation cartel that are now
with the combination of Mexico, mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved in a lot of ways. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps and star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration of this and they're involved in the creation of navigation instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is on the British Museum. And you can see that it's written with characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using this. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. You saw a place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute and thank our sponsor, Kosher Living Group, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. Where God will go to the Netherlands in a few, and then afterwards we're going down to Rome and France. We've been to Venice, we've traveled the Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the
sudden sophistication, bomblets drop from these commercial drones.
Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map probably commissioned by John the First of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles the France. It has been held ever since, and it's now available online as well in the Biblioteca Nacional. I will put a little link to the information box and it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fong,
drones not being operated so you can't get close to them because drones are in the sky. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So I'm seeing cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns.
A lot of the research
like space guns, but the cartel guy wears sandals, which is
made of 6
what the fuck's going on with these people?
There are about 65
so seeing all this augmentation capabilities.
or about 25
This single cartel now has all this history behind
they
all
have
these
been
lessons
separated.
behind
They
all
were
this
put
training,
onto
all
like
this technology,
hard stiff boards and then
and
folded
it
up
is
to
poised to make
separated like
punch a
this.
hole right
Map
through
that
its
I have
territory
behind
and go
me
to
of the
the
map,
United States.
this is the actual the
There are
geographic
no
part of the
segments
map
of
which
the
we'll
border
return
wall
to.
currently
The first
that
two
are
lines
actually
have like
controlled
introduction materials, which
or
are more
say
like
that it's controlled by the new generation
astronomical,
cartels.
especially connected to
That's not the
zodiac,
case now.
things like that.
But there are places
These are
that are
actually
starting to
reproductions
look
of
like
your
they're
sense
going that way.
of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they were original.
Where I'm from,
Unfortunately,
you
original
start
was
seeing
split in half, but when you go to the bibliothèque
the white sons of the Chapel when they're free. Archibaldo is the strongest
couple
one.
of ways in which
And his
this,
faction, that's what they call themselves.
Miles ahead.
This past year, announced that they had reached an
Just
alliance
so
with
worlds
the
ahead. That's
cartels,
also
the new generation cartel.
It's so
So,
fantastically
They
far
felt
ahead
a cohesive
of
force,
other
and they had
maps
historical ties and
basically two ways
and a
of
part of the border
representing the world.
that they wanted and inherited from
You
their
have,
dad.
for example, kind of
So
like
that
a
nightmare scenario of this
theological,
cartel
philosophical
now having a clear
representation
doorway into the
this
United
map
States.
salsa, which is from the
Pretty
century
close
prior.
to there already.
And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels
high
to
90%. Yeah, it's way down. There's some parts of
the world.
which is really expensive.
Things like
It's
that.
really
Very
expensive.
interesting, but
You gotta get
not
the
especially
car.
practical.
Yeah.
Actually navigate. On the other
There's
hand,
a bunch
you
of
have
ways they do.
maps like this. They're
I saw
called
one where
Portolan
it was like,
charts,
hey,
which are especially laid out with
portfolio full
to
ID.
longitude, and it
And like,
looks a
oh, you
lot
look
more
like
like
this
what
dude.
we would call a map today.
And
But
then
by
they'll give you,
comparison, this is roughly
let's say, like, just get in the
contemporary
trunk
with
before you
Catalan
cross.
Atlas.
And
They're
pretend
pretty
you're asleep.
dull. It's just like
And they'll give you
names
paperwork
of
that looks like
places
the dude.
and rough
It looks like you.
distances between them.
And that's how
What
they
was
cross
so
some people.
amazing
It's all
about
it's very expensive. That's how they cross
it
you.
really was something
Fast
that
boats.
became
There's a bunch of videos
it was
online,
not
just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's classic running. And there's like a sure, and this is shortage of
it also
those
had
wave runners. There's a shortage of them in Brazil
political,
because they just buy them.
Well, short trip. If you think if you get on more than
he was also
Tijuana,
first,
hop
by the way,
over to San
to
Diego,
incorporate a
it's not that far.
compass which
No,
of
and
course
then
is very
they'll
familiar
swarm
to
it
us
now.
now.
They'll do
Even
many of
those
those boats.
of us
And
who
if you are TJ,
yes,
you
which
can see off the
shows you
coast.
which
There's a
way
bunch of
things go.
Navy ships
So
now off the
that's
coast
what
there.
makes this
So,
book
like,
so amazingly different.
which is a
Is
cause for
far
alarm for a lot
beyond
of Mexicans.
both these kind of philosophical, theological maps
Mexicans
on the one hand,
view
and on the other hand,
any
the
sort of
Portolan
intervention by the
charts,
United
which
States
are
would
much
be
more, prosaic, and he provided something
although they are also
well
fearful of what
So
happens
let's have a look
if
at
this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any
So
solutions from
here
the government.
is a representation.
So it
See on
seems
the
like the
upper right,
opposite. Seems like
it's
it's
actually
going more and more
zooming
towards
into
the
the
cartel.
screen.
Yeah.
Taking a
So
screenshot
what would
from
happen if the United States didn't infiltrate?
website.
If
So
the
this
United
is the way
States
it
didn't
looks over there.
attack, if something didn't happen, they just
I think
You can
that's
see
stepped
that
away.
couple
I think
of
we're
things.
already
First of all,
involved.
it
You know,
was
this-
not
this,
like our
this
modern
arrest
day
of
maps
Masambada,
meant to be read
this
sitting in one position.
this
You would literally
this designation that
turn
allows
the
a lot of
map
the
around,
safety,
or I think you
safeties
probably lay
off
it out
that type
on the
of
table,
thing
and
against
they
Mexico,
probably walk
against
around the
some of
table
these
to
cartels.
read it from
What's
different
worrying
positions.
in the
Because
eyes of
sometimes the
Mexico
materials
and in
present
the eyes of
sideways,
Mexico,
upside down, things like that. But
the
it gives you,
you
first
know,
of
the
all,
fact
some
that there was a
interesting
promise of no negotiating with terrorists,
the Portolan maps, but also
it's
gives you a sense of
something
like
that
who's
is
living there. You see,
you
for
know, you don't
example, the
negotiate with
symbol of
terrorists.
the
It's like
Star
a
of
thing.
David with some frequency.
But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal. Now they're negotiating, and now all these people are crossing that border. Their family members are crossing that border, and now the safety of the
Something like you can see the island of Corsica,
the dude
towards the
that the
bottom
United
center
States
there, which of course
is
was
responsible for the
part of
death
the
of
whole
the
thing,
few
so
special
American
operators that
services
were part of the rest.
extra
What
special
are they
weapon
going to tell
preparation
them
and so on.
of that
Here
loss?
you see, like,
Why
for
they
example, some
died, you
recent
know.
political information holding the gold coin
Piles
is
of bodies that are wrapped up
of
the
Mali,
arrest
who
attempts.
made the Hajj to Mecca and
So
brought
there's
along
distrust on
so
all
much
sides.
gold from Africa that it
Mexicans
actually
don't trust
depressed
the
the
government
price
to
of gold
solve
in Egypt
it
for a
because
decade. And so
What's
this
the deal
map
with
was
the
giving
president?
the
What's her
viewer
deal?
information
Shame
about,
on
what kind of
well,
metallurgical plant.
contracts are developed,
very to the
who
left.
controls it,
A
who
few
does
guerrilla
what
forces
with it,
in Central
and how,
America
there's a
have
little
come
bit of
out and said
history
that
there,
she's
but
one of
also
that
economics
she
and
was
so
one
on.
of the resistance fighters with them.
Wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big red
That's kind of
swath
it is very
on
odd
the
for
right
Mexico.
there is actually the Red
Very
Sea,
loved
which
by
the map
large
maker is
segments
careful
of
to
the
point out.
population.
It's not actually red.
What is
Putting
there
it here
just
symbolic.
like what
It's
is
just the
about
bottom
policy?
of it
Is there
actually
she
is
representing
water,
she's feeding
making
off
the
a lot of
regular
the
watercolor.
love that he had for Amla.
The bottom
Amla was
is
our
while we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look
That's
at
the best way to
Israel,
describe
of course, which is
popular,
represented
populist
here
guy,
kind of interestingly. There's
drain the
not
swamp,
quite sure
rhetoric, like all these
dimensions.
other
It appears
guys,
like
all
he's represented
conservatives can
the
go
Jordan
gone,
River
win this, he
flowing
won by a
from
landslide.
north from Guatemala down into the
But he keeps
Yamskinera
talking,
Sea of
he kept
Galilee.
talking about
It
conservatives
looks like
and
the
the previous
proportions
parties, and
of
then
the
but
two
all the
sections of
Lorena
the
party
Dead
is
Sea
made
are
up of
kind
all
of
these other
separated quite
politicians
far
just
from each
switching
other. Of
sides and
course,
joining his
speaking
party.
of proportions,
You know,
the big church that sits
She-Mom
in
came in
Jerusalem, right in the
with
center,
a
of course,
big job as far as security. She immediately reversed the Balazos,
although there are, of
there's
course,
Balazos on the
many
tape now.
references throughout Jewish locations,
She
including
brought
Sinai.
into
Here you have, moving
man,
to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off,
she got rid of that.
but
Now
it's
there's a lot.
that
There's a lot of
the
Balazos.
cartographer clearly never actually saw an
There's a man
elephant
in
in real
power
life
right
because
now,
you look at the
a security
proportions
official
of it, the
named
size of it, but nevertheless he tried really hard to rely
he has a sort of history
whatever
in Mexico.
again of an elephant.
He comes from people. He has been
Now,
in
he also
circles of people that
represents
have been
the
involved in some
known
shit.
world all the way
But
out
he
to
himself
China.
has
This is
not
not too long after Marco
There's
Polo
nothing
returned
that we
his
know
visit
of.
out east. So he's
Yeah,
relying
what is he? A super
principally
cop is what
on
they call him.
travelogues, but
He's very
not
well known by
on
his name.
navigational
Talked to a
accounts
few
to
people that
actually
worked directly
map out
with
the
him.
Chinese
It
coast.
seems to be
And
like
he
a
puts a
guy
lot of
who's
weird
willing to
things
go
in
up
there
task.
based on
And
his
he's
limited
receiving all
information,
this
like for
pressure from the
example,
United States. So
Gog
like,
and
we need
Magog,
results from you guys. Like, what are you
the
doing?
powers that are
So he has
associated
been
with
heading up operations against
battle
some of these
of the
organizations,
world.
specifically
You
you know,
can see
and we've seen
the
record
Antichrist is in these
breaking
pictures towards the bottom left. You can see
seizures
Satan
and
there
local
lives in
politicians
China
being caught up
apparently,
in some of these things.
and he is discussing
Specifically,
things
the
with
interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities.
surprising.
So
So
he's
it
going
gets
after
kind
like
of
municipal
weird the further
presidents and
east you go.
some of the
West,
government,
of
local
course,
governments
is
that are
not
basically
represented at all
overrun. He
because
realizes
this
that
is
they, where's the cartel here? Oh, the cartel's
would be discovered
oh, it's cartel. Oh.
Just
So they
absolutely
do these
fantastic.
mass sort of operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor, and this is he's realizing that this is the front that he has to fight because the cartel is just these organizations that deal with.
Now, I want to
They're
conclude by saying one of the most fascinating things
in politics,
about
and people
this
think about drugs
is
only.
that he is yet
Drugs
another
only.
representation of
These
the
cartels are fighting for
fantastic
Bachico
aspect of
as
the
well.
Spanish
Fuel
golden age of
trafficking.
Jewish
You know, there's a
history.
family
One of the
of
really unusual
avocado. If
aspects
you go
of
to
this
if
golden
you
age,
if you go to
sometimes
Chipotle
called
and order extra guac,
Iglesia,
you're putting
the,
money in the pockets of
existence,
this new generation
was that
cartel or the familia Michoacana.
Christians and Muslims,
It's wild.
more or less, for a couple
And
hundred years, got
it's
along
theft.
fairly
And the
well.
fuel theft spot of it.
There are some exaggerations
call
to
it
that. There's
Mexico.
some significant
It's interesting that that catches
punctuations, violence, for sure.
puts in
It
a
didn't
lot of
last
people in the
all
United
that
States that
long.
involved
But this is an
taking
age when there's
illegally
absolutely
siphoned
amazing
fuel
achievement
from
by
Mexico
Jews
by
when
some
they
of
were
these
given
criminal
the
organizations,
opportunity to
putting it on a
participate
ship
more
and flying
actively
and
in
doing all the
agriculture.
magic with the paperwork
And
and
one of
ended up
those
ending up
aspects that
ending
we're
up in the
looking
U.S.
at all the
and
time
money
is
exchange.
the notion that we see in
So that's
several
another
figures
side of it that people
of
don't kind of
individual
realize.
Spanish Jews
One of
who
the
were both world class
look at
in
this, Mexico
their
authorities
Jewish
seizing
activity.
nearly 4 million
and in their
gallons of
secular
stolen fuel.
This is something
Big
we
news.
rarely
This
see
has
in
been
Jewish
going on for
history.
years.
Today,
I
for
guess another
example,
part of the way
you
they
know,
finance
Jews
themselves
who
and
are
these criminal
incredibly
organizations that
great
they grow
in
without.
studying the Talmud, or
Yeah, they
writing
branch
Jewish
out.
books,
They'll-
or
they diversify
creating
views.
Jewish art or
Yeah,
something.
so not
But they
just
won't
because
at
even
the
if you
same
shut off
time
the drugs
generally
totally, they're
like,
still
you know,
making billions. And low key,
President of the
Mexico's
United
become
States
first
or
world anyways.
you know, Nobel Prize
first
winners at
we're-
the same time as
Yeah,
nuclear
we're welcoming
chemistry.
all your
It's
huddled
very rare
masses
that
Mexico is the Statue of Liberty. All the economic migrants that can't afford to live here in the West.
Talmudic scholar who published in both areas.
There's like giant communities in America.
Who was also
I mean, we were in Jalisco, we were surprised to find
Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They were also not the first ones chairman of the community staff in Washington. But in Spain, you did have that.
Yeah, the Mormons were
Abraham
pretty big.
guesses are these people because not only was he making these amazing, innovative, influential maps,
the last time we were
also
the pastor had.
Yes.
in particular, there's a Bible
They're
after
Mormon
a later
compounds in
owner
Mexico.
of the manuscript.
There's the 1800s. Yeah, mid-Romneys.
Like, for example, it's illustrated with
Because Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president of the United
Arabic
States.
style
Wild. Yeah, and Mitt Romney's dad was a part of one of those massive campaign of armed people
Here, for example,
to Joseph
see,
Smith's
a
ideas.
Quran,
Yeah.
which has
Also, like, I remember like, when I talked about it on this podcast,
This is the carpet page of
Mormons in the U.S. corrected me and said that those guys
words
weren't
from the
Mormons.
text.
Oh,
And these
how convenient.
And I'm like,
Well, didn't they go over there because they
also
didn't want to get rid of
decorated
polygamy?
Bible
I think so.
This should have stuck around. It's coming back. Polygamy's back in
try to
Toronto.
understand what's going on. Like, for
yeah.
example,
Canada, because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto, they made polygamy legal. Yeah,
I was in Canada recently. I was like, wow, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, good job, guys.
Keep at it.
Okay, I hope you enjoy.
I think Mexico is on. Mexico is
I hope
probably,
that you will be able
if you
to
could
join
invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico would be it.
Really, as we actually visit
The
the
industrial
sites
plant
where
that
Jewish food
has
is made. And if not,
a
I
lot
really
of the
look
stuff
forward to
that's
sharing these
China
videos with you.
to Mexico.
Thank you very much for that.
Youth. It has a consumer base that is growing exponentially.
So how do you get population? All the violence. Is that possible at this point in time? Is it so soaked into the culture?
I think it is. I think we're at a tipping point where the Mexican culture as in general is like sick of it. Like it doesn't want this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in Mexico in a way because some of these popular singers that sing cartel songs are now banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech. But population is pretty cool with it. They're letting it slide, so it means that they're kind of like ready to give up shit.
It became an issue in America, right? Where there was a popular singer that they wouldn't allow back in the country, and he had these huge sold-out arena shows.
Yeah, I mean, again, they talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations, you have to attack all of these. Like, just attack Al Qaeda, you attack who finances them. And a lot of these organizations are basically utilizing some of these popular singers to launder money, to gain influence in the U.S., or to sing about their exploits. They pay them to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that some of these guys were on the chopping block. This designation came down from the government. The U.S. government was clear that some of these singers were going to be on the chopping block. Wow. Another phenomenon is that the U.S. is actually just the guy.
4 million listeners on Spotify every month.
Yeah, there's one of them in the parking lot. He was killed in a parking lot yesterday. Oh, wow.
He celebrated drug cartel exploits and song shot dead in parking lot in Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
This is yesterday.
Yeah,
Was this today?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is the singer. Yeah, he used to hang out with Omar and El Chapo Guzman and talk about it openly on podcast in Mexico. And, you know, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers. Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber. I'm going to talk about cartel stuff on YouTube. And they've been getting when the Chapitos and the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos put a plane up and started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction where they were working. And they've been going down that list.
So let me give you a little bit of background. The event happened
at his house. It was talking about cartels.
which celebrates
So,
the entry of the full
TMZ for cartels.
Yeah, they the hackers that's it.
how accurate it would be, but it has like all the
He apparently hired a hacker to figure out to send a link to his wife that she opened, and they tracked them where they were hiding.
late 17th century really testified to the presence of Jews and
social media in Mexico.
the
Mexico talking about the cartels.
It was the place to be, and again,
So Sunday,
the events that I'm describing today happened in
somebody's walking through his house with a ski
Let's
mask
understand
and
also
the bathroom
part of
door
the
trying to hold it shut.
where the Portuguese
And I get this is
so here's a map.
these are all the signs that the populace of Mexico, independently of cartels, just the general mass of Mexico,
actually fairly recent.
this
It's
is
a bit
the
like
point
Venice
that's done.
in the sense that it
They
was
don't want
land
this
that was
anymore.
reclaimed from the water.
Which,
And the
you know,
first
what do you
Jews
do
to
with
make
that
it there
energy, that
were
momentum?
the
How many
so-called
people are we
high
talking
German
about
Jews.
when you're talking about all of the cartels?
Forgive me, my Dutch is not that great.
How many people are in there? How big thousands? So if it was an
Ashkenazi
army,
Jews
how
from
big
the
would the army be?
heartland that
I
is
don't know,
from
400,000 people.
the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there.
Just like doing really quick math in my head of like approximations of how many generation cartel members are apparently out there. There's no real way of knowing, but there are. Before they tell them
Because these are Jews
I don't know.
typically
That's a Jamie Google
descended
that.
from
And the height of the war, how many Taliban were in Afghanistan, and then you see these organizations like there's people fighting out there,
thought they would be
the
safe
people in
for a
charge,
while.
the
They were
people
all forcibly
selling up shops, the people that finance, the people that are running the shell companies, the people that are running the actual companies, because these cartels own company, you know.
They had,
So like,
strong
how
Jewish
look at
identity
this?
because
Early estimates from 2001 and 2017 range from 45,000 to 60,000.
secret, hence the word crypto.
There's way more fighters down there. How crazy is that? So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out. And then we left. We left behind Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and a lot of those fighters are showing up in Mexico. Of course, they're for sale.
Crypto Jews in Portugal in particular made their way up to
night vision equipment.
and to the city of Amsterdam,
Night vision, like
where they were able
high,
to
sophisticated, expensive. I know about night vision. I've been learning about all this stuff in the
openly
U.S. My
identified as
friends were all
Portuguese
cut nuts.
Jews.
And I'm looking at like, how to look at these. Like,
Finally,
dude, where are those?
a lot
How's
of Polish
oh my God, holy
Jews
shit, dude.
from the
How the fuck did they
Magnitsky
get from?
uprising of 1648.
There's routes.
Now, I
That dude's got on a plane the moment the U.S. left. They were like, look at all this shit.
These would
We
be
got,
the
let's make a deal with these guys. And
most of them came from
weaponry's
the western part
coming in from
of
that side.
uprising.
Obviously, the U.S. is responsible for most of the
Jews
gun
were
running down to
economically
Mexico.
allied
Well, let's talk
primarily with the
about
Poles.
Operation Fast and Furious, which was
influx of Jews in Western Europe coming
at the
from
wide
this
receiver.
region.
Sorry,
They also
receiver.
had
That was like the original name. It's a Bush era. What happened? So Bush administration, it was wide receiver, and then Obama administration, it was Fast and Furious. And again, I'm going to speak of this. My participation in all this was I was in Mexico, and a bunch of my
So
friends
that's our
got killed.
basic map of the major. The
we
story
started
that I'm
seeing-
going to tell you
Just imagine,
a remarkable
in my 20s back
book
then,
chapter of 74 pages.
you know, we're getting cheat outs and people are running around with guns and stuff like that. It's mostly like AR-15s,
Article is absolutely fantastic.
AK-47, some of them are really rusty and old. Norinco rifles from China, just weird firearms. And all of a sudden, you start finding people with 50 caliber Barrett
The
rifles
Germans put Dr.
with
Seuss in
scopes
charge
on
of spelling.
zero.
While his article is well
in the
known to
box
scholars who
with
specialize in the
munitions
field,
and
and
then
this scholarship is
look at the box, what is
largely
came in, and
overlooked
you see a
by other
label
scholars in the 20th century.
that says that result.
Partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in
It's
particular.
a weird
This
thing to find on this crack house that we're at. And then
Who was the
a few
author?
of my friends got killed.
He was the
FX
secretary of the
pistols
Dutch
that
main
come.
synagogue
It's
and
a
also the
high
secretary of
velocity
the
round
Dutch
comes in.
Jewish Church
It was
Association.
kind of fabricated Cold War to fight Russians invading Europe. They wanted to be able to penetrate their body armor with small
He was a
pistols, small
long-standing civil
something that
servant
they might have
of the
in
Jewish
urban areas.
he reached a lot of authority primarily
and just
as
a
second or
massive
third in
amount
command.
of firearms being
Many
delivered specifically to single cartel groups
what
in
we
the
would
area.
call in America, for example, the Jewish
And
Federation.
you know anything
He
about
did have a doctorate.
where all these things come
thesis
from?
on the Book of the
Apparently,
Maccabees,
in the
and
U.S.,
he published quite a
during
bit
the Bush
of article
administration,
studies
they started
based
an
largely on
operation
archival
that was
sources
meant to
that are
track
not easy to
firearms
access
being
to scholars
straw
as well.
purchased
He
in
was also a
places
Dutch
like
patriot,
Arizona, other parts of the U.S.
Orange, Nassau.
by
He had happier
individuals
times
being
as
gathered by
wedding.
cartel
That's
members,
his
put
daughter
into
on the
cars,
right.
and driven
So
down to
that
Mexico
photo
to
that he is
supply
in
the
the top
cartel.
hat, third from the right.
ATF was involved in all this.
Right.
Colder,
And there he is standing in the center of this photograph. It's your
their
1938.
plan or theory was we're going to track these guys all out of Mexico.
The end of his life, however, was tragic.
But nothing got
Community was so
tracked,
indebted
or at
to
least
many
we
decades
don't
of service
anything
that
that
they
got really
hosted a
tracked or
massive
any
birthday party
high-level
for
arrest
his
made because of the
70th
guns
birthday.
that
But in
they
February
were just allowed to
1941,
things
the Nazis, of course,
because that sounds like a bullshit cover.
established a
We're just tracking these guys. I mean, what do you do when you want to destabilize a region if you're another country?
The Nazi modus operandi
You give
was they
guns to
come
the
into
shit
a
suckers.
community,
Why would you want to
and they would
destabilize them?
take over
In such
the
an
existing
immoral way that
infrastructure
they
of
needed this
Jewish
to happen
leadership.
so
They
badly.
would
They
frequently
wanted
have
to
to
give them
murder
weapons to kill each
the
other.
president of the Jewish community.
I
But
mean,
then the rest of
it's
council
back
were
then it was a
primarily
single
acting
cartel trying to fight
administrative roles,
control
like
over the
Dr.
area
Floyd's.
over some people who were coming in like the Zetas and other organizations.
There are a lot of controversies.
I don't know why would you send guns to this specific region? I'm not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, you know, that's what it looks like. That's the only
Others,
thing.
however,
And this is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw because a lot of the things that they were, because it looked like a long list of some of the stuff that they were bringing down 50 cal. Why do you think 50 cal were so hot? It's still that so hot. It's because people started doing armor. They need a way to get into armor. So 50 cal, right? And Americans, especially some of my American military and police friends, are always making fun of the fact that none of these big ass rifles have any sights on them. They do have sights on them, but they get stolen by the cops before they put them in front of the picture for the news. But I've heard. Listen,
That makes sense. Yeah, it's expensive. Red dot on that. You.
These guys don't even have sights on the guns. They can shoot far. They can shoot well. Some of them, not all of them.
If they got expensive, of course they got sights.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But everything gets stripped off. Donations, of course. These started showing up in Mexico. A bunch of people started dying, and then 2 federal agents that were doing a protection detail died down there during a cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they were involved in a shootout in Mexico. They were doing a protection detail down there.
Realize that
a border patrol agent assigned to this. Ryan Terry. They set up a foundation to his memory, and they raised and funds for this foundation. And I did that only as a point to like be able to say, hey, yeah, I raised this money for this foundation to honor this fallen police officer that was in Mexico, that was killed by American guns and given to the cartels. To bring attention to the fact that we know who Ryan Terry is, but do we know who my friends are who were killed by his guns? Or a lot of people that were killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk through that border knowingly by ATF officials, even though the people who went to these gun shops were like, hey, dude, are you sure? Like, there's like 4 AKs. Like, are you sure? Yeah, let them walk. They're under surveillance. We're tracking.
There is a lot more Russian
and they were just going to go down. So, if you had to imagine, no one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would be made where you would guarantee a shipment of weapons from the United States into Mexico by the federal government. For what purpose? To destabilize, support a specific faction? Right, but that's the question. And like, was it money? Was it influence? Were they working on something? You know, there's a lot of
running around
theory, of course, but
eventually someone's going to get
history crap in Los
You don't want
Angeles.
that to happen. But it's
50
like,
years ago.
it's
And
almost
one of the
guaranteed
people that was instrumental in showing how to run
another Amsterdam
drugs
resident
and
of this
things
time
through countries was a
soccer
man
foot
who was a Castro-era police officer who was
walking
involved
beside
in
a
the
river is bound to
Well,
follow.
that man
married my sister, and that's who talked to us about everything about things around
This was also founded by one who
so I'm not going to say the CIA.
destabilized the community.
Oh my God. Well, you know, I've had Freeway Ricky Ross on the podcast multiple times. And for people who haven't seen those episodes or heard me talk about Ricky, Ricky is the real Rick Ross. Like Rick Ross, the rapper, that's not his name. He named himself Rick Ross because Freeway Ricky was a legend. He was a legend in Los Angeles. He was the #1 cocaine dealer in Los Angeles, and he was getting it all from the CIA. And he was helping funding the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. And he had no idea because he couldn't even
not necessarily so happy with
that same
specifically
Contra situation popped up again with the death of King Camarena, the DEA agent. There was 2 major prisoner extraditions of cartel members from Mexico to the U.S. The first one that came through a year ago was the parent murder of King Camarena's cartel member.
He started using a zinger,
And they always pinned it on him. Like the cartels were, there was a giant roll of marijuana out there, and the King Camarena saw it and reported it. And Carlos Quintero owned this plantation, had him killed. Right? And we actually went down to the police where he was tortured and killed, and talked to the locals there, and they were like, "Oh, the casa de la CIA, the CIA house." That's what some of the people there say. And I've never seen a video of like Robert, who's passed away years back. He was a former Los Angeles narcotics officer. He was on C-SPAN at a hearing, and during the hearing, said, "I personally witnessed the CIA selling drugs in Los Angeles." Everybody goes fucking crazy. It is the wildest thing to say because this is like Jim was in the 90s. Do you remember? Were you around when Rupert was a guest? No, Rupert was pre-Jamie. Wow. Yeah, so Rupert was on a couple of times. And no one else is allowed to say anything about it except the He was very depressed. I don't doubt it. Actually prayed or he was living pre-destitute. I think he was in a trailer.
17th century.
You know, I get it. The end wasn't good, but there was a movie.
Who liked
Let's listen. Mark Rupert, 1996. Let's play some of this because it is crazy. It's crazy. This is all live on C-SPAN.
Especially when I work in South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, emphatically,
Can you say further into the mic, sir? These mics don't seem to be.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
In that
those details. And look at these all LA people. They're like, fucking thank you. But this is like a series on there too. Yes. This is like conspiracy theory. This has never happened. There you go. Look at the head of the CIA. Look at him.
A member of one of those camps got up and got Aaliyah. Yeah, he would say, a special thank you to you, and the boss was so beautifully. That would provoke anger.
Listen to when Rupert talks.
Way out of hand, so much so that you're 700.
If you don't like what's going on here, please leave now.
Of 200 rights dollars. And anyone who started their measures would be ejected from the Senate. So that's
shout out to Lonnie for getting control of the
after Rabbi leaves,
everybody went nuts when he said that. So he elaborates.
Arya Lee, David, very, very well regarded.
He talks to the director.
Known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. I have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question to you is very specific. Sir, if in the course of the ideation of his work, you come across evidence of severely criminal activity and it's classified. Will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
This fight,
He's like, should I handle this? They're gonna activate the bomb in his head right there.
Right away, the community,
He's like,
I don't want to.
Wait a minute, from yours. I'm sorry, sir. I will allow the
Look
director.
at that guy in the back. His fingers touching his. He's there trying to pull him out or something.
It's a very tragic story,
About
but I think it
CIA
tells us a lot
illegal
about
activities.
I don't know what those guys do on Bill Gates' hands.
Should immediately bring that information.
There's
Wherever
also,
you want, let me suggest three places. Los Angeles Police Department. Please. I'm sorry, others want to hear this answer. I am sorry, others want to hear.
Check out that dude in the front with the leopard hat, the leopard scarf. Amazing segment of time.
Office of one of your Congress persons of this.
I got shot at for it.
Wait a minute, sir.
You hear him? I did that 18 years ago. I got shot for it. Jamie, find a trailer for that movie they did with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire premise of this thing was. They were interviewing him for something, and he was so intense. They decided to do an entire movie of just Michael Rupert sitting in a chair in like a warehouse, smoking cigarettes and talking about the collapse of the global economy. Collapse. Read the trailer for this because it's so nuts. See if you can find the trailer.
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I'm so as I continue doing my research and preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands or Kosher
We are all collectively responsible for what may be the greatest preventable Holocaust in the history of planet Earth. I have 30 years of experience as an investigative journalist. I broke major scandals, going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told. Our battle has broken the deadly accurate economic predictions we had it so right in 2006. Get out of debt right now. Check your mortgage carefully. We issued a whole series of warnings.
That's January 2005.
What's going to happen is taking place right now. Gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the stock market. It's not that every payoff is a pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme.
Offshore habitations.
Of course, I've been called a conspiracy theorist, but I deal in conspiracy theory. I deal in conspiracy facts.
Group of people getting together, they
Human
fight their
civilization will happen when oil prices spike and nobody can afford to buy that oil. Everything will just shut down.
ultimately great cities that will become massive amounts.
Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have
So
infinite
in order
resources.
to do
Nothing
this,
grows
they
forever.
basically
There is a cycle of birth,
corporate
growth,
had to
maturation,
work
decline,
together
and
to
death.
create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land.
Cars
They
don't
maintain
run.
the diet.
Stops getting delivered. Planes don't fly. Law enforcement stops working. This is all part of the collapse.
And it's required an
If
extensive
you're in a
amount of
camp
social
and a bear attacks, you don't have to be
this
faster
created
than
kind
the
of
bear.
attitude of
You only
mindset,
have to
which
be
is
faster than the slowest camp.
Rachel Ryder Rick Steves meant that the
John,
Dutch
you face
what
the
we
human
were
race
going
now
to
is either
tolerate
perish
diversity,
or
we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figure that they can actually
not
achieve
hope,
this.
not pray that there's a way out.
It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically,
Just
as
this
a
dude
result
sitting
of
there
their kind
freaking
of
you out.
tenuous situation in
It's like
much of Europe,
Mexico's
they look
Mexico's
for
UFO.
these kind
Or
of frontiers
like
in
Mexico's
order to
Bigfoot.
develop
See
new
that?
economic nations.
Like
You see this as kind of
they're
a
up in
trope in
my
cultural
brother,
history.
I think was he was a writer.
We see it here in America, where the
60s, 70s. He would talk about the CIA
going out to the Wild West and sent them to places like Las Vegas.
Recently, in the past 10 years, a bunch of CIA documents have come out of Mexican presidents being
There's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from
like all the Cold
oppressive
War era
history
like
of
CIA
persecution,
agents
and they look for
people.
these
So
that's something that we find
Mexico has this vision of the CIA and its Russian in the U.S. responsibility for some of the things that are going on down there very different than the U.S.'s perception of responsibility. And it's probably more accurate. I mean, it's direct. It was shocking to me when we were there at the Key Let's all do this. House and torture and not all. That the people around them that lived there when it happened. Some of them would call that the CIA house. So that was a weird thing. And maybe they've been kind of like polluted by all the stuff they've been looking at or seeing after that happened. But maybe they're just being accurate. Maybe they're just being accurate.
Take a snapshot of the 16th century.
Let's say this. Especially around the theory. You have the United States dealing with Mexico, and 9/11 happens. And then you're worried about things going through the border, like a barrel. Do you entrust the Mexican government to keep that border safe and tell you if anything goes through that border? Or you talk to the cartel that actually
so unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of.
So I think there's always been a backdoor channel communication going on, direct communication going on of some sort.
Century examples with the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, things like that.
Yeah, and also makes. I wonder how much of an influence it has in our drug laws.
There's moving back and forth. There's different ideas are tested out.
Sensible drug laws
at that period of the laboratory of ideas.
The same way we treat alcohol. Yeah, sensible because alcohol is a drug, and we know that when we have a prohibition laws,
how
many years? 13 years in this country. It did nothing but help organized crime. Yeah. Last time I came here, I was on my way to becoming alcohol sober. So alcohol is a very dangerous drug. You can kill yourself with it very easily. You can buy a bottle because in any store. Yeah, I had to lock myself in a fucking lab in old school. Just how long did it take?
But for now, let's just set the scene.
Going to take, I think. I'm always going to be, I like to think about it sometimes. But I've been sober for about 4 years.
Let us now turn to two thinkers, their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants.
I don't have the addiction gene, the physical addiction gene. I don't know why. But even I chew on these nicotine pouches all the time, and when I'm on vacation, then I said no nicotine, see what happens. For 5 days, I was fine. Nothing. Coffee, I said I quit coffee. I quit coffee for 5 days, like no weirdness. Yeah, I think for me it was medication. When I got out of work, I had loads of PTSD the first time I was on the podcast. We talked a little bit about it, and afterwards, he gave me some names of people I should talk to, and I did. We went out and looked out for help. Eventually, it got sober.
Who are these two figures?
It's insane to me how different versus all so it's one of the only ones that if you get off it too quick, you'll die. Yes, which I did. Because it's just you're most of that. I started feeling my heart. Did you think, well, I'll just have a little drinky poo and get back on track? And slow trip. When I left the studio last time, you're still in LA.
Bear in mind that up until
my marriage ended around that same time. I had a few things going on, and PTSD, and trying to figure things out.
But it's only with Martin
drinking
Luther
myself every third day because the only I could go through
and it generates a lot of uncertainty, a lot of war as well.
So I might watch this one part, and then I had like do something. I had a friend who owned a mansion and a cabin.
Martin Luther is ironically considered a pioneer of technicism.
I got there and I didn't want to feel like a freeloader, so I got there and they had a little small community school there for the kids. So I bought a TV, TVs, and like gave them all the sounds so kids could stay here. He stood me in front of everybody and said, this guy's an alcoholic. If I catch anybody getting an alcoholic, we see you can get an alcoholic now.
Communicators of shape the Protestant doctrine. He's a governance. Why it's especially relevant to the Jews because he said a lot of how the state
wild dreams.
This came about in 1538.
I think I pissed myself, but it was
Philip. His title was
chess fans and shit like that going on. And
he asked Martin Luther, okay, how am I supposed to deal with
2 weeks?
I think to really like
And
be.
Martin Bucer formulated a response that
Don't do
was
it that way.
ultimately
Do it.
successful. Nevertheless,
The
it
old guy.
illustrates a very important
Eventually,
goal on his constraint
right?
how to
Yeah,
do
I
it.
think that's how Amy Winehouse
The
died.
way in which
That's
this
probably
was posed to Bucer
So
was
is that the case?
Philip
Don't
presented
they think
to
that
him
Amy Winehouse died from
that he said
complications
was
of
given
alcoholism?
to him.
Trying to get sober.
A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by
People often say like, I
as
feel
he
like
is
I'm
looking
dying.
for a
Like,
convenient
that
way to
feels like
understand
you're
how
dying.
to
Like
deal with his Jews,
like somebody's
how to
sitting
take
on your
advantage of
chest.
their economic
And
productivity
you can't get up.
without
And also your
necessarily
brain is screaming for
lurching
something that
across
you
the
can't
church
get.
and so on. So
Right.
Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say,
Alcohol
let's go
poisoning.
with the Catholic
After being drinking
which we've
following
done
a
up
period
until
of
now,
abstinence,
which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness.
eventually,
idea that
I started speaking about it. The guy that was embarrassed about it. I started writing about it, publishing on my Instagram account, just like my experience with it.
State. Sometimes that's expressed in rather
I got a lot of help
nasty
from
forms,
a lot
like
of
in
people.
Council,
Did you ever do
where Jews are required to wear
Yeah.
badge.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the
It opened up
blood
the
rival and
more
post-desecration
cans of
charges.
worms in the past.
After the Black Death
But
of the 14th century,
yeah.
where Jews were burned
It helped.
alive, including this in Strasbourg,
That's the one thing that I hear over and over for people that
go
do
back to
suffer
that kind of
PTSD,
model,
people
or
that do suffer from addiction. I'm against the
more
one.
freedom,
It,
and
uh,
that will generate more economic benefit.
It's like a weird conversation. It's like a weird. It's like you avoided
petition
this very specific thing.
he said was given to him in some mysterious way. It
Now
was probably written by
way
him,
of
probably
avoiding them.
with some
They're
advisors,
like
probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically seven requests. They went as follows. One, Jews should be allowed to be economically active,
specifically
as
opened
long
up a
as
bunch
they're
of
not
doors
competing
for
with
me in the realm of,
the guilds were very jealous
you know,
of their rights.
I'm the cartel guy. I used to do this, and that's what I do. I train people on that. But then some guy going through alcohol sobriety in public.
Challenge that and said, just let us do
I
other
had
things.
Randy Blythe, the lead singer of Lamb of God, reach out
Shoemakers,
to me.
if the Shoemakers Guild
This random guy that I used to listen to when I was working on my headphones. She's like, hey, yeah,
Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to
like, I never went to AA. I
laws
just
of
fucking
how
look myself in the
go.
mirror.
You should be
Just
held
go
to
for
the
that.
same standards as everybody else.
But he didn't I'll be your sponsor. So,
Oh,
wow. So he started, how
Third,
fucking cool is that?
The
Like,
Jews
what a
should
sponsor.
only engage in money lending, which is one of the
he's
major
a
elements of the
guy.
Jewish economy. Some
Like, that's why I
centuries
call
back,
him
but it's already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century.
But,
The Jews proposed to
yes,
only
you seem
engage
to
in money
think
lending
about the
if
fact
it
that the
was
bottle of
under
liquor, you can buy the
supervision
story.
of the
Sorry,
state.
dude, I need my sleep.
Well, it's problem.
I'm gonna be sleeping.
This is the actual fuel
The right
that
to
runs the cartel.
manage their own
There's
affairs,
a giant
supervise their
problem in the
activities,
United States
and to
of
mete out
people
punishment
and this
for
appetite
those
for illegal
individual
narcotics.
Jews who
Yes,
have gone astray from those criminal
this
requirements. This is also something we see
the people are doing these drugs, and like they're pretending that making them illegal can stop this. No, all you're doing
the Jews will
is
be
propping up the
pay a
cartel.
tax
That's all
to
you're
the
doing is
Latin
fucking the cartel.
themselves.
And then
So that
also
was
helping the alcohol
proposal petition.
lobbyists in this country. Yeah.
6, and this is one that we're not sure if this perfect storm come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number,
prescription
that they should, the Jews should be forced to go
That
to
was like
mandatory service.
initiation what later turned up to like, oh, well, this is off the table now because we passed all these laws and
Jews are
puts people
required
in jail. They should have
to
chip
attend
out
church
these
once a
families.
week.
I don't know how they're free. Yeah.
Attendance again, and they have to be
But
forced to
what takes its
the
place?
sermons
Somewhere
about
in
the true
Mexico,
religion and
people were growing
Christianity,
poppy.
often
And
delivered
they said,
by
well,
Jewish
let's add a little
converts
bit of
to
fentanyl
Christianity,
into these
and it was a
very
tedious kind of
weak
thing.
poppy yields of heroin.
It's something that's in many different cities. Number 7,
Oh, so that was the
that they
source of
should
it, that the heroin was
argue
weak.
about their religious
These hillsides
also
have been
appears to be something coming
for years from growing wheat on.
Christian sources saying that Jews
Oh, so
should
the
not be allowed
topsoil was
to
bad. Let's we're doing monocrop agricultural drugs. So, oh my God, industrial monocrop agriculture
those are the
drugs
petitions.
led to
It
fentanyl
seems
being
like some
introduced
sort
into
of
it to make them more
plan
potent.
that Philip hoped to that Luther would say
and
that
also
in the new Protestant
legalization in
environment,
parts like
now that
California led to
Protestants are
interesting
making
phenomenon.
new rules,
Some of these
we
fields
should
were no
accept these
longer
things. They make sense.
profitable.
Now, what did Protestants
Switched
think?
to
At this point, we don't have a really clear definition.
One thing that people
of how
don't realize is that a lot of these
really
things get tested out first in the market in Mexico. Mexico has giant drug markets, and are fought over.
Bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on
Try
in
this.
his
Oh
work,
boy,
he
it's like
published
trial
this book in
samples that they
1523.
hand out at the supermarket.
Das
Oh
Jesus
no.
Christus
So at some point in the
Judas
past,
eye.
somebody
Jesus
down in the
Christ was born.
probably tried the first load of Mexican
title
fentanyl and loaded heroin.
Emphasize that
Somebody somewhere out there probably did the first
pay attention to Jesus and
He
his
got away or died immediately or died.
Christ.
That's a little too potent.
Just the amount of
However,
fentanyl
this was
kills
written
somebody so small.
Luther
Yeah,
felt
but
that
it
the
was
reason
a
why
year
Jews did not
It
become
was a
Christians
giant
is because
in the US.
Catholicism
And
was
then
not the
Is it as big a problem in Mexico as it is in the
once
United States?
Catholicism was reformed,
the reason is wild.
then of
It's not
course the
because
Jews would become Christians.
Mexico cracks down on
But it
fentanyl.
failed to
There's no
happen.
fentanyl on the streets.
Martin Luther
It's
had a
because
year
they'll
change
kill
of
you
heart
if they
with
catch yourself in
180
that shit.
He published, among other things,
Because this poison is meant to export.
about the Jews and their lives, which is a very nasty
Selling
piece
anything
of
that
work,
isn't from them
definitely
or
very
fentanyl
critical
in certain areas.
And so Luther himself
So
seems to be
that's the best.
originally
That's the Mexican
positively
dare
disposed
program.
towards the Jews,
That
and
is
later
so
when
great.
they convert
Like
to
they
faith,
know it's bad. Yeah, yeah. They
what
know.
exactly did Protestants
You see some of these cartels publicly claim like, "Oh, we don't deal in this fentanyl thing. This is not us."
It comes up with
Fentanyl as a whole, I think in the U.S. is kind of down.
the Castle Advice,
And
because it was proposed
I know that
in the
not
time of
all of it,
Castle.
not most of it is now coming from Mexico.
He
I mean,
begins by
you'll
saying
get
5
the
basic
shipments of
starting
fentanyl pills
First of all,
coming from Mexico.
there's
A lot
only
of
one true religion,
But you also get
and
fentanyl from
government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions.
there's a loophole that's finally being closed
Second,
about exporting things
Jews
into the
are
United States. So if they're below $800 or something like that, they don't get. So I know for a fact there are cartels or groups of people in the United States organizing shipping things in the United States that have fentanyl in them, and they start loading them and selling the fentanyl substances into the U.S. without any sort of cartel involvement. That is also happening in the U.S.
Jews must hate everybody else.
And the precursors for this stuff all from China, correct?
They all come from China, and this is
should be barred from
my
economic
observation,
competition.
I guess.
They should not be allowed to compete Christians.
When COVID hit,
5.
these precursors started getting really
Given
rare
that
for
previous
some of these
rulers,
organizations.
most
Specifically,
secular
this
church
cartel was actually
ignored the previous
getting their
principles.
fentanyl in the U.S. from
So
some of the
maybe
last
we have
shipments that they were
compromises.
receiving in the ports in the U.S. because the U.S. kept the
Not
ports
a
open for a bit
very
longer.
auspicious beginning
So
to the
you
Castle
had cases
Advice.
of people,
Not at
cartel
all
members getting caught with
here.
fentanyl smuggling
So
into Mexico
basically, after these 5
because they couldn't get their regular supply from China, from the
Luther
regular.
lays out a system
And
that
that's what they were
definitely
utilizing the
First of all,
drugs that they would
they've got to take an oath to
But
refrain
the
from
one that didn't
harming
have any of
Christians.
those issues was the generation cartel.
Secondly, they're only allowed to study the
Because
Bible.
they
They're forbidden to study the Torah. Right? There's this
on both sides of the country.
thought that the
also they've always had,
what makes Jews
I don't know,
as they are understood to be.
I don't want to
So
say that
therefore, you've
the
got
People's
the
Republic of China purposely has been sending
the
fentanyl
synagogues,
and turning
It
the
sounds a
blind
little
eye
bit
to
like
this
the
phenomenon
doctrine.
as a way
It's
to
a little
fund
bit like the doctrine of
with
Mark,
the US.
that
It's probably the case.
in worship, but they can't
It's probably the case.
Well, it seems like that would be a good move if you want to destabilize a country. How much you get hundreds of thousands of people hooked on this terrible drug.
Yeah.
unless the
I mean,
Christian
they're all over the
is
illegal
duly
weed trade
licensed.
in Italy now.
You know, there's
Hundreds
a
of miles
concern
of border
in
crossing
Christians
in
that discuss these things.
single aisle.
I was
It
watching
might end up
some video that some guy made about Maine,
So only
about there's this town in Maine where there's all these Chinese nationals living there, and they've taken over
And
weed.
one of the things we saw Phillips
It's wild. When you talked about Vietnam, I think Mexico is something weird
with 5 really
Vietnam
strong
in a lot of ways.
religious
Because you see
By the way,
foreign
you recall
influences in
that the
Mexico in
Christians
different
started
ways.
with the economics.
The current administration is very close with
The Castle Advice says,
Venezuela
no,
and
we're going to
Cuba,
talk about
which are
religion
enemies of the
first,
United States.
and then we'll get to the
They're
economics.
pretty
The
friendly.
economics have 3
So
additional
that's
rules.
what's
One,
in the country.
Jews
all of these
and
precursors and supplies and all of these
commerce,
Chinese chemists,
industry,
industrialists,
the state
individuals, a lot of the cartels were basically hiding their money through Chinese banking institutions. That's the way you hide money from the U.S. You put it, you take it to a Chinese money broker. He puts it in the Chinese banking institution. You go to Mexico. You have a shell company down there or a rail company down there. And then you hire investments with that Chinese company. Now you have legitimate money just transferred from one end to the other.
But they all engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome,
it's a war field or a battle. A battle is being played out in Mexico that has a lot in the United States and affect the interests of the United States.
ditch digging,
And
masonry,
China's
stone
clearly
wood
not
cutting, line burning, chimney sweeping,
probably.
sewer cleaning,
And
and
things have changed. The
those are the
dynamics have
kinds of
changed,
jobs
but
Jews are allowed to
you can clearly see
those occupations.
that
And third,
at some point,
pay a special tax for the privilege of living
people in China and
So
it's,
the
I've heard people say that
thing
the
was summed up by
largest
Roussel saying,
intelligence
this way,
organization
you
in the
would
world is
expel
China.
the Jews from Protestant lands.
The Chinese government, because everybody is part of the intelligence apparatus,
Many
basically.
different forms of Catholic.
So it's hard for me to believe that all these industrialists and all these chemists come to Mexico and show these cartel members how to manufacture, make, or actually fabricate. They've been fabricating fentanyl in Mexico. There have been a few laboratories found in Mexico where they're actually making fentanyl
It
in Mexico.
happens
This is
that
very common now.
well,
But they learned the trade routes to go away from people from China. How can the Chinese government have these people moving in and out of the country and showing these things back and forth? And that's like, we don't know anything about this.
Remember, there's an economic ownership. The Jews are economically
It makes sense. It makes sense. You know, there's so many countries that
loyal
are
because
involved in destabilizing America, just like we're involved in destabilizing other countries. So whack-a-mole. That's going on all over the world.
he still maintained a very close
which is talked about a lot in the U.S. This gang
as he was
they're operating in central Mexico openly now.
by the
There's
way,
power vacuums all over the country where all these cartel guys are getting hit. People are the age of the large organizations is probably coming to an end. Sinaloa is the Sinaloa cartel doesn't exist anymore. Just smaller factions basically in control, which is allowing things to come in. And then are these Venezuelan gangs that are operating in a way where the Mexican government has not dealt with that. It's more like a localized gang shit, you know. More like Italian mafia type dealings that they have. So they're which is like old school Mexican cartels used to do. So now they're having to de-evolve.
This is the kind of codicil that we should mention.
I mentioned this with you, and I talked to some people who were actually working against that federally in Mexico. And then all of a sudden we hear these mentions of Maduro, the president of Venezuela, being placed on that
was married to
$50 million for that.
apparently very,
And he's basically now the head of a giant cartel.
10 kids.
Which is an interesting narrative that he was putting out there. Is that real? I don't know.
After a while,
you see
he actually went to
a lot of these Venezuelan having clear knowledge and skills, and training.
Protestants allowed to do
And
so.
they're
By the way,
operating in
I read
Mexico
my Bible like a good Protestant.
clearly with some sort of a command or directive structure that is clearly no, there's no one who's the head of the cartel.
Philip.
Nobody's going to tell you.
He had in mind in particular,
Supplying them, sending them out, controlling them.
and
Who's
he
organizing what?
basically coerced both
it's like a
Luther and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage,
It's interesting
which
that
is performed
when we hear this name
and
mentioned of
Philip went on to have 9
authorized
children.
military actions in South America. They don't say Mexico
But
specifically,
the
they say just
scandal
South America.
of
And
this
a very big thing that comes up is Venezuela and Mexico.
all of them. But
I think whatever the U.S. is attempting is beyond cartel
to try and have
drugs.
is
This is about regional stability and security.
but the overall
Mexico's
message here, this is the
industrial
one
plant is the most valuable resource on the planet. Now, I
vision
think
of the Jewish place in the
it's
Netherlands
poised to be
kind
the
of
next China.
negative that they should
And the U.S. sees this. And
not
what
allowed
does
to
the U.S.
have
need
anything
more
beyond
than
an
anything
chimney
right
sweeping
now? An industrial
and,
plant, right?
taking the
Where is
trains
it
and
going to
things
get?
like that.
Mexico.
And thankfully,
And
that was
Maduro,
rejected.
is this
Not
the first time where there's been a gigantic
other side of the
bounty
coin.
president of this American country in our lifetime. I think I don't remember anybody else with that one of those.
Really
but it's wild. It's a little country. They're offering $50 million for his capture. Yeah, and he's on the TV screen. He has these daily. How does he keep from getting kidnapped? They tried to kill him. They tried to blow up.
Fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways.
They tried to imagine like for 50 mil, like some high-level guys might snatch him up. Yeah, I don't know how that works as far as bounty on him, but he's worried. He's a mobilized militia force in the whole country. There was 3 years ago, 5 years ago, a bunch of Americans were apparently hired by these private institutional programs to go and liberate Venezuela. They all got caught by fishermen on the coast. They got caught by fishermen. There were some fishermen on the coast that were like, hey, what are these guys doing here?
One of the major projects was
50 cal on top of the pickup truck, and I think they were grabbed and put on, and like, oh, these guys were all beat. I think one of them did security for a Trump event, so they put it all on Trump organized this. I don't know who's told us these details. This is like a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but what I've heard is that a lot of that money actually came from Cuban intelligence people who were just trying to orchestrate an embarrassing move for the U.S. by paying all these mercenaries for war in America to try and liberate Venezuela. They just can't. I think that's something like that. There's a lot of gold coming out of that country. It has a lot of gold. There's a lot of shady things coming in and out of that country. Any country that is outside of the scope of Friends of the United States is a country that shady camp. Jimmy, what is the official reason why they have a bounty on Maduro?
So Florida has also used a similar kind of device. The Senate and all these characters.
Mexico president says they don't have it yet.
Dialogue format about their respective views.
You don't have any evidence of that. Venezuelan organizations in Mexico that you're fighting against. That are clearly involved in speaking. Yeah, and they clearly have some sort of free Mexico.
Discussion
what is going on? But I think we're headed for something. Last time I was here, I said in 5 years we're going to see some sort of direct military intervention in Mexico, which has already happened, I think, with the rest of the Venezuela. I kind of called the whole term designation thing. I said I didn't think he was going to do it after his first term, but the second one. And he skipped a term, and then we had to laugh, and then he came back with a force. What happened if Trump didn't win the border statewide?
Scripture is perfect. And of course, Coolidge's Gabriel means the Jewish Bible, the Christian Bible is perfect.
And I've seen
people
that side of policy in the U.S. now is affected.
And
Me on generally people concerned, but on the other end, I've also experienced Biden and the open borders policy, the amounts of shit that I saw on that border, and people being a bunch of kids that went missing, kids that were like, what's going on with all these kids, and white man, hard hands,
and they go through all kinds of issues.
Migrant camps, all these migrant camps being set up on the border, and which
Gabriel goes on to say, for example, how
that human trafficking is real business. It is the child trafficking is real
much better
It
to
is a
allow
real
people
business.
to
It is a
have
big
a
business.
exchange of
And
ideas and
anything related to sex trafficking, specifically related to children,
it's about
were part
religious
of what you think is the largest market
advocated that
in the United
total
States.
freedom of conscience. Advocated for, no boundaries between religions.
They're always catching people too. They catch people. Like, how many have they not caught? Yeah. Whenever they catch some new guy that's in trouble,
It did happen from time to time.
it's a phenomenon that's going on that I don't see a lot of people talk about is that the fact that a lot of Americans who are into this.
And everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind
Finds
of
all these
idea
people, so
they
a lot of
want.
some of these
This was
expat community
really
there are
amazing
people
for the
hiding out for
16th century.
federal
We're talking about something
and they don't know any
it's
longer have
200
to
years before we get
figure
to
out
even
stuff
discussion
in
of
the
something
US
like
that
the
was
third
out
Amendment.
there doing some of that down there.
But he's coming up with these ideas.
Trafficking
And
children, the
they
sales
were
of
also
children,
rejected. They were also
child
considered
theft, kidnapping,
radical for their
common.
time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull
And it's
on
not
the
something
Protestant
that you hear a lot about.
psyche, that actually was very much
masses of people and children being moved up into the border
in many ways
have had some sort of organized effort with them to like help them out.
Put this all into the
If
context
you're a cartel member and you're on the border, and all of a sudden you see 14 kids that are all the same.
takes over and dominates
Why are all these kids like asleep? Oh, they're tired from the trip.
military conflict as a result of
I have a kid.
the church reaction to this change.
I stop her. And she wakes up like, where are you
There's a
at?
lot of demographic change. Not
All
only
these kids
as a
are
result
they're
of
drugged.
wars that
So they carry them drugged up into the
but also migration.
This is
for our purposes.
this is my
Those
parents.
Portuguese Christians who represent
So they would drug all these
essentially
kids to not make them act
this amount of economic change.
that might ask them any questions.
Americans have been discovered
They
by
put an
the
arm around them.
Europeans.
They had some sort of organized effort on the U.S. side to
Responsible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of
where
that.
they need to be.
Great maritime economy,
All that
commerce,
change.
definitely
All
favors
that great change.
Jewish migrants and so
I
on.
don't know.
So the whole question of
I don't know what happens
Jews is so
on this
wrapped
side.
up with
I don't know
people
what
trying to
happens on
figure
this
out
side. I
how
know that
to find ourselves between
as an immigrant myself,
medieval
I know that
exclusionism and
this administration, specifically in this part of the what's happening right now is there's a lot of stress and fear. I see the effects of it from agricultural to culture to just this general anxiety that is felt across the country when people with light colored skin that look Mexican or are Mexican, you know. But I also am not blind to or not to see and compare it to the past administration and some of the shit that went on there.
That's the problem, is that it's an overcorrection. The problem is when you have an open border and you do know the cartel members are freely going across and you do have human trafficking and you want to stop it, then you want to get everybody out that came in during the last 4 years. So now you have 20 million people you have to account for.
Yeah.
And the problem is some of them are good people. Some of them are not gang members. Most of them are just people that wanted a better life. Most of them. They have mandates now. And mandates get creepy because then people become numbers. And if you say we got to get rid of X amount every day, and then you just show up at Home Depot and you get some hardworking guy with a family who just wants to like do some roofing jobs. Yeah, you know,
Doing some flowers.
yeah, waiting some fruit. And then there's this pushback on the amnesty. People have this crazy pushback because if someone's been here for 20 years, they're working on a farm, they're good people, they've established a family here. Let's figure out about the amnesty. It's a hard right pushback. They're like, fuck you. You got here illegally, get the fuck out. It's like, those are jobs Americans can do. It's like, well, first of all, my take on that is if you are using illegal labor at the bottom line,
I just don't know
what
why
you're doing is not paying people what they should be paid.
because this is
Illegal
so
immigration
much
is illegal
so
because
people that have the opportunity to do this and
Right,
share it with
they
you.
need that.
So first of all, what do we know about
Someone explained that to me, that he was having a conversation with this extremely wealthy guy who was upset that they cracked down on the border because they need illegal workers. It's a part of their business model because you don't have to pay them benefits. You don't have to pay them whatever they're on the books. Yeah, exactly. And they can't complain.
the earliest
If they do,
documentation that we
yeah,
have,
which is
basically from the
that's
14th
not
century.
good. You shouldn't have that. So they should find out, first of all, forget about whether or not someone's illegal or not. Like, we're paying them.
Although we
You should have like a detailed record of how much everybody who works for you gets paid. If there's a bunch of people that are working for you that aren't on record, what's going on? Why you have this enormous corporation that relies on illegal labor? There are illegal records coming up to the U.S. and migrating.
So as I was doing this research, I came across the word
hard. That's the problem. If you're poor, it's almost impossible. I have good friends that have immigrated to the United States, and they have to prove that their job is something that can't be done by an American, or that they're exceptional at their job. When I went through my immigration process, I had my wife, who I've known since I was 16, and my daughter,
and it's basically about the marriage was in medieval Belgium, and then
So
coming up to
I did it legally, and I had all
And he published it in the very prestigious journal that he did the most difficult Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1883.
I can't imagine other people that
I
have.
couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he cited for.
They have no money.
He is listed
But there are
in
quotas
French
for other countries.
sources
Like I remember when I got mine, there was like a Nigerian dude that couldn't speak English.
de la Bibliothèque
And he
Royale
got,
de
and I got
that
like
he is a
more information.
honorary servitor. Don't know
And
what
that's
that
another
means
aspect of it.
exactly, but
Somebody around in this country
serving manuscripts in
meanwhile,
the
it's the
Royal
foundation of
Library of
most cities.
Very cool.
I mean, there are
a lot of really
just never seen a documentary
on this, which is not exactly what we're
fucking whole
studying,
country
but
shuts
still
down,
cool. This is
especially LA.
Hebrew seal
The California
that
fires
was
and then
attached
all
to
the
one
houses that got
document, the Señorial Archive of
construction can go to some of
which
these
is right
websites.
nearby. And it's dated 1368 or possibly 1379. Look at it,
exactly.
and it's obviously a drawing of the seal.
It's been wild seeing that and the effect it has had on just general.
In the center of the seal, there looks like a
fear and anger,
Jewish man, perhaps with dread,
anti-American
chaos,
feeling,
certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Question about that. And surrounding the seal from, like, let's say, 11, and then moving counterclockwise,
there's a lot of
it's also been down there in the bottom.
Imagine you live
Yaakov,
in the
and
U.S.
then
from
there is an
when you're 2 years old,
Beit
all the way to your 30s, and then they tell you,
and then Yoel,
and then now you're in the shanty town.
translates
Crazy.
as Jacob.
That doesn't make any sense anymore.
The abbreviation
Clear English, like
renders
tell me how they
as
pay taxes for all this period. So like,
saint,
right, like, look, I pay my taxes, and
Holy One.
some of them have careers, some of them have families.
And Joel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which
they should be
very
grandfathered.
typical
They
way
should figure out a way. If someone came over here when they're 2,
stop. The son of his father's typical son name. What is this title? Kadosh?
People getting kind of separated, and also
but when you figure out the dates, you say this document is from 1378,
we have a situation right now where there's
that his
American
father, whose name was
people that
apparently
want to have
Yoel
people
Golcha. Golcha is a strange
right,
name.
that's one thing.
That's the place
And
name. Maybe that's
we also have people that you think are American, but they're actually Mexicans who are recently
but why would
deported.
he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr? Someone who died of
Hey, you want a job? I can't speak
because there was
Spanish.
a lot of
Oh my God! So it's like this is a phenomenon happening across the border.
1347
And on this side, I didn't even think about the kids speak Spanish. That's how the kids speak Spanish. Oh, martyr. And he found out that he didn't have any. He found out that he had paper. We're gonna look at 18.
Right now, that's just so amazing.
Wait,
This is something that was discovered in a town called
oh my God! And he got caught up. Somewhere in LA.
Belgium, you can see here on this map, is just west of Brussels. And apparently, when they were doing
this perception
some
that it's all criminals.
construction in the orchard of
Well, they're saying
the
this is
hospital
familiar
in
with it's crime.
1872,
Okay, 2-year-old criminal,
Jewish graveyard.
2-year-old hardened criminal, in a diaper. Yeah.
Underneath a small chapel
That's fucking
that was
insane. I think
elevated only about a
you're
foot and a half down
saying
to the
this
grave
is
of the
correction.
chapel.
Yeah.
And
I think that is a very true statement. It's also treating people like numbers.
Hospital building
You know, and not having the resources to look at each individual case,
the orchard, I assume,
not having enough manpower and people, and also everyone who's compassion. You just deal with it over and over and over again. You're like, enough. Yeah, what's your story? That's not really your kid. That's not really your wife. You know, like people, they get lied to enough that they lose their. Yeah, I understand that.
centimeters by
It's horrible,
64
but
centimeters, which
you know, this is
by 2
we're gonna live with the consequences of this. And
It's
kids are
very
gonna live with the consequences of this problem in the future. And people with national karma.
thankfully,
Yeah,
you
people
read
go back
most of it, but I need
the United States
provide us
leaving
with
Afghanistan as it did.
here's what it looks like. So,
Guaranteed that it's going to be very hard for America to find friends internationally now.
grave,
Realistically.
okay, heaven,
However, it deals with Mexico in the next few years.
and this must be
It's
the
going to
stone
define this
that
nation.
it's referring to, right?
This
stone
whatever's
is
happening right now,
grave.
whatever deals
And
with
here's the
the
interesting thing. The word
whatever this administration is
one
pointing at is going to define
is
this for
misspelled. because the word
the kids are gonna have to live
is
with
irregular.
Yeah. What were there was mass deportations going on during the Obama administration too. Now, this is what a lot of people aren't aware of. They used to call them the deporter in chief. This is one thing that just makes me nuts because whenever I hear people up here, they want to vilify just one side. Right? Yeah, you can't do that. That's a trap. Yeah, that's a trap. When Obama was deported, I think it was somewhere around 3 million people. It was like this. How many people did the Obama administration deport over the entire 8 years?
But not so perfect.
I think it was like 3 million people.
If there's a mistake,
and why was he deported so many people?
I don't know. It's interesting.
Pressure. They probably had some sort of political pressure. I'm not sure. The thing I point at is that with my state community, they try and point at people in politics as like, oh, but he's part of the Democratic Party. He helped us. You know, whatever governor that is in whatever state. Yeah. No, he was a part of the same party that supported Obama. And Obama was doing all this.
Something like
1,307,000. So what is that total on the left?
Typically,
apprehensions and then just right to the border, U.S. Mexican border.
So those are just apprehensions, or what about deportation?
Perhaps she was single. Perhaps she was never married.
5 million.
That's not just
They're deceased.
Right. 5 million.
This is amplified for later. Anyway, she is the daughter of
Wow.
her father's name was
How many is Trump deported?
Jennifer Bashane.
Let's find that out.
And she died.
The perception of the villainy, like
Look
in
at
the
the
community, it's about pointing to those are the enemies, these are our friends, those are the enemies. What they're doing exactly right here. You know, people get so caught up in, you know, it's MAGA versus the Democrats. Like, you're being played. You're getting fucked no matter who's in office. The whole thing's a scam. These giant corporations are laughing in your face. The whole thing has nothing to do with you.
This makes a lot more
You're just
sense.
a little pawn.
The shot would be something like
And they used to jump too. Yeah, there's so much propaganda. In my mind, I always think about this first. Like, I'm an immigrant, I'm new here, I'm trying to figure things out. I've seen more of the United States than most Americans. I think I've missed Hawaii, Iowa, and Alaska. But I've been every other place. I was in a room in Tennessee watching a bunch of dudes dance with poisonous snakes. Oh boy, you went to a snake handler place? Beautiful experience. Mexico, America's going to Mexico and watch fights. And when I was there, it was like, I'm doing exactly the same shit you guys are doing. Shut up. Yeah, I grew up around snakes. I used to hunt them and sell the skin to the boat tankers and stuff like that. So how did you get in contact with snake handlers? I do a lot of training across the country for police, government institutions, privately, and I did a medical class out in Tennessee, and somebody there was like, hey, you're going to like show me around.
And it has the phrase highlights of love, which normally suggests that the churches are done with these letters, like the Catholic
Why would you want to go there?
that?
Because it's exotic.
It'll help us out with
I want to go there too. I think I want to see it.
And it says,
I can't tell you too much about it. It's only keep it low key, but when I went there, they asked me, are you Christian? I was like, I'm Catholic. So you're not a Christian. Catholic is Christian.
Well, what is
according to them, it's a satanic institution. Oh, but I said, okay, I accept the true word. Yeah,
1255.
I want to see, right?
Literary records by almost 100 years.
Baskets start kind of getting pulled out. And
Thank you very much for watching.
yeah, I grew up around snakes, so I know what a basket with a snake. I'm like, there's something in there. I thought they were defanged in my mind. Those things are definitely real poisonous snakes. I don't know if they give them something so they're like chill. Don't they die all the time, those guys? Yeah. One got whacked recently. Yeah, but they were still like handling just proving their faith. Snakes. Well, if you're handling snakes all the time, they get accustomed to you handling them. Yeah. As long as you're feeding them. I was like, oh, that's cool, but I don't have enough faith, I think. think as long as you keep them fed and they don't feel like they're in danger, I don't think they're gonna fuck you up. It's like when you encounter them in the wild, it's like they're just protecting themselves. They don't want to get you. Yeah. But there were some pictures of some of the people that didn't have enough faith, I guess. That got whacked. Yeah. Did they die or they just like? I think they have pictures there of people that passed. Because some people don't die, you just get horrible necrosis around the wound. Yeah. Where you need massive skin grafts and you lose like half your fucking tissue in your leg. Yeah. See if you can find that article about a guy recently snake handler who got killed. Okay. His first term, he did half.
During his first 4 years, he did 1.5 million deportations. That's about half of Obama's first term.
Wow.
Same, about the same as Biden's term, which is 1.49 also.
And what is he at now?
I mean, they're only 6 months into the year.
How crazy is it that Biden deported 1.49 million while letting in 20? Like, what do you think they were doing? Was that a part of destabilization? I know there was also efforts to move people to specific states so that you can get a larger number for the census, so you get more congressional seats. This is a dark thing that people don't want to admit because they're the whole Democrat, but listen, it is. It's a, remember going to vote for it, and they just get I had a conversation with my parents about it. They're like, no, some congressional seats. It's like the census counts illegals, and not only that, they're trying to make it so that those people can vote. And if you can make it so that those people can vote, then all of a sudden you ship these people to a place, you give them EBT cards, you give them food stamps, you give them Medicaid money. You have money. Yeah. And now, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for the people who got your money. You're going to be the food stamps. Like, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for the people that shipped you to Springfield, Ohio. This is a good spot. Think that is like, yes, votes, congressional seats, swing states.
Portugal at this time,
net population relation for the tribulation. I think there's a little of that too. I think there's population collapse. There's a population. I mean, nobody's in. There's no immigrant crisis in China.
We're
and I think they're on the way to being collapse.
Kind of a
conflict they go through this
in Portugal.
downturn in population. I think the U.S. is at some point of the history they could close to that. Japan is in the middle of it. South Korea is experiencing it. And I ask because I'm trying to find logic between deporting the Biden administration doing that and then opening the door in that way. For me, it's always been interesting how a lot of these migrant caravans have a story or narrative in their head away from where they're coming from. Up there, they US. So like, Sean Ryan was here a while ago, and I think he mentioned that we actually went there, took him down the TV to one of these migrant caravans that was right on the border. And so, hey, Sean, you want to talk to somebody? Sure. And he got a kick out of the fact that in the middle of this camp, there was a giant Biden flag flying.
Pressure increased on it, eventually had to crack down.
That wasn't the funniest thing. If I could take the picture. All of the guys that were interviewed is still called the mask era. Some of that Make America Great, they can't mask on. I have no idea who gave them those, but somebody with a sense of humor did. I have a picture of me and Sean Ryan and some people that we interviewed. French but they were told by the organizers that they had a clear path to and then all they needed to do was make a lot of noise on the border. Make a lot of newsworthy events on the border. Talk to all the press they could, and somebody there was keeping tabs, and then they could go.
What's happening? Why?
That was their mindset that a lot of them had, which is weird. And then some of them would talk to us about the fact that they would get aid from from Americans would come down and give them camps, tents, U.S. aid.
That's the region in
former Russian Empire. There was a lot of dollars being handed out
a huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various southern Europeans.
Like I actually talked to three, I think they were Honduran. They just got to the border.
And you can see there's 1.7
now their
Jews make their way to
idea is to
America.
go to Europe.
45,000 make their way.
They have this weird sense that somebody told them somewhere down there that
South
Europe is
America,
taking
Australia,
so they're trying to make their way to Mexico. So from Mexico, they want to go to Europe.
The last site
They're not looking
on
for
the European
which is
before
a weird
they
change
away
in their
across the Atlantic.
narrative.
This
You see the
coincided
mass
with
immigration in Europe is
rise dynasty.
it's really
There's
crazy.
an industry that was something that Jews were
Very
very well prepared for culturally.
What is it about?
Finance
Like,
involved,
why?
work with
Why
gem
would
cutting
someone
and
organize this?
history
Why would someone
involved in
fund
this.
this?
And so many of those
Destabilization, political means.
150,000 Jews made their way to Western
Maybe
Europe.
the U.S. wants to depopulation across the decline, so that this is one way to backdoor it. There's probably many factors, right?
Look at this chart here
Political,
and see how the
the
population
destabilization is one, but just politically to get more congressional seats because of the way they use the census, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that?
residents of
They said they weren't going to count illegals in the census anymore.
peak of the population.
Is that? I mean,
The
what
tragedies of the Holocaust, of
Can you
course,
do that with
also
an executive order? Like, I don't know how you
in
would
some
do
ways
that.
there were some.
So you have that, and then you have the true
First of all, we should need Jews were
that people don't,
citizens at the
which
time.
is,
And so they
I
felt
again, I've been all over the country, and every time I go into a hotel,
invasion, many of them realized that they were extremely exposed.
Buenos Dias. I was to the
More
Buenos
so
Dias,
than
and
citizens
I hope
in many of the other
80% of
countries
them are
around.
Buenos Dias. Like, what's
So
our next great
large
We had
scale
this conversation.
the Jews
Kitchens,
began
like
primarily to France.
from New York
And this
City.
combined,
However,
however,
Dane told me about that. Some of the best cooks were actually
economic
from
interest
Puebla.
in keeping the diet and
Well,
industry functioning.
I was in Vegas
Not
and
an industry was
this
really
sushi
dependent
restaurant.
on
I love
Jews.
sushi restaurant.
They
Trump
actually
calls for the U.S.
slow
Census that
walked
excludes
a lot of
undocumented immigrants. Census
discriminatory
is historically
measures that
count
were
all residents regardless of citizen status as required by the 14th Amendment.
So ultimately, however, the weight
power
of
for the census.
the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology.
So Congress would have to agree with him on something like that.
And so
Which I think politically there might be motivation to do that because you could game the system by an administration allowing not just mass immigration, but then the moving of all these immigrants to all these areas where you wanted to take over. Yeah. Which is crazy. They're using these people as political ploys and then they get a fresh start in America, so it's kind of like a win-win.
The number of actual
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
It was difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries prior to the war, but it definitely represents it.
Whenever I travel, I always look at people in the service industry. Like I try to see where they're from.
However,
It's always
the industry was still quite strong, and
different parts of the country. It's different.
very, very important to the economic health of
Minnesota.
Australia as a
There's a
whole.
lot of
And
not
there were a lot of
Mexicans
refugees
Ethiopian.
from the war
a lot of
decided to
Somalians.
Antwerp as a
I think there was one that was running for mayor there.
founded by the 20th century.
Yeah,
About
was on young fellow.
50,000
Yeah,
was living
yeah,
in Antwerp.
yeah,
Again,
pretty
really
radical.
about a quarter of the
Exactly like somebody that's
nevertheless a significant amount of
where he was captain.
highly
Yeah,
concentrated
exactly.
economic
But
areas
independently of
geographic
that,
parts of the city.
the
It
amount
actually
of
has
like
one of the
cultures I'm
highest
experiencing
rates
across the country. It's like, wow, this is like a UN
9 out
country.
of 10
Like
Jewish
everywhere
children in
in
Antwerp attend Jewish
all
schools.
over the world. Well, that's part of the beauty of America, really.
Contemporary
The beauty of
population
America is
estimates
that it's
say
a
there are
melting
about
pot.
20 to
That's supposed to be
25,000
what's cool about it, but when it's
today, very
sort
vibrant
of
city, about 5,000
weaponized
Jewish children
in this way, when people are using it for their political gain and
So,
bringing
I'm
people
really
in
looking
for
forward to seeing
political
Antwerp.
gain, and then
Great.
making a person like you go through
Not
crazy
able to,
hoops
sorry,
and ladders and
I'll hope to
all
share
this
some of
shit
this.
to try to get in here legally. You're like, oh, you're discouraging legal immigration in favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy. And I understand the part of the American populace that are like, we want to keep America America. Guess what? I want to keep America America. That's why I came up here. Yeah. Going to Kentucky and experiencing that America. Yeah, cool. Listen, there's no more American people than Cuban Americans. Those motherfuckers are hardcore America. You know why? Because they know what the fuck communism looks like. This isn't just shit they teach you in college. Like their grandparents and their great-grandparents grew up oppressed. Like they had to deal with that stuff. They escaped and they came over to America and they have no tolerance for any bullshit. Well,
in Mexico right now, there are things you can't say. You know, there's laws that prohibit you from being violent verbally against a political figure if she's a female, and you have to go on like a whole thing apologizing for your insult. I came across public humiliation basically it's being analyzed in Mexico, and Mexico's going towards that side of things. But I'm up here, and I'm seeing some of the things up here, you know, so like, I have this vision of being class where it's like, cool.
It's especially fascinating because
this is a place where I'm safe to pursue whatever happiness I think exists. I didn't find that happiness in my country where I came from, because
which was
this or
typically
this or
made
that.
up of people
Why do I
who
want to bring some
prior to the occupation been serving some kind of capacity, and they were impressed upon by the
Texas is
Nazis.
kind of boring. Let's
Become
bring in
essentially
fucking
their accomplices to put in place whatever demand had. There was
well, that's the big part about Texas stuff in California. It's
of
gonna be
money, values,
California,
furs,
Texas,
radios, whatever,
you know,
all the way up
man,
to
California's
deportation of the
bullshit. We
population.
gotta get out of here.
What happened when the Nazis set up these operations is that they would come in
What
and they
made
would
this
make
place
demands
this place?
that
Those
the
fucking
leadership would
laws,
refuse.
dumbass.
They
Yeah,
would typically
like
be shot.
okay, cool.
Nazis would say, who's in
Everybody's
charge?
super
Who's
polite.
third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regard to the function of the military, because after all, the members of the site were accomplices to the Nazis,
which basically makes it.
but that's not universal. We definitely have some Iraqi leaders, like for example, Netanyahu in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary.
You don't get the privilege to defend yourself in a country where you can't trust the cops. 90% of all murders never solved. And look at all these fucking
those leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save.
You can't have 22 cows and piss.
Siskin was a very nondescript individual. He was born in 1906.
This is a place where
eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing distinct anti-Semitism Nazis had inspired, and his wife, later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany and relocated to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out. And his employment at that time was as manager of the Rothschild, the theater of Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation camps to Westerbork. Siskin relied on international skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to visit the Jews of the region. They worked together with economists named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Elizabeth, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teacher's college. The teacher's college was run by Johann von Hus. When I got there, from there, they would be taken away whenever they could. Small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network. Involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht, the Children's Committee, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Siskin himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of Utrecht, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just the last on the list. So in 1944, Siskin and his wife and his daughter progressed to war. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous officers. He had no problem whatsoever. They were later deported to Reichenstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and his daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Siskin himself would actually die
like we're
death marches of
proud
February
Mexican
1945
of any
as the
kind.
Nazis
People
tried
war.
desperately to pull back the events.
We are
After the war, of course,
in the sites of ice.
in the sights of any sort of authority figure that might want to
was
like,
nearby.
so that's
As a
it's
memorial
an anxiety.
to the
And
way in which
again,
he was literally
I've talked
abridged
to people
death
from
to
like
life
across the country.
for 600 Jewish children.
It's a generalized anxiety of not feeling at home, which is dark. It's dark. Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with these fucking brains. But it also makes the rest of us feel awful that aren't scared of it. You feel awful about like what America stands for. Like the idea that we would find it right to send some kid who was born here or born in Mexico but came over here when he was 2, can't speak Spanish at all. Some kid in LA that just doesn't have paperwork, and all of a sudden he's in Mexico. Yeah, that is fucking dark. That's crazy, and that makes everybody else feel like, well, this isn't a good country, man. That's not a good thing to do. A bad thing. That's an immoral thing to do. That's a thing that you do when you don't care. This is supposed to be the shining light of the world.
Yeah, and like you, I talk to everybody. Like I'm an open conversation with anybody. I don't see anybody that I don't see anybody that's told me
So thrilled
to that shit. That's what I'm
in our
so I've encountered a situation where I've had to talk to you about officials. You know, I go to
work on the lecture
what's it like?
economy of
What's it look like?
which is basically the
Being a
17th
villain,
century.
like Captain
Joseph Henson de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, he was his years are 16, 15, 16, and through almost one of those
give you a guesstimation of what their faces are like.
who had made their way from the
People that
Iberian
talk to
Peninsula to Amsterdam.
and
His
doxing
family
them online.
and
And
did
they're like,
amazing
they're like,
phenomenal
why
things
is
there
that?
specifically in
Because
his
we were
literary work.
too.
And
That's
this
how
is
they
analysis
got to us.
stock
They started making
So
these
before we
things.
get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy
There is
in Amsterdam in the 17th
there was a lot of interest out there. I
that
could see
activity has to do
at
with
high levels
opening
to
up those
separate
new
us and
markets
keep
as a
us
result of
like a culture rebel.
Americans and also with the Far
More
Eastern
destabilization.
map.
I think this is part of the plan.
I don't know if there's a plan or not, but hopefully it kind of makes sense.
Part of the whole agenda is to create even more conflict.
Hopefully somebody has
a lot of import export.
hopefully somebody knows.
Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews,
Maybe
fled
if
the
they told
position
that's a target.
That's what makes me wonder.
They began to find ways to be very active
Is a
in
big plan, or if it really is just fucking
very important was
If I found myself in one with the Illuminati people, there's like a thing that I'm like, oh, these guys are smart.
and also
whatever this is,
the
they're
northern
going to be
part
careful.
of
At least
South
somebody
America
that knows
also
their shit is
was a
going to
very
be charged.
huge
I don't know.
significant
Like,
for the settlement of Jews.
I don't know. I see this. I
particularly
see.
here in New York.
I see the U.S. in
New Amsterdam.
like people internationally see the U.S. declining. You know,
It's
I got to
fascinating
experience the U.S. in the 80s.
local governor Peter
Crossing the
Stoiber
border,
is
going
here.
to San
Where
Diego, going to SeaWorld with my parents,
I
and
know, but
chopping
it's just
seeds of
coincidental.
portions of everything bigger in the
Yeah, really
supermarket.
didn't want to let the Jews
And then
in,
as an
but
immigrant,
nevertheless,
now I got everything small.
officials in
And
Amsterdam said that
infrastructure is very
really
collaborative in certain parts of the country.
economic
It's not the U.S.
out
of
of
the
the
80s, it's not the U.S. of the 90s.
to allow them in. He was forced to allow this kind
So
of
yeah, I can see why people are screaming at the fact that there's
and of course
something
for
has
us
to be
it's
done.
very important in South Africa, which would be very significant.
You hit on
The
the
diamond trade, which runs its
We
way
went through
through Belgium,
Biden administration. It was
So
all
all
about
of this new economic activity is fascinating. It is concentrating itself especially in stock exchange. The first international exchange was established too far away from Amsterdam in 1536.
There's like
It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews. In fact,
going online
in
and doing an
Amsterdam,
interview.
stock exchange
It's giving us like a
1674. But
intimate view of his family conversation.
all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in single digits, overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche
Then
that
people question why things are
well
the way they are and
exploited
why
by
people are struggling in this country.
their literacy.
Parts of
The
society's
image
country.
of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a
I
sense
came
of what
work
this must have been
to make a better life for myself and for my kid.
Now that brings us to
And
Jose
I
de
somehow
la
managed
Vega.
to be in a
His
place where I
father
live
was a
and
victim of the
I have a
Inquisition.
company,
His
I'm
name was
working
Isaac
for
Enzo Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition.
I get American dream.
And
It is
stayed
the
with
American dream,
Spain.
and it's
And
it still exists.
while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism. Right? He was one of the many Jews, descendants of Jews, who had forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released and made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middleburg. And there he openly accepted his identity and
kind of like the same fight that was
fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual. We're not in out about 80,000 gilded, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary for gentrification, writing not only letters that were published, but also several books. One of the most extravagant is in a book called
and people have grown up and being deported. And that's happening all the while where people are like Mexicans are
well, but obviously the English title would be Confusion, and it was published in 1688 as the first American describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value that was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and a erudite stockholder. And it gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculation maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians. This is a lot about how this major exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and has all kinds of like anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. But things are really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people will say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give it to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares.
Yeah, when I used to work,
That doesn't sound so much like an economic guy.
you know, down after the show, and a bunch of people came to the show from Mexico.
Give anyone advice. He goes on to
And I'd
say
say, wow,
basically,
you just
you
came
know,
over here for the
it's all
show.
up in the air.
Yeah,
Things go up and down. You don't add advice and then get blamed for it later.
There's
Second rule, accept both your profits.
Mexico is poised to be a powerhouse economically.
Don't,
we don't fuck it up
simmer
on socialism.
in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have
Why is that being
bought
pushed
that when it was cheap
Or
and things like that. I should have sold it
But
before
it
it
is
crashed.
poised to be
There's
a
no point
powerhouse.
to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book.
Everything we need to just fucking explode.
Financial resources there. The third rule, and it relates, I think,
That's
to the first 2 rules.
reason.
Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment,
To
it
have
was
a
carbuncle,
isolated United States with giant walls
diamonds,
and guards on
the
the
next
walls,
pebbles,
nobody's
and the
gonna have
profits that you earn.
and Mexico next to it.
Blow up
I
tremendously. I don't think that also,
I wouldn't want to go there. No, there's always been this free flow back and forth.
right? Very,
Just
very
gotta
important rule.
Make it so
The
that
fourth
cartel
rule,
members can't
he who
just
wishes to
come
become
across
rich from this
or
game
terrorists from other countries don't have an easy pathway.
He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stocks. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise,
and it's responsible
to share more videos of my research,
also key.
my experience there with
What
you.
should the United States do
We all
about
love
its
Jewish
responsibility
Thank you
in the
very much
past?
for watching.
And some of its foreign policies in Mexico that have led Mexico to be where it is right now as far as violence. I don't know. I don't think a full-on military attack like Afghanistan or Iraq would be the answer because we see where that goes. It's not as easy as sending just drones down there and exploding a few dudes. Because we've also seen what that happens when you cut the head of one snake. You just abducted the head of Sinaloa cartel and brought him to Texas. And all that didn't quell cartel violence in Mexico. It didn't end the Sinaloa cartel. It just made a GI war.
These are all countries
the scene of the
which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connections with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Story, is not shown here. Wearing a kippah, that's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, officials then said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into America.
Well said. We are going to need each other more than we think in the coming years. And open warfare between both countries is not fucking insane. It's not going to lead to anything. The United States doesn't have the manpower to stop the wave of migration that will come out of that country if you start fucking blocking targeted strikes in certain parts of that country. There's no way. So if you want to talk about an anti-migration issue, you're going the wrong way.
Their relationship with their
and also,
minority.
at what point do some of these criminal organizations outside of that become freedom fighters?
Actually, they can drive,
they become freedom fighters.
Will know them, water drills,
they start targeting Americans.
expand the water elsewhere. And the CFA, they were also prepared to overlook the minor differences that affect private lives, like, for example, religion.
I've spoken to members of Congress, and I've spoken to members of the Washington a few times. I've spoken to people that are in charge of things, and they have notions, some of them, but some of them are clearly,
Good morning, fellow.
They took that.
They don't get that world. And if they're not fully invested in finding out, really diving deep and getting an understanding of it, how did they know what they know?
They're doing everything by, I've been in rooms with people who are part of this conflict, and they're asking the right people. But some of them are verified, like, oh, we were just in Mexico, we spoke to the local officials there, and they told us that they're doing this now, and look at all this drugs that they just got, they're doing their job now. And I'm like, dude, I used to work for them, and I can tell you that those boxes be easily empty, they're just there, like, produce otherwise. What exactly does it? So, like, that unit, that did that seizure, they're on payroll for this organization. And also the governor of this place where this seizure happened, he just took her visa away because the husband was involved in fuel smuggling. So, like, is this when?
Separate set of ideas.
Wow.
But yes, you're freaking me out.
I'm sorry, but there are people that are trying to figure it out in the government. There are people that are asking the right questions. I don't know what they're doing, what's going to happen with the information. But a few things are clear.
Yes, but
everything is on the table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond in South America right now.
It is highly unlikely
there is an interest by the United States in some of that.
Experience of Christianity.
That's clear.
Christianity because they were forced in earlier generations.
What that's going to look like is it already happened with the abduction and subsequent arrest of earlier, on a plane. Some pretty kind of weird circumstances.
They would never have
the United States already doing political counter operations against the regime that is over Mexico in some way, shape, or form.
Secondly,
there's a bunch of political exposés going on all over Mexico right now with a bunch of documents and members of their very austere political party having lavish lifestyles outside of the country, and they get photographed, and that goes on the news. And then the president of Mexico says the CIA probably is taking all those pictures as a counter operation to what they're doing.
Very much so.
I think whatever's happening, though,
Greek
it's already
mythology, and it would be absurd to say that wanted to adopt,
my point
Greek
is
and Egyptian
the
myths for
cost
themselves.
of this is
So let's
if
look
it's
at first
if it isn't
important
done
things
in
that
a
we have of eloquence
if it isn't
as
done
a
if it isn't done correctly, if it isn't done in a way where it's not taking into consideration the outcome of the fallout of something like
a book called The Physiologos.
abducting
And
another
what
gigantic
Alexander
cartel
was trying
down
to
there
do
or taking
was
him out.
taking a whole
I think
series
the
of
biggest target out there
myths
is
about
the head of
animals
this
and then applying Christian meanings to them.
I think that's if I could be a psychic right
This was
now,
later adapted in the Middle Ages.
and I said that he was going to plan some sort of direct action operation. I think that's going to be
the book. When we look at the Pelican, in the Middle Ages, when Eucharist was
if the Americans have a vision that they're going to go somewhere and everybody's going to be wearing
what is the idea? I mean, the Pelican, rather than letting it,
I don't think they're ready to go to somewhere and have a bunch of police officers. Before we know folks who are actually police officers.
There you go.
Or members of
And
the military.
the
Then engaged in a firefight with them, call back from
are very
the military, and then now you're involved in the national in a fight with the
So back to our question: why would the
because they're all involved.
adopt this?
Some of them are.
They're
Again,
really
we
looking
hear
back
these stories of these people
Christian
who
stories
are
of it, like they
supplying
did with the Phoenix,
those
and they're
showing
talking
them
about
how
how
to use those rocket launchers that
Jewish
they're getting from
values
Ukraine.
of providing charitable funds.
These stories like just like
something
that dude
that's
said that the CIA was involved, and I was like,
they
you're
value very highly.
you're just talking about your ass conspiracy theory. 5 years ago, I said
Phenomenal
terrorist
wealth in the
designation
17th century
and direct
during
action in
golden age,
Mexico
especially
against the hype of
trade.
you know what I mean?
They pioneered in many ways.
I mean, on that side of conspiracies, but pretty spot on. You've been pretty spot on. And I appreciate you very much. I'm glad we did this. I've been following your work over the last 5 years. You're always on it, so it's great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online. Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account of over 500,000 followers. After the podcast, I posted something about Chinese people being welded into their homes during COVID, and they surrounded them like that. And they took out my account. So what is it now? It's Manifesto Radio Podcast. It's at Manifesto Radio Podcast on Instagram and on YouTube. If you check me out, I have a small podcast. I talk to just people related to the environment. And I post pictures daily and a bunch of weird memes and stuff like that. It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people that are.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. Just stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a black wall outside that denotes structure as a collection
I'm trying to figure things out as
in anticipation of their deportation
for both countries.
Steps. We walked in here and we started playing. The two guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography here from here, and it was like 5 languages. It was Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was every language. Trying to match up where we do. And we're having a live group of beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here.
Some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when there was a dude that claimed to work there?
I love those
and
dudes in
then
Jewish
cut
history.
that. Yeah, you should cut out. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, that's why I put that photo up there. Because he was, a lot of the subjects that we covered, he was the original guy talking about the things of radio. Yeah, and the fact that he just kept the whole world open lines. If you're time travel, just call in and tell us what's going to happen in the future. Parents were kidnapped by Bigfoot. Like, no matter what, Art was like, interesting. Tell me more. Yeah, he was open to just talking to anyone. He never called bullshit. No. So the last time I saw you, you gave me an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air, and it caused the pandemic. He was very good at it, out of nowhere. He just like grabbed it.
It's only in Dutch. We have the story. And you see that I'm going to start David kind of a line.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? That was a beautiful one. I'd probably
let's not repeat it again. I'm not going there. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's not coincidence.
In this case, by a British order.
It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it. Like, hey,
you'll frequently see on
this was kind of coincidentally at the start of this pandemic. Like, don't put this on me. Listen, man, people get blown on whistles all over the world. Yeah, there's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people. I mean, you were directly responsible for those
basically
to become this viral, popular thing.
But they became
a few people knew about them, but they became this international thing that like everybody talks about.
More importantly, I'm going to get principal figures involved tell the story in this video.
They are
so first of all, let's see exactly is over. Here's a map of Europe and goes to the Netherlands.
Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and you knew the people were after you, but I heard that like
continental side of the channel.
Definitely keeps you up at night.
In Amsterdam,
seeing people do things with them, just screaming them at
and then we went all the way down the street,
people running around. What is the origin of that? Like,
very big
Aztec death whistles, like, when did they start?
Great experience.
Keep finding them.
Then we load the ship down.
Aztec is a modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from
very
northern
and then we made our way out
down
to
there,
a place called
and they brought with them a lot of customs. I think for them,
that's the home.
A lot of them emulated animals, so they were domestic.
Then after the trip, we went
themselves
to Rotterdam,
spirit of an animal.
where we actually saw it. It was pretty bizarre. We constructed Noah's Ark, and then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was
more of this reaching out.
That was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam,
they've been
so let's
people told me, little native people down there told me that
map of the city,
very much specific kind of utilize for psychological
road around the
effect.
Just to fuck with people. Towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says, Israel, they should care with a Jewish church. In other words, this
this agreement where they would go and
the
try
entrance
and capture
on Herenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call a Dutch achterhouse behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family did during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating.
Probably not Aztec, but probably some other Jews did that initial conflict.
And we have a pretty good idea of the
Aztec
plan of the
tattoos on
synagogue.
the back and
It's
stuff
modern
like
drawing.
that. That's the losing side.
The Herenstraat, the entrance.
The Spanish came and now like there's like every
narrow alleyway. There's a garden to the right, sort of like the Flasco Decans who were apparently badasses. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that one-story kind of roof.
And the soldiers came over like, hey, we're the tax collector.
The roof was preserved as long as 1940
before we talk about it.
photograph was taken
Fed them
in the foreground here.
And at the end of the
have
video,
some photographs
take
of
your
the beginning of the
people
20th
back with
century
you.
that shows that
Where are they?
the heavy traditional kind of sculpture that was in place.
And those are the guys that this Spanish ally
towards the, you'll see those
fight
distinct
against
two
the
windows
Mexican.
featured in the reconstruction. Unfortunately,
History of
in
Mexico
the
is so
context of World
strange.
War
I
II,
mean, it's so
the
long
entire
story.
town,
There's so many chapters of it that are
Jews, they were
very confusing because, like,
the synagogue was
lions
occupied by
go,
the Nazis.
like,
Then
when
the
they
Allies
found the Aztec
reconquered
pyramids
the
being
region in the
living
context of
in
fighting
when
a British border
people
landed
eventually
on
wound
the
up living
synagogue
in them.
and destroyed
They
it.
found them. It's Teotihuacan, which
By the
they
time
call
the conflict was over, you
basically
see
city
that
of the gods
there's
is what the Aztecs
shells
called because
of walls
was
that stand
abandoned
around the open space,
which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs in
over the
essence were
course of time.
violent
This was
immigrants
neglected,
coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight.
consecrated ground.
But yeah, the city was abandoned completely. And when
The
they
elements
passed
had their way, and
the city of the gods,
basically by
they
the
called
time
it
you got to
pyramid
the
of the
late
sun.
20th century, there was nothing left
What
except
those
for
pyramids are for.
and this is the way it would have stayed. Were it not
When they
for
made
the
it their way
intervention
to the
of
valley of New Mexico,
shown
there were
here
already a
with
bunch of
David
tribal
Lawrence
there.
and
People's home.
in his remarkable home in Vieira, which is just
So
a few
Mexico has
kilometers
ancient
away
history.
from Middleburg.
People that want to assume
Some
that
other
the
guy
Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new
Anyway, he's
on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico.
Which is really crazy.
Yeah.
And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, especially in America, don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because the Spaniards, it's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it was the language they assumed once they were conquered. And there's a bunch of lost languages.
Something interesting happened with them, and Hernan Cortez and the conquista of the Spanish are all perfect villains. I guess people, it's perfect if you kind of look at it from the outside perspective. Colonial invasion, but when you look at it, I mean, they were just getting off conquest. They were conquested by the Moors. So they were getting free from that. So they were already mixed in there. They're brown people. Right? It's not blonde hair white people coming on that boat. There's already brown people on that boat coming.
Before Shabbat began,
Hernan Cortez is very much made as a villain in this story. But when you kind of look at the way that the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts, there was a lot of brutality. There's a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides because the Aztecs also did a lot of horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives and decided to give honorary titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs, that helped with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, just this valley at that time. And it gave birth to this culture. That very much hates onto itself, which is a weird part of Mexican culture. Because if you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how Spanish came and wiped out all of the natives.
But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue.
A lot of us in Mexico have mixed blood. There's a lot of Spanish blood in it. So
let's just recap.
We were very much taught to hate ourselves in a way.
300-year-old synagogue.
And I think that has
local non-Jews says,
you know what, it's culture in Mexico. There's a whole history in ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like we say, the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president, are all about sending the King of Spain letters to apologize. They raise money to buy a tourist. It's funny, like some of the lawyers from Spain will respond like, you're asking that in Spanish.
And you're probably an ancestor of those very people. So it's kind of you more than us. Yeah, because we didn't even go over there. We're still here.
Right, and then people, that's where the Mayas went. They're there. You go down there, there's they look exactly like the paintings. If you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which is highly ask people to go and visit. They have little Mayas in there, and it's over how their culture was so detailed oriented,
as a Christian,
and the children afterwards, feeling of them just being gone or disappearing as a mystery. But then you go down there
and they occasionally have to call him to make a
they look very story was interesting. You know, I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, you just did. I mean, I know that the pyramids of Egypt were even that, but when you go there, you're like, well, what happened? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else.
A lot of strong backs, a lot of work ethic, there's no doubt.
There's no doubt. There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of incredibly sophisticated engineering. And like, this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like, how are you guys so good? And like, when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, when you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was, you get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, early 2000s, and you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then
they'll get lynched at the bottom. If you want to climb that thing, there's a watch guy all the way on the top, and that's a weird thing about the pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hang out up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the And in the Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's always dogs on it. And this one, there's also always dogs on it. Like feral dogs or domestic dogs, wild dogs. They're staying out back there. But I mean, when you see these things, like give us some of the images of when you see some of these when you see some of these pyramids like that, like that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated, so bizarre. Yeah, we had a really good guide there when I went, and the guy was showing us this one area where they would take whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they take psychedelic plants. And he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with rituals. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures. And the weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activity. A lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private part, trying to invoke in them these, I don't know, visions. So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that you transcend, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic groupies when they arrived. When you look at a lot of the cultures, specifically in Mexico, you see that they met kind of like perfect culture. Like they matched in a lot of ways when the Catholics arrived. The Mexicans were venerating a mother goddess at a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the resistance they started rituals. What's going on there? Spine buffs, spine, some spine. Coming out of that area. Going on there. Well, that's wrapped around the neck. Looks like pretty close down there. A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there for that. See a lot of this probably comes back in maybe that or that. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice too. Yes. Which a lot of people in Mexico are doing. It's a big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and they're like still skull piles and commemorating whatever war and depictions of them in codices that they themselves made of just getting sacrifice people on pyramids, pulling up their birds. That was that one statue that's on top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's why they would sacrifice people. It makes sense. Even the way that in the art it's depicted, you can't fake that. Most people would think you go through the ribcage to get a dog. There's a lot of depictions sometimes depicted in the skeleton dance coming down underneath the ribcage as a signifier. When they go up and grab the heart, that's where they go up and grab the heart. Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees, but with his torso faced upward. That one, give them the opportunity. That was the one that explained to me. And again, I imagine that a lot of these things that people have to interpret, because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential, and it was an essential thing for cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. You know, they were also talking about that ultimate order next to and where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's a Templo Mayor, the major temple of the African types of symbolism around the skull. thousand skulls on top of pyramids, on top of their central pyramid, kind of explain all the people that have gone.
What was the story? What was the completion of Tenochtitlan or one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over the whoever they had?
I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers,
Right.
but you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had. Which, if you ever been to a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, has this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny. And there's something about human tallow that has also smell and blood that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us feel rotten, I guess. And they describe the smell on some of these pyramids when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like the Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck when they saw the city.
Yeah.
Like it had water coming into it. It had a super sisters complex, just this structure and culture that was uncontested. Like when we got there,
Completely different than anything European.
yeah.
So they came over here and were like, what is going on?
He represents here
This
the world.
Yeah.
What?
Way, like
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
How do you have some
center,
gold?
which of course is Jerusalem.
Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold.
America,
But they found the other things. That wasn't their main central thing. They was kind of puzzled about why they were so interested in some of the gold reveal that they had. But when conquest kind of like finally kind of subsided and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what the hordes within the same culture became allies of the invading forces. And when they won, they were like, you're now the title leader of this area, and here's the royal decree.
Oh, yeah. Sacrificial stone.
Yeah, that's in the
60,000 human sacrifice.
Oh my God! You can see where they blooded with channel to cut down from that. I think this. I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and people would go and find the guy. It's like a sacrifice, like a fighting sacrifice. It was a different type of sacrifice they did.
Human intelligence applied to cruelty is very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see torture. Yeah, torture and just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual or to I mean, because everyone's going to die, so they just show you death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody. Children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on a spectacle. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improve. That includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG-D3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, or head to the link in the description to get started AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps.
Yeah, there they go, sacrificing people and throwing their bodies off the side. Yeah, people keep denying that actually happens, but it's, think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S. where it made all peaceful and it was like a utopia before they came in. And,
Yeah, but well, that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. You know, the white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were, and they came over here and these good people that would just love the land in harmony. Like, not really. In fact, they were killing each other. Yeah, not only that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanche, all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any work. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made teepees, they made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, from right in this spot, and they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle.
In the first century,
fucking hell. Like, you gotta be. That's dark.
Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered.
Yeah, well, that would make sense. One guy alive to watch them. Let him go.
Yeah, go tell him. Psychological event of operations.
So everybody else gets butchered. One guy that let go. You go tell everybody, no, we're out here. No.
And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors are still happening down south. Yeah, it's just weird. You sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7
Jamie, because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. It was a beheading
which held out for several years
down in Mexico, and it was it's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. And the culture that we have down there, I don't know, like I do believe that there's some sort of genetic memory.
I bet there is. It makes sense. I think there's 6 ever had found on the side of the road with chilling message, one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this?
Temple Mount is the structures in
Norwegian.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Puebla's got it's a beautiful place. If you don't visit Puebla, it's beautiful, but it's not there at the wrong time. It just don't work for the cartels, I guess. The act. So this is an interesting thing that I heard from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut somebody off a bridge, and one of the older guys that was with me, I was like horrified by this kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, oh, they're being kind. I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? Buried at least. So it dawned on me that wasn't that kind. So having somebody beheaded is even so normal. It's even crueler. They have no body. They have no body buried. And there's a lot of coffins with just the head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground. But just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness because at least you can find the body. It is the evolution of what is considered normal in Mexico. And people get shot by the dozens. People will get displayed in this horrific group, and people will just go back to work. That's every day. And that's the scary part. I think for most of those people that live down there is how normal lives have become. There's not enough normal things to hear some of these things. And this is not, in terms of America, our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture, this is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school
was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Juarez area. He was they call him the narco satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Pablo and Santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like in cartels. And he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful at social engineering and folk magic, basically is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and members of his gang looked up to an American because he needed a break through his cauldron where he would do some of his rituals. And I think that's the first time Americans got a little, like a small glimpse of the underground brutality, monster, religious occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really that in the past 20, 30 years.
So this has always been going on.
And in a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while.
But cartel brutality, when did the cartels really start gaining power?
I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States.
Was it originally cocaine?
Marijuana. I think originally when Mexico was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think
where were they getting
there? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they had to place the planet. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, well, they can grow this here. And
so this is the Vietnam.
Yeah, around it's Vietnam, World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain, so 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, I'd say 50s, yeah.
Wow. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected there.
Yeah,
because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam, and there was a trafficking area.
Yeah, and the Golden Triangle.
Yeah, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that. But we have to be over there to stop communism or something.
And it's an interesting to bring up Vietnam because it has something to do with elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled by a single party for 80 years, if that. The PRI. And then it went through its democratic period, and now we have other parties coming into play. Now we have a party all over Mexico called this is the part of the Abrazos no balazos. That's how they started. Hugs not bullets against the cartel's policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super effective.
Hugs not bullets.
But this is coming off
Mexico's liberals too, I guess.
Yes, we do. And Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke comes from. Mexico, that's Mexico City. That's where all the gender pronouns get into law. That's where the violence against women specifically, and the feminicide is now a big catalog under law. You can kill a dude, you kill a woman. That's feminicide, which is way so that's where a lot of that politics comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where I guess conservative, that's where all the factories are. That's where all the people, hardworking people, and people that kind of like go the other side of the world. That used to be the case, but now Morena's all ruling all over the country, and a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years that I was part of for 12 of those years. They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels and just getting the chunk beat
beehive.
The decision was
Realistically, he
to
really
divide
didn't
up
have a clue
the area
what he was
into
about to
7
kind of kick
distinct,
off.
barely connected units.
He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which were not corrupted,
set aside
he thought they would be corrupted.
that
And he
basically
militarized a lot of the policing going on around it. You can eliminate all these cartels. This guy's gone, this guy's gone, and we're going to now secure this area of control. It's just basically gremlins, One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5. Cut one head off and it's a hydra. It's just bunching out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president comes in with this plan. I'm like, we'll just leave it alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting them. How that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. His main he criticizes Calvin, who started the drug war, over his handling of it. He outmatches him from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization. And they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, they have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members. And the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. The political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to chase them, because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate, and this cartel is sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to play himself in a shield.
Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was.
That sounds about right. It is. Again, criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. Let's elect the governor. So,
I think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications.
It's a different type of corruption.
It's a different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 city politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking imagine if that was going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene whacked, AOC's getting whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible, because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fee included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent. So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
And it is a clear sign that whatever division people had in their heads of the cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff. No, all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, El Mayo Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. They flew him into a private airfield under pretty interesting circumstances, and then he handed himself over to authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico.
Why was he willing to fly in?
So there's different stories. He's told his own story. He's actually talked about this many times openly with his drivers and stuff like that are driving around. So he just speaks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is Mayo Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that it was Chapo Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa Cartel Federation. And a lot of the bigger old parts of that cartel were kind of headed by this figure, Mayo Zambada, who in 50 years never grabbed, caught, hear about him being in certain circles, but everybody that guy's the head of the Sinaloa Cartel. The bigger guy in that organization, which is the Federation.
And then the Maccabees
last time I was here,
rose up against them,
after
drove them out,
and
then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with
2 years ago, they finally caught up to
great days,
and the army and this operation, same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city, block roads, stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest.
I'd like to take you through
and he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States.
The Maccabean revolt, that might be a little different.
Conversation probably happened with the United States with the media while he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in a hole, and he's not going to get out of the hole. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hole too, they probably need to cut a deal.
How they felt they should relate to the world around them.
And the theory is
this is a result
that deal
of the
probably
political
included
situation
handing over
in
the head
which Israel
of the
had
Sinaloa
been
cartel
under
Zambada.
Greek dominance, that is Hellenistic dominance.
Subway force for more than 2 decades. He was taken into custody after arriving plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zambada said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez. His lawyer denies those claims.
Empires that are especially important for
This is the shady stuff that happened.
which is in the yellow
Maya gets brought into a meeting
and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based
by
the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally orientation. The original leaders in particular were
this guy
all
on a plane
descent,
and
and
fly
they were larger
and we're going to make a deal.
But when you look more closely at where Israel
he has
right here,
he
you
has
see
a Maya coming
on
to
this
a
map
meeting
they have
between
shown yellow and the because
the governor of Sinaloa was going to
it
be
was at
the
the borderline
head of Sinaloa cartel.
the Ptolemaic
Who was a
Empire
member of
based
the Allied party all over the country.
based
Also no investigation, also he's still
and as a result, Israel was
between
handed
him
back
and
and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrians, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean War occurs. The version of the story that you probably child had a very important role in this man, Antiochus Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colored figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the second century. He's also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin confirmation translation he used to do things like dress up as a commoner and go to the bath houses and just try and slum it out with the regular people, and then he would enjoy revealing himself as being in fact the emperor himself, and then he would ask to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing, messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy in Israel. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute
we're going to see
among those
either
who were
a
in
direct
favor
U.S.
of
intervention or
increasing
military
their
action in Mexico was going to kick off things. And I think
and on the other hand, there were those who were more traditional.
After
who
that
said,
happened,
no, this is too much.
El Chapo Guzman's sons cut deals.
Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses, and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest.
They took him out of the country, so
And there were two major factions
under some
vying
protective
for it:
custody.
the
Yeah, of
Hellenists,
course.
which were favored by a man named Jason,
if you want
and
to talk
another
about
even more extreme figure named
people that
Malleus
don't have
on the one hand, and the
like all
traditionalists who
heathens,
favored someone named
nobody
Konya,
is about this
also
one.
known as
He's the guy.
the Hellenists, first with Jason, and
I
then
think
even
he's
more so under
and I think he just
Menelaus,
declares
offered
guilty, and he's probably
Antiochus
going to cut a deal.
more
He's older,
tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a thing, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money.
in LA.
And after one
Here it is.
humiliating
August 25th.
military and political defeat,
Judge on Monday
Antiochus
scheduled
chose
August
to
25th
press his
change of
advantage
plea
with the
hearing for
Hellenizing
Zapata. Longtime
by
leader of Mexico's
ransacking
Sinaloa
the temple
cartel
itself,
development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't
dedicating
seek the
it
death penalty against
to
him.
Zeus rather
There's a
than
deal there.
to the god of the
And
Jews,
I don't
and
think it's around the
banning
same person
many
as going back.
traditional aspects
I don't see him
of
jogging,
practice,
but
such as
yeah,
circumcision
Rob doing
and the
yoga.
observance of the Sabbath. This sparked the revolt, but the roots of the
There's a deal
revolt
coming,
were
and
really between the Jews
there's
themselves,
a
those Jews who wanted
this
more
sense in the U.S. that
accommodation to Hellenistic
Trump
values
came
on
into
the one
power
hand,
and
and those who
declared these
disagreed
organizations
and
terrorists.
said that the Greek world had to
And there
be
was
held.
an expectation that meant was off, and you're going to see military action pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is open warfare between the last remaining sons of El Chapo Guzman and the
It may
sons
be
of O'Malley,
surprising
who are
that
now,
our
I've seen
best
videos.
history
It's
of
bananas.
the
It is a
revolt,
war
which
zone on
was
the
a
streets. See
glorious
if you can find
national
some of that
uprising,
Sinaloa
represents
video,
a
Jamie,
high
because
point
it
in
is
many ways of
shocking.
Jewish struggle for religious and political independence.
When this
That
war
this
kicked off between
source, which
these
is
two
roughly
factions,
contemporaneous with the
in
period,
Sinaloa,
is not
schools
well
closed.
regarded
You know,
within the
people
Jewish
didn't want to go out
How
because
do we
cars
know
were going to get
about the
jacked and get
events
burned
of
and put in the middle of the
Well,
street.
we have
Companies
three
closed.
really important
all
sources,
the
and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look
environment
at the three
around these
most
criminal
important.
organizations
First
that they
is
built
the
up. I
Talmud.
mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores.
Be a little bit cautious about
and exotic cars,
amazing event
exotic
of
cars
the
being
Jews
sold
achieving
stores,
political and more importantly,
dealerships, and
spiritual
all the
independence
bands that
from
played
an
live music at
oppressor.
their places
And
and all these
there are a lot of questions. Why
exotic
does the
seafood
Talmud
places
spend a lot
all
more
these
time talking
years.
about this? Why is there no tractate
How are they going to
devoted
sustain themselves
to
now?
the
This
holiday of
economy
Hanukkah, like
starting
it
to
is, for
crash,
example,
and it's
to the holiday of
the
Purim?
Mexican
In
government
fact,
comes out, the
Hanukkah,
president,
it gets just a
president,
few
the
pages
current
really
president,
in Tractate Shabbat,
Sheinbaum
and
comes
it
out
is in the
and
context specifically of
she
how to
blames
light the menorah.
this
That's one of the biggest
state being on
aspects
fire.
that's discussed there. How do you ritually
The
observe
U.S.
the holiday of
U.S. came in
Hanukkah?
here and
But as it
adopted
is somewhat
a Mexican national.
another very important
And
source, but a very
they charged
difficult one to
Joaquin
use,
Guzman,
is
who was
Flavius
involved in this
Josephus,
operation, to
who is
pick
kind
up
of like
they
the
charged
Oprah
him with
Winfrey of
high
Jewish
treason
history.
in Mexico.
He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who fought against the rebels in the First War in the year 66
But you
to
have this
73.
situation
And
now
then
where
she
she's
was about
blaming
to be
the U.S. for
captured in a very
basic
dramatic episode.
Give me some
He turned coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence
This is the members of the Lions
primarily
family
as a
shooting up all the luxury houses of those
expert
Chapitos.
on everything Jewish. Or, of course, the general to destroy.
These guys using ear
And
protection.
later,
No,
for
they're
the
not.
Roman world as a whole, he was,
Yeah, you can probably sneak up on all those vampires. They're probably all dead. But they're beating up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by
and after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history.
They love
Right up until his
magazines in Mexico for some reason. 50 cal with no hearing protection.
However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his
How many of those guys
biography,
are deaf?
there are some difficulties.
A lot of them have a severe hearing loss
He's
and
writing only in Greek,
also went to Jalisco with a friend of mine he has a YouTube channel called The Connect, John Mitchell. He talks to drug dealers and people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico. He's basically the Mexican Sean Ryan.
That's why he has
The
this
cop
surname.
for
Flavius that is added to his name,
handle.
Josephus.
And he interviews like cartel
We're not
members,
exactly sure what his
people from that
motivation
life.
was. Much more to say about him, but for now let's
asks us,
rely on the fact that
we
he's somewhat
talked to a kid
problematic
that
source,
was
although it's very
6
hard to
months
get
out
away from
of
Josephus
working
whenever you
with
want to study anything.
what is currently, I think, priority
But
number one.
Josephus
Should be
relies
priority
very
number
heavily
one
on
for the
this
U.S.
one.
The New Generation cartel, this militarized cartel on
This
the
is
East
an
Coast.
amazing
This
account.
war going on between the Sinaloa
Only
factions.
existed in Greek.
I mean, it's Christmas for them.
Probable Hebrew original has
So,
been lost. It
when
was
we
probably
went
written by
down there,
someone
he
who
introduced
had
us to this kid
first-hand
who was
knowledge
freshly
of
off.
the actual Maccabean battles,
Basically,
and it gives us
he
an
was
incredibly
involved
detailed
tank
version of
warfare
the events
on the
from
borders
the
between the East
perspective
Coast and Second
of
Decades against
someone
those
who was
lines.
probably
You
involved
see
in
they're
the
firing at
themselves
this house.
from the Jewish side.
Tanks. They're
This
making
has
their
made
own
it into the
tanks. If
Bible
you get your
of
truck
many
stolen up here,
Christians, in particular
probably
the
get shipped to
Catholic
Mexico. They're
Bible,
gonna make a
but
tank
it
out
was
of it.
not
Probably.
made into
They're making
the
these
Bible. Now this book
artisanally
thing
made
would definitely
tanks,
make it into
basically.
the Jewish Bible. I mean,
Mostly
wow,
they are,
this is totally amazing. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made
what
the
they do is
cut,
they make these
which
these
books did
tanks.
not,
And
they
his
elected to
job was
pass
to be
on
in
the
the back of one of these
Now,
with a 50
I
cal
hope to
rifle.
discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that
what they
the
do
rabbis,
They'll
I mean
get,
the Pharisees,
they'll get into a
were
dirt road
not especially
and they'll put their
enthusiastic
trucks
about
like this
everything
with their
that
backs turned.
Hashmonaim,
I was like, why
the
not you just
dynasty
run
that
with
the
the front?
Maccabees
The
founded,
engine will go out. You have
represented.
to run with the
And
back of the truck.
there's a lot
So
of
they'll just
cool
go into like
things
this
about
destruction
whether or not they
hills and
wanted
shred
to
each other
support
until
and
there's
encourage and
a clear
identify
winner.
themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the first and second book of
So they'll
Maccabees
be in
that
the back of the truck.
made the rabbis think, you know what,
And they'll
this
just
might not be the
put
best
radio
thing to
inside the
put
cabin,
in
try to
every
call out what's
So
going on.
even though it
And they'll
wasn't in the Bible as formed by Christian groups, the
They put
Jewish
bullets in their
Bibles do
ears.
not
I've
include
seen that.
the
They
Maccabees, and you have
put
to read it
like plastic
the
things in their
Wikipedia or
ears, but
someplace like that.
realistically,
Nevertheless, the book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes of
you
understanding
get
a lot
like a
of
pair of
historical
Walker's
depth
game ears on
and
Amazon.
rich
It's not that
understanding
expensive.
of what was
None of that
during
is out there.
all this.
This kid walked us through how he was all the way from his recruitment, through his training, through this tank warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he's like, why I laughed about your question about hearing protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was, because he kept like, what'd you say? It's like, hey dude, do you have hearing loss? Like, no, like I just
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely
you have severe hearing
fascinating,
loss from
and there were a
what you went
series of battles that were primarily led by
Is it tanks
Yehuda
going after each
Maccabee,
other? Yeah,
an incredible figure.
you'll see this in
was a
different.
brilliant
I mean, they're fighting
military
over
leader
drug routes basically
understood that
and territory.
the asymmetrical nature of the conflict
It's so
with
close to each
a
other.
large
It's-
Syrian
it's-
Greek
it's
army of
caliber
as
at,
many
like,
70,000 troops
10-foot distance.
simply could
And,
not be engaged in a straightforward
The
literally
drones are now
real-time
involved
battle.
in this
And
as
so he
well,
pioneered a lot of
because
fascinating
why
guerrilla
not?
tactics
Of course.
in order to
So
defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of
the
the
way
war.
he was recruited
Uh,
was pretty interesting.
As I mentioned earlier, there
he
was
was
a
an
big
Uber driver.
urban
This
revive
kid,
over how
again,
Hellenistic
you would look at
should
this kid if
the
you
Jews
found
be.
him somewhere.
And
Just
in a
normal
town
kid.
called
20,
Modi'in,
it's 23
some
right now, I think. But,
enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and
Uber driver
ordered in
crashes into
accordance
somebody in
with
an accident.
the decrees of
Doesn't
Antiochus
have enough money
that
to
the
pay the
local
extra for the insurance.
population should
So he's like,
sacrifice a pig
What am I going to do?
to
Get married.
God.
Newly
A
married.
family led by
What am I gonna do?
Matisyahu with his
goes on TikTok.
several sons
And he's
demurred,
advertising
and
on
rather
TikTok.
than sacrifice
hey,
a pig to a Greek
You know,
god,
honey,
which
this is how much
a
we
bit
pay.
of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice
Cartel.
the Jewish
The
enthusiasts
cartel
who
uses
had been
TikTok. Yeah.
promoting
Yes.
the
Facebook,
act of
TikTok,
idolatry.
of course.
This sparked
totally
a
makes sense.
a
But
genuine
specifically
guerrilla
TikTok is one
war
of their
where
biggest recruiting.
the sons
methods.
of
And it's in the
Matisyahu
open. It's not like
fled to the
you have to
hills
access
quite
this private
literally.
page and do this. No, it's like,
And
hey,
from
want
there
to
they
work for the
engaged in
4 letters? Is
small
that the way they
attacks
call themselves?
on
Yeah.
the
the Syrian
just call this
forces,
right.
and more
So he
significantly,
called this number,
Jews
and he
who
was like
supported
told
them.
to meet somebody
Tremendous
at
amount of
a
internal
bus station
conflict here that made it a local conflict.
He goes, meets these people at the
Syrian
bus
Greeks
station.
were not brought
They
in
put him in a
big
car.
numbers until
They
it
check
was
them, like, give me
discovered
your
that
phones,
the
give
local
me, like,
Jewish
we don't want to be
authorities
tracked.
simply could not handle them,
And
and
then
then
they drive him
increasingly
to
large
a place where he was
real
going to be trained, I guess,
soldiers
is what he
were
said.
brought in.
And then
This is
stopped him on the
Matisyahu
road,
himself passed
beat the
away
shit out of
early on in the
there,
conflict, and his
torture
son
a few of
Yehuda
them. What are you
Maccabee
doing?
proved
Where
to
are
be
you
an
going?
incredibly able
Don't tell
general.
him anything. Don't tell
He
him anything.
acquired a reputation for
And after they
ferocity
got the
and
beating of their life, they
brilliant
got good. You
strategic
passed the
use of
test.
the terrain.
And now
At
you're going
one
to go.
particular battle early
So
on,
that was
he
what it was
seized the
for.
enemy
But the
commander's
uniformed cops
sword
were all cartel
and
members.
used it personally,
And the police,
symbolically
like,
for the
all
rest of the
these are places
campaign.
where
At another a very
so
important
it's just to see
battle
if you'll
at
crack.
Emmaus, he managed to defeat a
gets
group of regular
driven to
forces
one
who
of
may have
these
been as many
ranches,
as
these
4
training
times
camps.
the size
And
of
it's
his
not like,
own ragtag
you know, I
camp
remember seeing
by
the Al-Qaeda
force
training
marching
camps where
his
the guys
own
on the
soldiers
bunkers and stuff like
to
that.
attack
These
the
are
base
military
when
combat
half of the enemy
that are
was out looking for
zero
Maccabee.
in the mountains.
They set the base on
There was a
fire
case
so
recently
that
where they
when
found
the
mass graves
group
that
that
turned out
was
to be
looking for
actually
Yehuda
training camps for
returned,
dead
they
people there.
found that they were
They found all these
outnumbered
shoes.
after
They were calling them
exhausting
Mexican
search,
Auschwitz.
and the entire
But what they actually found is processing
remarkable
space.
strategy.
Like you go there and they
Uh,
strip off
one
all your
of the
clothes and your shoes
most,
and they leave them there. They can't
dramatic
use shoes because they want to be trapped.
battles, however,
So
was a
it's one
battle
of those
that
processing
involved
places.
and
And
war elephants.
then end up in some of the training camps.
You can imagine what it must be
He
like. But
describes
they would put some kind of
active
fortified
duty military personnel
station
trained
on the top
in the
where
hills.
more than a few
Mexican
soldiers
military
could sit
personnel
on top of
trained
the
in the
elephant
hills.
and then attack
Former
from
special
above.
operators
So
from
one
Colombia.
of the brothers,
Some
Elazar,
former special operators from Mexico.
correctly
Some
as
from
it
America as well.
that
There's
Antiochus
rumors,
himself
and again,
might be
I've
in
not
one
talked
of
directly
those
to
war
anyone
elephants.
that
Elazar
knows
decided to
that's
attack the
bad
elephant
eyes on
from
them, but there are
below and
rumors
stab it. Which he did successfully.
American
However, the elephant in its death
specialists
throes
of some
fell
sort,
upon
like for
Elazar
Delta
and
Force and
crushed him.
SEALs.
So
And
this
I don't know.
particular incident, by the way,
But
was
there is a
celebrated
clear
in Christian
communication
art because, of course,
methods and
Christians
technology.
are reading the book of the
IEDs are a
Maccabees.
thing in
Jews
Mexico
are not.
Like
The book of the Maccabees becomes very
IEDs are
popular
very
among
reminiscent
Christian readers.
of things that
And
you
so
can see
it
in
has been
Afghanistan and
described
Iraq.
in
And the
all
only
kinds
way
of
they can come
amazing
over here is not from Afghani or Iraqi
Sadar
and showing
describing
exactly like
particular.
IEDs.
Let me
It's
just
probably
take you
an
through
EMP
some
tech
of them because
of
they're
some sort
so
from the US
fascinating.
that has some experience and
As
know
you
how to
will
make some
note
of these.
from this
That's
particular
one
example,
that's one place where
the
they were learning their trade craft.
Europeans who are
Another one's
describing
Colombia.
this happens to be a 14th
Colombians,
century
Colombian operators.
they don't know what an elephant act looks like, so they sort of imagine
the Ukrainian
some
war,
kind
learning
of
about drone
horse
technology.
maybe, and
Some of
got
the
some kind of
operators
nose.
from Mexico
Okay,
that
fine.
went to fight
And
in the
here's another
Ukrainian
one,
front
which
are now
also
back in
has
Mexico,
the
showing the cartels how
elephant is
what
some
they
kind
learned
of
about drone
horse-like
warfare in the
creature. In
Ukrainian
fact, it
war.
looks exactly like a horse because
So this kid
apparently
describes
artists
this
did
training
not
camp
believe
where
that an elephant really
it's the army.
exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that
people
makes,
getting
of course, looks
trained,
something like a,
don't
sort of a
people
happy Doberman
brought into
picture
this
of
training camp
some
and
eyes or something like that.
and see if
This
you're
one's great.
worthy.
I think it has kind of
Give you
like
a
a sort of cat-like, tiger-like look. This one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again. And
So
it
they
looks
just
a little
tried
bit like
to
a
just see if
Dr.
you're
Seuss
capable
kind
of
of
it. I think he was one of the guys that tried to
Sorry
work.
for that sort of detour
Because
into
it's I mean,
the death of
it's
Eliezer.
it's like
But
the military,
basically,
but they'll kill you.
under
They're
the
fucking fuck up or
remarkable and brave
local
leadership
people
of the Maccabees, Yehuda's
Um,
leadership, the
it
Syrian
is
Greek
a
forces
job.
eventually
It is like a structured job. You get money paid to you every quincena, every 15 days, and a bonus at the end of the month. You get equipment. You know, you get selected for certain activities. He was selected for tank duty, and they sent him on this fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drug stores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts. But it's a
at this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets actively now. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict
have to
that
search
took
for it.
several years
It's
to
there.
resolve. Eventually,
people followers. Yehuda was able
advertisingtech.com as
to
well.
take back
videos of
Jerusalem,
people here in
take
Texas
back
that
the
went through the
temple
border recently
grounds,
and look at the
cleanse it
newspaper
of
like, hey,
all of
I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper.
inspired
Like,
idolatry,
but they
and
were
restore
Mexico like a few
back
hours later.
to its
Vehicle
original
before
function
the
as
newspaper
a
and like, this
monotheistic
is so
site
so
of
the
worship.
best slumlord out
Let
there.
us recall the very
Hire
name
him for like
Hanukkah
us, because they crossing this
dedication,
on
in
TikTok.
the sense of dedicating the
It's in
temple.
the open.
And one of the key elements is
People don't
the
realize
menorah, which is
how
shown
big of a
here
tool that's
in
being utilized in
art
Mexico as a
This is
tool. It's
a piece
propaganda
of
tool as
Roman
well.
monumental art
That's what the
that commemorates
to each other to that
defeat
meeting.
of
How
Judea
did this
by the
kid get
Romans
out?
in the
We
first
ran.
century, a little more than
I think
200
he
years later. And
managed
as
to
you can
prove
see
himself a
here,
bit, and
they are
managed to
carting away
get
the
the
spoils from the temple.
favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey,
Candelabra.
I know
This
you
is,
don't
by
want to
the
be
way,
here.
more or less how it looks
Leadership
today.
I guess.
Stephen
Don't
Fine of
come back.
Yeshiva University has done
Also,
some
the
chemical analysis of paint flex and has
not
been able
everybody
to
gets that
determine that
opportunity.
it would have originally
So
appeared
it's
to
just
run
somebody
like
who liked
this.
him.
And a painted version,
He
which I actually like the way they have it today. It's
got
much less
favor, and
garish
eventually
and
said,
so
you know
on.
what, I
But
have
here
a
you can
wife and a
see
kid that I need to get
on
back
the
to.
left,
That's their way.
there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table or territory, altar,
It's
something
basically
like
one of
that.
the corridors up into the
At any
border
rate,
of Mexico, through Mexico. So
none
it's-
of the
people are
earliest
almost fighting over
sources
these
have
regions.
a really clear description
He came out
of
with
the miracle which seems to get such high billing. The
and again,
earliest
all these
source
things are
that we
unknown. He's a
have
Mexican kid without health
for
insurance.
the
How is he
description
getting
of this book is a
when I talked to him for a
Baraita
bit, he was
that
like,
occurs in
oh, that
Talmudic
makes sense. Like,
tractate
yeah,
of
you
Shabbat,
drink a lot?
page
Yeah.
21b.
I know why. I used to
The
get shit done.
Baraita or Baraita
Um,
is essentially
nightmare?
a statement
Like,
which
like,
ancient
yeah.
nature and the
Sounds
oral
like
tradition is handed down,
PTSD,
but it was
dude.
not
Sit down.
included in the important
So, but
collection
he's
of
one
teaching
of
that was brought together in
kids like that out
the
there
early
who
3rd
are
century
gone through
by
some of
Rabbi
these things.
Yehuda Hanassi.
Both on
So
the
it's
military and
difficult to
police side
date
and
the
also the cartel side.
Baraita very
Highly
well, but
traumatizing.
that is essentially the place
there's no-
where we get
There's nothing
the
for them out
source
there.
of the
If they
story
talk about what they did, they're in trouble.
the oil that continued to
If they
burn
look
for
for help,
8 days
there's
when
no
it
help
should
out there.
only have
So
burned
this kid is
for 1.
trying to reform his
There are
life.
other
He's
elements
fucking
in other
damn
early
it.
sources,
Lost
such
his
as the
family.
Megillat Ta'anit,
And
which
he
is
fought so
a
much to get
school
back.
of fast days that lists not really fast days per se, it mainly lists days in which fasting is not
one
permitted.
small
Hanukkah is
small
one of
story
those
and
days.
tragedy.
In other early sources,
You go to these
do make reference to the
and they
need
have a
for a
roundabout
new
there.
menorah,
Go with
the need for some
somebody
kind of
see
way
what's
of
missing
kindling
or
lights,
and
presumably because of the
covered
defilement,
in
but
posters
the
and
8-day story is actually
in
not
Guadalajara.
represented there.
It's
And
like
what
a-
is
one of those zombie
interesting,
movies,
on top of
where
this,
they have all
however,
these
is
people like
that
the
Yehuda Ta'anit
missing
does
people
note
posters on them because
the
zombie
date of
outbreak
this
happened.
event is the
It's like that
25th
acceptance.
of Kislev, that's the first night of Hanukkah, and then it's the 25th of Kislev,
100,000 according
which
to
happens to be
official
the
numbers of
exact
Mexico
day
stores missing.
that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the
That's
temple
another aspect of
that
this
marks
this
the
war that people
rededication
don't
of
kind of like
Hanukkah of
realize.
the temple once again.
The numbers are
So
skewed. You know,
what I would
because
like to say
there's
about all this is
there's no
that
confirmed dead
the miracle of the
person
oil
for a
is
number of
fascinating,
people
and
murdered. There's a lot.
interesting things written on it.
And
But in
Mexico
my
has
humble
become
opinion, the most
very good
significant thing, at least from a
at
historical
the
perspective,
cultures
is
of
this
Mexico.
incredible military
Represent what
victory
we love.
that represents
Work with
the
the tactical
of
group out
Jewish
there.
independence from religious persecution.
They showed me.
Quite arguably,
With two people.
such successful
Different regions have
rebellion
different ways of getting
against
rid of
religious
bodies.
persecution
Yeah.
in recorded
Some
history.
just burn them.
That's an amazing
Just
thing.
hopefully a few long enough to see if they can burn. In this part of the country, Coahuila, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside them. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside.
The story does not end with
essential
the
essence.
dedication of the temple.
And there's
One of
nothing
the
to
many things I've had to admit for this very brief presentation is the fact that
you go
these
to
earlier
Tijuana,
supporters
that's where we
were
have
held
cauldrons
seated in a
diesel
pious
to
way.
dispose
And these were the
bodies.
traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these
where I'm from,
Hellenizing
and you
elements
got
and so on.
the
And they followed him
phenomenal
with tremendous zeal and
tremendous
caustic soda.
self-sacrifice.
It's the mixture of chemicals that you can buy and find it.
About what they would go to, like Eliezer,
Made
in order
people into
to
big slurry
defend
and
their
just dump
religious
the big slurry
values.
in a hole and just
The
cover it up.
Maccabees'
So the numbers
remarkable
that we see as far as death,
successes
there's
bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However,
you know,
he had so early
it is a place where you
success
go into some
that
house and there's
ultimately
just a bunch of old
the
men
Greeks had to sue for peace.
because all
They
the
did
old men
not, however, simply leave the country. In fact,
or you'll see
the Maccabees would not have
see like these abandoned graves and stuff like
that is, including
I
economic
talked to a lady part of
and
some of
the
these
freedom from paying tribute. That
there's
is
these organizations all over the country that now they're grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine body disposal places. They're looking for the family.
Then only briefly. So we're not talking about full political independence.
Is it query?
By the way, how
yeah,
about this interesting picture here, which I
that's the one I told you that was
this
people were
is
trying to make it seem like this was like
1918,
an extermination camp.
it's
How do you say the word?
fascinating kind of
Security, high concentrations of ash suggest the presence of clandestine
similarities
crematoriums.
between
Yeah,
Yehuda Maccabee,
bodies were disposed up there,
managed
not
to
at the
take back the
volume,
temple and
Auschwitz level
establish
thing.
some kind of
But
independence.
yeah,
And on
there
the other
were
hand,
definitely people
there is
getting burned
General
there.
Allen,
So they're just
who, in the context of
all the
World War
time.
I,
Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left.
the British
So
forces,
you want to play, you're
placed
worried
it,
about
of
the
course,
government
under
catching you. But this is all our
Nations,
so
that's
we
the
do
League of Nations
territory
mandate.
that I'm worried
So
about.
the verses that are attached to this are so
There's no further
fascinating.
forensic
In
services in
Hanukkah,
some of these
there is
places.
a phrase
Like,
in Hebrew reads, "Who is like
here's
you
some
unto thee
spent
among all
casings
the
from this
mighty
murder.
people
Oh, thank you.
of And that phrase,
Throw them in this hell,
etc.,
these giant hell casings that
the
they have as
acronym
evidence
of
like right?
But on
They were
the
wrong.
other side of
There's
Malachi
no-
says, and there will come for Zion
Also, you can't solve the crimes.
who
You're
will
dead.
heal
90%.
Joel.
Imagine your job if you do it well. You're dead.
Yishuv in about 25, 30 years,
You're not going to do
feel
well.
quite as warmly
90% of the
about
workers
Allenby and the British in particular because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the Light Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here.
cartel
Because what
now
happens
that
is
you
the
have
Syrian
the lives of
Greeks
us.
realize soon
El Chapo's sons are cutting the deal. One of them apparently has
conflict
made an
over
alliance
whether or
with
not
the head of
temple is
the
in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are
last time I was here, it was like,
succession conflicts
5
over
years ago.
who's going
There
to
were
take over after
questions
him.
about if he
And
was
so
even
the
alive.
general Lycia says, you know what?
Thought he was like being kept
Let's
alive.
go.
as
Let's have a do-over.
figure because he's
I say we
low-key,
go back to status quo.
very
Obviously,
low-key, he's not flashy.
Antiochus had
Everything's militarized.
overstepped his
He's very
boundaries
good
and had
trade.
banned your traditional practices like
But basically,
circumcision and
he's very
observing
much
Shabbat.
alive.
And I know he
very
messed
much,
up your temple. You really
exposed
didn't
himself
like
a few
it.
times.
How
He was
about
almost
we
arrested
just go
recently.
back to the way it
And the
was
federal
before
police apparently tipped off
167?
security about
before
the
all this
operation
happened.
against them. It's the
And
second time he
Yehuda
was
said,
almost
no
arrested.
way.
He's the biggest
Maccabee,
target right now.
who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the
Trump's
utmost.
authorization of utilizing military action
Tolerance is not enough.
in general,
However,
from Venezuela
lost the backing
all the way up to
of
Mexico.
his most ardent supporters who
And
said,
you hear these rumblings of like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an
in other
invasion?
words, the
Are
Hasidim
we going to
felt
see
that
like a column of
it
U.S.
wasn't
Marines
really
driving down
worth it to
Tijuana?
keep fighting the Syrian
Probably
Greeks.
spend some time in Tijuana.
What they really wanted was religious
We're
freedom.
going to see like
As long as they were free
Delta
to
Force
do
down
it,
in Tijuana and then
Shabbat
Culiacan
and with
and going on a raid
circumcision
on their
temple
level without
ritual.
permission of the local
Okay,
authorities.
so we have to pay
What's the center
taxes
look
to
like?
somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal?
I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues
the
there.
idea of an infringement on their
U.S. is
religious
realizing
values. Once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon.
Recent almost
There's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened.
So
Lysias put in
as an American
another
that is
Kohen
trying
Gadol
to
named Alcimus
cut
who
the
is
stem
actually
of
much more
drugs into this
amenable
country. This is kind of the
the
excuse that they're
Hasidic
utilizing for decimation. And
Menelaus,
then
who was ultimately
who do
executed.
you trust now?
And they were prepared to manage with
I
the Greeks
posted,
at arm's length, which was
I'm
in
friends
many
with a bunch
ways
of
the
George,
end
then
of the
they're all
Maccabean
looking at
revolt,
Flight Tracker
even though
and telling
Yehuda
me
would
some of
press
that, and
the
I'm going
issue
to.
further, and there would be
And one of them sent me this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles, and I posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones in online, and a press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, who said like, "Oh, we asked for this drone to fly over this area."
Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far,
This is not
but
a
let's
military
just take
drone.
a
We asked
side
for it to fly,
here. As I mentioned earlier on,
which
the book of the Maccabees did make it into the Jewish book. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees, so they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we moved through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some medieval imprints, were fascinated with it, and especially when you get to the era of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is renewed Christian interest in the Maccabee, because for Christians, he represents correctly
what is the military going to do if the
a
U.S. says like we're going in without your
fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of religion. You see, in the 17th century already, poems, plays, hearings that celebrate Yehuda Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music, an opera to go with the Yehuda Maccabee story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English,
because there's like anti-US sentiment already.
tragedy
And also
dedicated to it.
the
It's
closing of the
absolutely
borders.
fascinating because
It's a
he
perfect
is
storm.
seen
I mean,
as a
Trump
figure
is
responding to
divisive,
religious freedom.
and
He is
in
also
Mexico
seen
he
in the
has
20th century
turned
by
into
both
this
Christians
very
and Jews as a
clear
figure of
like
national
enemy. Like, this is the
revival,
enemy.
as the idea of
Specifically by politicians out there, he's pretty easy to just feel
self-determination
like
becomes
it's
much more popular among
Why
the
is Sinaloa on
stateless
fire?
peoples of the
Maybe it's
world.
because you have a
Then many
corrupt
begin
governor
to
there
see
who's
him
clearly
as
cartel
someone
ties and
standing
stuff
up
like that, who's
for
part of your party,
the
but they
rights of
haven't figured out how to get him out of office.
national
Maybe it's that,
of
or
the Jews,
no,
and
it's
of
the
course
U.S.
other
because
peoples
they
as well.
got
Have a look at this
online.
example. This
My
is
son's
by
like,
a
that's what
French
I'm
writer, Charles Boxer,
That's why
and the title is Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Volk Glaube
Or are you
und
going to trust in that
a
realm?
small
So
people, this is the
Mexico
subtitle,
pressed
a
the whole,
small people
the U.S. is
fight
responsible
for
for this,
faith and homeland.
and they're kind of wiping
Which
their
I think
hands
is
on
a
it.
pretty good
And
précis of
the
what
U.S.
Yehuda
is
Maccabee
just
stood for.
pointing their finger
That
at
we can
the
see
high level
written in
government, which is something that
1943 under
5 years ago I
occupation.
spoke about this on this podcast, and I got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government, because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was then, and now it's even more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country?
Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of
If you have
customs that have become
this is what
indelibly
that's when you have a
associated
lot
with
of conflicts
Hanukkah,
happening.
although
in
as we shall see somewhat later than you might think they would.
The Sinaloa
I have
cartel
to give you
operated in
a
a very
little bit
old-fashioned
of
way.
personal
They
reminiscence.
wouldn't shoot no guys in the
I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario.
Shit,
We were the only Jewish family. I have to say, Hanukkah was depressing.
you saw a change in this.
All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas,
The brutality, the aspect,
Santa
and how
Claus,
this shit changed. And so, there was an
and
incident.
I was just bummed out.
Members of the Yano Fix cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in a direct conflict with elements
This
of
was
Chapo.
right out of a
Those months
called Charlie
organization.
Brown. A lumber truck driving through town must have knocked out a piece of a main tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or
They had
5
an
feet
assassin
tall.
basically
I
infiltrate
dragged it all the way home,
living
and
circle
I
of
begged
one
my
of the
parents
little
to let me
Chapos.
set
They
it
got
guys in Guatemala.
So my mother had
He seduced his wife,
and so she let me set it up. And the next
killed
time
her,
I came
and
out,
abducted his
all
kids
the
and threw them off the bridge and sent that video to a Guatemala.
I felt terrible about it.
And I think
I have like a big
shit had happened after that. But I think that set off this.
And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for
At
me
some
was
point,
because
that
all the other kids got these
whole
massive
war that happened,
and I got
you start getting the element of the set that's coming in, who were former special operator guys who basically said, hey,
I wouldn't even get a lot of money,
which a lot of them were brag,
and sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was
some of
like
them went through the
chocolate coins,
Green
like
course. Foreign nationals go through that course a lot, so they
I gotta
went
tell
to
you,
the Green course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, like, oh, congratulations on your
here's
cool
the
Green
historical
Beret
reality.
training.
It's not a thing.
Come train our guys.
It is a relative innovation in
So,
Jewish practice.
at some point,
Probably
all of this
older
started
than 300 years or
militarizing
so,
the
and that is, by
conflict
the
in
way,
Mexico.
true in terms of
It
Jewish
went from
There
gang
is no
against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that happened up here during the gang
before the
era,
19th century.
or something else.
Maybe shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of the president
changed the
headlight of 8 nights, which
started
made me feel better when I was a
warfare
kid,
tactics into this realm. They
so
started doing
the
all those torture
there's no
videos
reference to it. Where does it come from?
cartel execution videos.
You'll find in
That comes
some
from
of the halachic literature,
they realize that
conflict
guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda,
for example,
and how can
that
big
suggests
propaganda shooting the guy in the field.
18th century that charity is
So they
associated
changed
with
that game.
that there was a
They
custom
start
of
realizing that
young people
it's one
going
thing having
door
a
to
kid
door
with like
to
sneakers and black
collect
truck
charity
AK.
for a
His dad was
Other
part of the
sources
organization and he brought his
reference
kid.
a custom of
Probably
children
better
not getting, giving charity to their
teachers.
teachers as
So
a
they
gift
start getting
at this time of
evolutions
year.
of ideas of what
There are some
criminalization
interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to
and all that,
Hanukkah. One of the reasons perhaps is
the members
because
of the New Generation Cartel that is now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a
coins
Zeta
that we have
hunting
historically,
by
and there are a lot of them I actually
in Jalisco. And they said, like, well, we
but
can do this for ourselves.
other ones
So
say
that's
that
how they
really
in a lot of ways.
explicit
So this
reference to
organization
Hanukkah
has
Gel
taken the
in the
textbook
halachic
learning
literature
process of
until
all
the
these other
19th
cartels
century.
and is now this
In the
cartel with
20th
all
century
this
in particular,
foundation,
as
educational
Christmas
foundation,
becomes much more
as far as how to set up an
particularly
organization,
in
how to set up
America.
transnational
So then you have
groups, how
this
to
phenomenon
create
where
boats out of the border,
as the Christian
how
world moves,
augment
the
their
Jewish world
capabilities
also
constantly
moves. So
through
just like
technology.
Christians don't have a very
Drone warfare
tradition
was
of
first
gift giving
seen,
on
I think, in
Christmas.
Mexico.
There is a small
You
tradition
saw adults dropping bombs and
in
shit like that in
countries, but
Mexico
again,
before
it's not
Ukraine
that
comes.
deep. In the,
But they
the
got
very
rid of that.
commercial
Ukrainians
enterprise
are
we call the
taking
United
that shit
States
to
of
an
America,
There
it
are
became
Mexican
quite a bit
nationals
of a
fighting
thing.
for their foreign
So
services,
therefore,
their foreign brigades,
therefore you have Hanukkah Gel.
and some of them have gone into that route, drone operating. And some of them are coming back. And you start seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bomblets dropped from these commercial drones, and the explosives in them were probably mining level explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made. They were more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got some high level army official. They got him with a drone. I think they killed him, but almost killed him.
Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble.
Drones out being operated as scouts, so you can't get close to them. These drones are in the sky. So now you see drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So now you're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns. I've seen those things. Yeah. They look like space guns, but in the hands of a cartel guy where it's like sandals.
The gambling is because
What the fuck's going on with these people?
says the
I'm
left
not seeing all this augmentation
potentially
again.
gambling when the Greek soldiers
This
walked by, so that
has
they would
all
think
this
the kids
history,
were playing, when
all
in reality
these
they were
lessons
actually
behind all
studying.
this training, all this
That's where we
technology,
get the idea as
and it is
the
poised to
trade,
make Pancho
which is an
right through
iconic
its territory
Jewish
in
that is labeled
the United States.
for
Right?
letters,
There are
which
no
reads
segments of the
Gadol
border
Hayat.
that
There
are
was
actually
a great miracle there.
controlled or city that is controlled by
It's
the
not
generation
that way to
cartel.
say it's Gadol Hayat.
That's not the case
There was a
now.
great miracle that occurred.
But there are places that are starting to make it look like they're going that way.
It is
If you want to be
unfortunately,
one of
if you're a big fan of the dreidel,
you start seeing
and gambling with the dreidel,
the last remaining sons of Chapalos when they're free. Archibald was the strongest
it
one.
actually comes from
And his faction
medieval
was
history. It goes
Chapitas,
back to
that's
the
what they call
1500s.
themselves.
The German letters
This
are
past year,
actually identical.
announced that they
That
had
the
breached
letters
their
on
lines
German
cartels,
couples
the
is
generation cartels.
Hitch,
So
guns,
now it's a cohesive force that they had historical ties
and you get nothing.
and a part of the border that they
H,
already
you get half,
from their dad.
lands of G,
So that nightmare scenario having this cartel now having a clear door into the United States.
Does that sound familiar?
Pretty close if it's not
And how wild would it be if the border was still wide open?
But
Because it cut down
I
on
don't
illegal
want you to
immigrants
think
by
this is
some high
somehow
90%.
Yeah, it's way down. There's crossing zone out. It's really expensive. It's really expensive.
You gotta get there off TikTok.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do have. I saw one where they were like, hey, we'll grab a portfolio full of copies of ID. And like, oh, you look like this dude. And then they'll give you, this whole just get really drunk before you cross. And pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like you.
And Rabbi
That's how
Eliyahu,
they cross
and others,
people. And that's all. It's very expensive. That's how they cross you. Fast boats. There's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach, just dudes jumping out, it's classic running. And there's like a shortage of those wave runners. There's a shortage of them because they just buy
Well, short trip. I mean, if you think if you're get on one to Tijuana and you hop over to San Diego, it's not that far.
and then they'll swarm out. They'll do many of those boats. And if you can see on the coast, there's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So like, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. Mexicans feel sort of intervention by the United States and fear.
Jewish particularism,
Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't cease from the government.
So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel. So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack? If something didn't happen? If they just,
I think that's
stepped away?
I think we're already involved. This arrest of Miles Zambada, this designation that allows a lot of things, safeties off, that type of thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating with terrorists. Or against the police, it's something that's silly. You don't negotiate with terrorists like a thing.
But he realizes that he has to
But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal on how much they negotiate with them and how all these people are crossing that border. The family members are crossing that border now with the safety of the United States. That the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were a part of the arrest.
Very important figure for us
Whatever they can tell their
because
families
the primary
of that
historian
loss and
that we rely
why
upon
they died, And also
he was a
piles of bodies that were around after both of the arrested. So there's distrust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to hold it because if it's a deal with your president, what's her deal? Shame on them. Very well, very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was one of the inspires with them.
All of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north. Very important.
That's kind of
But
it is very odd for Mexico.
that is attacked by the
Very
It
loved
comes in with 60,000 troops.
large segments
And
of
in
the
space
population.
67, year 67,
what is her about
essentially
that
conquered
she's
the entire
loved?
region.
What is about her
In the
policies?
center there,
I think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they had for Alma.
was our
where Josephus was
That's the best way to describe it.
and he actually withstood
The populist guy, train swamp, rhetoric, like all these other guys, all the conservatives can go gone. He won by a landslide.
He surrendered to Vespasian.
But he keeps talking about, he kept talking about conservatives and the previous parties and that, but all the minor parties and all these switching sides and joining his party.
He ends up becoming like the official
Sheinbaum came in
in other words,
with a big job on things as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole process of the on the table.
A difficult source to rely on in many ways, but
she brought into office with her man. What did you mean?
Josephus will describe
She got rid of that. Now there's a lot of philosophies and more bullets now. There's a man in power right now, a security official named
leaders. There are
this sort of history in Mexico.
aristocracy.
He comes from he has been in circles of people that have been involved, but he himself has not been. There's nothing on him that we know of. And it's a good one. Yeah, the super cop is what I call him. He's very well loved by his men. Actually, to a few people that work directly with him, he seems to be like a guy who's willing to go its task.
To the point that
and he's receiving all the pressure from the United States. So like, we need results from you guys. Like, wait. So he has been having operations against some of these organizations, specifically in Tijuana. And you've seen record breaking fentanyl seizures and highly politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after like municipal presidents and some of the governments that are basically all around each other. Where's the cartel here?
Vespasian takes his time and hooks up the naval resistance.
Swarm operations on some of these places where they arrested police chief, they arrested the mayor. This is he's realized that this is the front that he has to fight because the cartel is just these organizations out of the hill.
There is a very significant
competition inside, they're infiltrating their politics, and
ultimately
Vespasian
is invited to take that role, and he returns.
These cartels are fighting for Huachicol as well, fuel trafficking. There's a avocados. Avocado. If you go to Chipotle or Chihuahua, you're putting money in the pockets of the generation cartel or the familia Michoacana. And it's fuel theft, and the fuel theft is why they're watching calls
fighting bitterly with each other.
It's interesting that catches that puts in a lot of people in the United States involved in it. Taking illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and flying and doing all that with the paperwork, and then ending up in the U.S. and money exchange in your hands. So that's another side of it that people don't kind of realize. One of the
northern part of the
look at this. Mexico has already seized nearly 4 million gallons of stolen fuel. AP News. This has been going on for years, and again, another part of the way they finance themselves and these criminal organizations have been able to grow without. Yeah, they branch out. They diversify years ago. Yeah, so they're not just because even if you shut off the drugs totally, they're still making billions.
And low-key, Mexico has become first world in a lot of ways. First,
but the
rebels actually your hollow masses. Mexico is the Statue of Liberty. All the economic migrants that can't afford to live here in the U.S. move to Mexico.
Oh yeah, a lot of people do.
There's like giant communities of Americans. When we were in Jalisco, we were surprised to find like goddamn angels living in the middle of cartel territory. Weren't the Mormons the first people to do that? They were some of the first ones to do some of these communities, but like expat communities out of Mexico. The Mormons were pretty big now. They've seen,
after about 2 weeks or so of
I think the last time we were that massacre happened.
Yeah, the second event in late July.
They're Mormon compounds in Mexico. Yeah,
Or, yeah, they've been there since the 1800s. Yeah, Mitt Romney's dad was Mexican. Yeah. Mitt Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president of the United States. Wild. Yeah, Mitt Romney's dad was part of one of those massive encampments of armed people. Yeah, protecting Joseph Smith's ideas. Yeah, great. Also, like, I remember, like, when I talked about it on this podcast, Mormons from the U.S. corrected me and said that those guys weren't real Mormons. Oh, okay. That I'm like, well, didn't they go over there because they didn't want to get rid of polygamy? I think so. Yeah, they should have stuck around. It's coming back. Polygamy's back in Toronto. Oh, cool. Yeah, Canada because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto, they made polygamy illegal again. Now, I was in Canada recently. It's like, wow, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job. Keep at it. I think Mexico's probably if you can invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico would be.
Chances are, if you don't know anything about Hanukkah,
the industrial plant that has a lot of the stuff that is leaving China is going to Mexico. Youth,
where they somehow
it has a consumer base that is
somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks,
so how do you
invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it?
Is that possible at this point in time? Is it so soaked into the culture? I think it is. Yeah, I think we're at a point, a tipping point where the Mexican culture in general is like sick of it. Like it doesn't want this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in Mexico in a way because some of these popular singers that would sing are banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech.
But you know, when you actually get into the history of it,
is pretty cool with it. They're letting it slide, so it means that they're kind of like ready to give up shit. It became an issue in America, right? Where there was a popular singer that they wouldn't allow back in the country. It's these huge sold-out arena shows. Yeah, I mean, again, I talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations,
political situation in
like just like you attack a guy that you attack finances and
Hellenistic.
And a lot of these accusations were basically given to some popular singers to want money or to gain influence or to sing about their exploits. They were paid to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that some of these guys were on the chopping block. The service designation came down from the government, the U.S. government, putting some of these singers on the chopping block. Wow. Another phenomenon is that the U.S. is actually just a guy. 4 million listeners on Spotify. There's one of them. He was killed in a parking lot yesterday. Oh, wow. Musician celebrating drug cartel exploits the song Shot Dead in parking lot in Mexico. Oh, this is yesterday. Just today.
Called the Syrian Empire because much of their activity was based in what was based in Syria. But they were fundamentally.
He used to hang out with Elazama and El Chapo Guzman to talk about it on a podcast in Mexico. That's another phenomenon that's currently happening.
More closely at where Israel is located right here.
Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber, I'm going to talk about cartel stuff. And
the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt,
when the Chapitos and the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos
back and forth
playing up and started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction, or they were
version of the story that you probably as a child had a very important role in Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 145 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible.
Apparently the cartel hired a hacker to figure out to send them to his wife, that she opened and they tracked them.
Epiphanes means God made manifest, which is a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouse
And I get this is
and just try and slum
these
it
are all
out with the
signs
regular
that
people, and then
the
he's
populace of Mexico,
revealing himself as
independently of
being
cartels,
in
just
fact
the
the
general
emperor
mass
himself,
of
and then he
Mexico.
would ask, to have
This is a
oil
tipping point
poured
for
on
the
him by
Germans.
everyone
They don't
present.
want this
So had a
anymore.
very troubled childhood, which I
Which,
talked about.
what do you do with that energy, that momentum?
At any rate, what is
talking
he
about when
specifically
you're talking about
doing
all the
messing with
cartels?
this religious practice?
How many
The reality is that
how
most of these
big
polytheistic empires
thousands?
are
So if
very
it was an
tolerant
army,
of many
how big
different
would the
faiths,
army
because
be?
that's really part of what
400,000
polytheism
people.
is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or you more appropriately,
Just
you
like
have your many gods, I have my
math in my
many
head,
gods.
like
Hey, let's trade them,
approximations of how many
like,
generation
lucky
cartel
cards
members
or
are
something like that.
me out there, which
And
there's
that's
no way,
the typical
no way of knowing
response
that
of
there
the
are
Seleucids and predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird
higher the war, how many Taliban were in Afghanistan, and
there was
you see these organizations. I mean, there's the people fighting out there, the people in charge, the people selling the shop, the people in finance, the people that are running the shell companies, the people that are running the actual, because the cartels own companies. So like, okay, look at this. Early estimates from 2001 and 2017 range from 45,000 to 60,000.
And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditional.
So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out in the mountains. And then we left behind Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and a lot of those firearms are showing up in Mexico for sale.
And had a significant tax that he had to raise from his population.
Like, highly sophisticated, expensive. I know about night vision. I've been reading about all this stuff in the U.S. From my friends who are all gun nuts. And I look at these.
And there were two major factions who were vying for it. Hellenists,
how the fuck did they get
favored by a man named Jason, and another
that dude's got on a plane the moment he
named
left.
on the one hand,
Now,
and the
oh shit,
traditionalists who
we
favored
got money.
someone
Let's
named
make a deal with these guys. Weaponry's coming in from that side.
First with Jason,
Obviously, the U.S. is responsible for most of
offered
the money
Antiochus
to Mexico. Well, let's talk about Operation Fast and Furious,
specifically suggested
which was
that they would raid the temple treasury itself.
started off as
And
wide
so
receiver.
Antiochus,
That was like the
who
original.
otherwise would never have
It's
gotten
a push
involved
lane
in
to
such
people. What happened? So Bush administration, there was wide receiver, and then Obama administration, it was Fast and Furious. And I'm speaking of this. My participation in all this was I was in Mexico, but to my friends and
advantage was the Hellenizing elements by ransacking
we started to see.
itself,
Just imagine, I'm in my 20s
dedicating
back
it
then,
to Zeus rather than
getting shootouts and people were running around with guns and stuff
and
like that.
banning
It's like
many
AR-15s,
traditional aspects of traditional
AK-47s,
such as circumcision and the observance of the
Narinko
sun.
rifles from China,
This
just
sparked
weird
the revolt,
firearms.
but
Then
the
we started fighting people
revolt
with 50
was
caliber
really
Barrett
between the Jews
rifles
themselves, between those
with
Jews
scoops
who
on
wanted
them.
more
Zeroed in.
accommodating
With
values on the one hand,
and then
and on the other hand,
look at the box where it came in, and you see a label
Greek world had
that says Arizona.
the Maccabean wars were
It's a
absolutely
weird thing to find on this
and there were a
fucking
series
crack
of
house that
battles that were primarily led
A
by
few of my friends got
the
killed with these
Maccabean,
FN-57.
incredible figure.
It's a high velocity round that comes in.
military leader,
It was
understood
kind of
that
fabricated
asymmetrical
to
nature
fight
of the
Russians
conflict
invading Europe.
with a large Syrian Greek army of as many thousand troops
Sometimes it might have
simply
been
could not be engaged in
So we
a
start seeing those.
straightforward
And just
middle-of-the-field kind of battle.
massive amounts
So
of
he
firearms
pioneered
being
a lot
delivered
of
specifically to
guerrilla
support cartel
tactics
groups in the
in
area
order
that
to
were working
defeat
with.
his enemy. So let's go to
And
the
we know
beginnings of
about
the war.
where all these
As
things
I mentioned earlier, there was a big
Apparently,
urban
in the
rural
US,
divide over
during the
how
Bush administration,
Hellenistic
they started an operation that was meant to
and
track
in a town called
firearms being
Motian,
straw purchased
some
in places like
enthusiasts
Arizona,
of the Hellenistic way
other
of
parts of
life
the U.S.
came and ordered
Individuals being gathered by cartel members, put into cars, and then driven down to
that
Mexico
the
to
local
supply the cartels.
population should
The
sacrifice a
ATF was
pig
involved in all this.
to
Eric
a
Holder
Greek
was
god.
very involved in all
A
this.
family led by
Their plan or
Matis
theory was
with
we're going
his
to track these guys and
several
bring them down to
sons
Mexico.
demurred, and rather than
But nothing got
sacrifice a
tracked,
pig to
or
a
at
Greek
least
god, which would have been an
anything
act
that
of
got really
idolatry,
tracked or
they
any
chose
high
to
level
sacrifice
arrest
the
made because
Jewish
of the guns that
Christians
who
They
had
were just
been
allowed to.
promoted.
What do you think's really going on? Because that
act
sounds
of
like bullshit
idolatry.
cover.
This sparked
We're just
a
tracking these guys.
genuine
I mean,
guerrilla
what do you do
war
when you want to
where
destabilize the region if you're another
the
country?
sons of Matisyahu and he
You give
fled
guns
to
to
the
the shit
hills,
center.
quite
Why
literally,
would they want to
they
destabilize them?
and from
In
there they
such an
engaged
immoral
in
way that
small
they needed
attacks
this to happen
on
so
the
badly.
Syrian
Willing
Greek
to
forces
give
and
them
more
weapons to kill each
significantly
other.
on Jews who
I
supported
mean,
them.
it's
Tremendous amount of internal
back then
conflict
it
here
was a single
that
long
made it
cartel trying to
a
fight
local conflict.
control over the area.
Syrian
Over
Greeks
some
are
people
not
that were
brought
coming
in
in like
big numbers,
Zetas and
and
other
suddenly
organizations.
discovered that the
I don't
local
know
Jewish
why
authorities
would you
simply
send guns to
handle
a
them,
specific
and then
region? I'm
increasingly
not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like.
Matisyahu himself passed away early
the
on in the
only
conflict,
thing.
and his son
This was the purpose of it. And this is what we saw. Because,
he
a lot
acquired
of the things that they were, because it looked like a laundry list of some of the stuff that they were bringing down 50 cal, why do you think 50 calibers are getting like were so hot that still aren't so hot? It's because people start doing armor. They need a way to get into armor. So
another
50 cal.
very important battle
And Americans, especially some of my American military and police friends, are always making fun of the fact that none of these big ass rifles have any sights on them. They do it on them. But they still order the cops before they put them in front of the picture for the news. I've heard. Listen,
they set the
makes
base
sense.
on fire,
Nice,
so that
expensive.
when the
Red dot on that.
was looking for you
Yeah.
returned, they found that they were outgunned after an
They can shoot.
exhausting
They can shoot
search,
far.
and
They
the
can shoot
entire
well. Some of them, not all of them. If they've got expensive guns, of course, they got sights. That's ridiculous.
one of
Everything
the
gets ripped
most
off. Donations, of
dramatic
course.
battles, however, was
These
the
started
battle
showing
that
up in Mexico. A bunch of people started dying. And the two federal agents that were doing protection detail died down there during a cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but
station
they're involved in a shootout in Mexico. They're doing a protection detail down there. One of them was a border patrol agent assigned to this.
And so one of his brothers,
They set up a foundation. They set up a foundation in his memory.
Antiochus himself might be in
for
one of
this
those
foundation.
war elements.
And I did that only as a point to be able to say, yeah, I raised this money for this foundation to honor this
which
fallen.
he did successfully. However, the elephant
that was in Mexico was killed by American guns that were given to the cartels. To bring attention to the fact that,
by the way,
we know who White is, but do we know who were killed by his guns? For a lot of them,
so fascinating.
killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk knowingly by officials, even though the people running these gun shops were like, hey, dude, are you sure? Like, there's
they don't know what elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse.
So,
And
if you had to
obviously in this
no one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would be made where you would guarantee the shipment of weapons
here is one that makes
from the United States into Mexico by the federal government. For what purpose? To destabilize, support a specific faction, right? That's the question. Why that? And like, was it money? Was it influence? Were they working on something? There's a lot of, we're in the realm of theory right now, but my
we're back to the horse again,
in Los
and
Angeles,
it looks a little bit like a dog.
50 years ago.
Kind of
And one of the people that was
You might be
instrumental in
wondering,
showing him
what
how
about
to
the
run
miracle? What
drugs
exactly
and move things through countries
So
was
this
a
is the
man
part that
who was a
usually gets
Castro
first
era
billing,
police
but
officer
in
who
the
was
historical
involved with
sources,
big
it actually gets remarkably little.
that man
So
married his
ultimately,
my
after
sister,
a
and that's
series of
talked
reversals
to us
over
about
several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a
So I'm not gonna say
long,
the CIA.
drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually,
God. Well,
Yehuda was able
I've had
to
free
back
Ricky Ross on the podcast
take
multiple
back
times.
the
And
temple
for people who
grounds.
haven't seen those
Cleanse
episodes
it
or heard
of
talk
all
about Ricky,
of
Ricky
the
is
Antiochus-inspired
the
idolatry
real Rick
and
Ross.
restore it
Like
back
Rick Ross,
to
the rapper,
its original
that's not his
function
name.
as a
He named
monotheistic
himself Rick Ross
site
because
worship.
Freeway Ricky
Let us
was a
call it the
legend.
very name
He was a
on the
legend
top,
in Los Angeles. He
dedication.
was the number one cocaine dealer in Los Angeles,
And
and
one of
he
the
was getting it all from the
elements
CIA.
Nora, which
And
is
he was
shown
helping
here
funding
in
the Contra versus the Sandinistas in
piece of
Nicaragua.
Roman monumental
And he had
art
no idea because he
that
couldn't
commemorates
read.
the defeat
That
of
same
Judea by the Romans.
Contra
in the
situation
first
pops up
century, a little
again
more than
200 years later. And as you can see here, they're parting away the spoils from the temple.
There was two major prisoner extraditions
By the way,
cartel
more or
members
less
from
how it
Mexico
looks
to the U.S.
today.
The first one
But Stephen
that
Fine
came
at
through
the university has
I
done
think a
some
year ago
chemical
was
analysis
the
of paint flecks and has been able to
apparent
determine
murder
that
of
they
key
would have
commanders,
originally
cartel
appeared to
member.
Romans like this in a painted
And they
version.
almost pinned it on him.
Personally,
Like
I actually like the way we have it today.
There was this giant level of marijuana out there,
But here
and
you
that
can
key
see
commander saw it
on
and
the
reported
left,
it.
there's a sign.
And Cabo Quintero
Law
owned this
of the
plantation
Jews
had
in
him killed.
Latin, which
Right.
presumably
And we actually went down to Jalisco where he was tortured and killed and talked to the locals there. And they were like,
labeled the
la casa de la CIA.
candelabra of the
And the
Jews.
CIA have
Nora,
like, what? That's what some of the people there say. And have you ever seen the video of Michael Rupert, who's a friend of mine, passed away years back?
At any rate,
He
none
was
of
a
the
former
earliest
Los Angeles narcotics
sources
officer.
have
He was
a
on
really
C-SPAN
clear description
at a hearing.
of the miracle
During
which
the
gets such
during the
high
hearing,
billing.
said,
The
I have
earliest
personally
source
witnessed
that we
CIA
have
selling drugs in Los
for
Angeles.
the
Everybody
description
goes
of
fucking
this
crazy.
miracle
It is the
a
wildest thing to
Baraita
say because
that
this is
occurs
like,
in the Talmudic tractate of
Jim, was that
Shabbat,
the 90s?
page 21.
Do you remember?
The
Were you around when
Baraita
Rupert was a guest?
is
No,
essentially
Rupert was
a
pre-Jamie.
statement
Wow.
which
Yeah, so Rupert was on a couple of
nature
times.
and it's an oral
And
tradition handed
then
down,
he took his own
but
life
it
one
was
time.
not
And he was very
included
depressed.
in
I don't doubt that he took his life.
collection
He
of
was living
teachings
pretty
that was
destitute.
brought together in
I think he was in a
early
trailer.
3rd century by Rabbi
You know, again, it
Rothschild.
wasn't, the end wasn't
Difficult
good,
to
but
date the
there was a
Baraita
movie.
very well, but that is essentially
Yeah,
the place where we get
1996. Let's play some of this because it is
oil that
crazy.
continues to burn for 8
It's crazy.
days.
This is all live on C-SPAN.
Police narcotics detective, and
There
I
are
work South
other
Central
elements
Los
and
Angeles,
other
and I will tell you, Director
sources,
Deutsch,
such as
emphatically,
the
and
Can you speak further into the mic, sir? These mics
school
don't
of
seem to
fast
be.
days that
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
make reference to the need for
Yo. It was great. He goes into detail. And look, these are all LA people. They're like, fucking thank you. But this is like the CIA is up there too. Yeah. Yes. This is like conspiracy theory. This never happened. But there you go. Look at that head of the CIA. Look at him.
the exact date that the Antiochus defiled.
That guy's got a human
So it
skin
is
suit
an
on.
anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the
Listen when he talks, when Rupert talks, just run up to that guy too. Yeah.
So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of information written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military
Shout out to Juanita for getting control of the room. Because everybody went nuts when he said that. So he elaborates.
religious persecution. Quite arguably,
When he went nuts, he talks to the director.
Operation known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s
And these
to
were the
become involved in
traditionalists
protecting agency
who
drug
really wanted
operations
to
in this
get
country.
rid of all
I
these
have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question to you is very specific, sir.
and with tremendous
If in the course of the IG's investigation into Fred Hitz's work, you come across evidence of severely criminal activity, and it's classified, will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
could only bolster their support for that under the importance of it. However,
It's like, should I handle
so much
this?
early
They're going to
success
have to beat the bomb in his head right there.
ultimately the Greeks had to surface. They did not, however,
He's like, I want to.
Maccabees would not have full independence. That is, including economic independence and paying tribute that is
That guy in the back with his fingers touching it. He's so nervous. He's there trying to pull him out. He's
Information
142.
about CIA illegal activity.
So
I don't know about
we're
those
not
hands. That
talking
guy's doing
about
Bill Gates'
full
hands.
political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what?
Check out that dude in the front with the
Let's have a do
leopard scarf.
I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and has banned the traditional practices that typically observing the Shabbat. I know he messed up your temple and didn't like this. How about just get back to the way it was
Jamie,
before?
find the trailer for that movie I did with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire premise of this thing was. Like interviewing him for something. And he was so intense. They decided to do an entire movie of just Michael Rubin sitting in a chair in like a warehouse, smoking cigarettes and talking about the collapse of the global economy. Collapse. Play the trailer for it because it's so nuts. See if you can find the trailer for
In other words, the Hasidim still said it wasn't really worth it
the whole CIA
fighting
thing
the
is,
Syrian
this is Michael.
when what they really wanted
We are all
was religious
collectively
freedom.
responsible
As
for
long
what
as they
may be
free to do
the
what they
greatest
wanted,
preventable Holocaust in
Shabbat
the history
and
of planet Earth.
circumcision, temple
I have
ritual.
30 years of
Okay,
experience
so
as an
we have to take
investigative
action for
journalist.
somebody. We'll pay
Major scandals
What's the big deal?
going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told it worked.
The
Our
majority of
map has
people,
proven
although they
deadly
were
accurate
incensed
with
at the
economic
idea
predictions.
of
We had the civil
religious
rights
values,
in 2006.
once the religious
Get on
values
a
were
tip
left
right now.
alone,
Check
they
your
went back to
warnings
status
carefully.
quo.
We issued a
They
whole
were prepared
series
to
of
amend.
warnings there.
And there's much more to say about the political
That's January
fallout.
2005.
What's going to happen is taking place right now. Gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the stock market. It's not that Bernie Madoff is a pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme. Of course, I've been called a conspiracy theorist, but I don't deal in conspiracy theory. I deal in conspiracy fact. The mortal flow of human industrialized civilization will happen when oil prices spike and nobody can afford to buy that oil, and everything will just shut down. Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have infinite resources. Nothing grows forever. There is a cycle: birth, growth, maturation, decline, and death. Cars don't run, mail stops getting delivered, planes don't fly, law enforcement stops working. This is all part of the collapse. If you're in a camp and a bear attacks, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You only have to be faster than the slowest camper. The challenge being faced by the human race now is either evolve or perish, grow up or die. You have to believe, not hope, not pray that there's a way out and you're going to find it.
The whole documentary, just this dude sitting there freaking you out. That's like Mexico's UFO. It's always been like, oh, Mexico's Bigfoot, CIA. Like, there have been, Michael B, I think was a writer in the 60s, 70s. He would talk about the CIA and got shot. Recently, in the past 10 years, a bunch of CIA documents have come out of Mexican presidents being barely by the CIA. Like all the Cold War era presidents were like CIA agents, big barely. So, Mexico has this vision of the CIA and the U.S. responsibility for some of the things that are going on down there. It's very different than the U.S.'s perception of responsibility. And it's probably more accurate. I mean, it's direct. It was shocking to me when we were there at Kiki coming in at that house where he was kept, and I think and finally killed. That the people around there that have lived there when it happened, some of them would call that the CIA house. So that was a weird thing to see. And maybe they've been kind of like
one of the most
polluted by all the stuff they've been looking at or seeing after that happened, but maybe they're just being accurate. Maybe they're just being accurate.
This is also known as the November pogrom, or
let's say that's
more popularly Kristallnacht.
You have
Kristallnacht was a term that was
the
actually
United States,
coined by rebels
and
who wanted to try and
and then you're worried
create
about
a
things
kind of
going
a
through the border.
heroic sound
barrel.
to this night of violence.
Do you entrust the Mexican government to
And
keep
the
that
term
border safe
cristal, of
and
course,
tell you if
means
anything goes through that
crystal or
border?
really
Or are
broken
you talking
glass
cartel
in
that
this
actually?
context. The night of broken glass. This refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores
So I think
in cities
there's always
throughout
been a
Cristal
channel
Knot is
communication
remarkable
going on,
for
and direct
many reasons.
communication going
First
on of
off,
some sort.
it represents a dramatic escalation
Which
of
makes sense.
state-sponsored attacks on the
Yeah,
Jewish population
and
as a
also
whole.
makes. I wonder how much of an
Literally
influence it has
hundreds
in
of
our drug
smaller
laws.
attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well.
Because
And it
sensible drug
represents
laws
a
would
dramatic
treat
escalation
all
in terms
drugs
of
the same way we
the
do alcohol.
violence of the attacks as
sensible
well.
because alcohol is a
The
drug,
precise
and we
number
know
of
that when
those
we had a
killed
prohibition
not
lasted
certain,
for
but
how many
it
years?
most
13
likely
years in this
is in
country.
the triple digits.
Did nothing
There
but
are
prop
also
up
an
organized
unknown
crime.
number
Yeah.
of rapes and certainly
Last time I came
wide-scale
here, I
damage of
was on my
property,
way
which is
to
perhaps the most
becoming alcohol sober.
prominent feature of Cristal
Alcohol
Knot, the
is a
destruction
very
of synagogues.
dangerous drug. You
Nearly
can kill yourself
300
with it very
synagogues
easily.
burned to the
Buy
ground.
a bottle that will kill you. Yep.
There's also
And
a
any store,
massive
any store.
collection
Yeah,
of
I had to
Jews
lock
for
myself in a
the
fucking
new
ranch. I did it
concentration
old
camp
school.
system
Just fucking,
that
how
had
long did
been
it take?
growing throughout the 1930s. And this
Well,
represents actually the
It's going to take,
first
I think.
time
I'm always
that
going to be,
Jews
I
are
like to
actually
think about it.
seized for
Sometimes.
simply being
But I've
Jewish
been sober
in the
for about
Nazi
4 years now.
Empire. Some
Congratulations. Thank you. That's awesome.
26,000 Jews were rounded
But
up
can I do?
in the context of the
Is
atrocities of
I
Cristal
don't have the
and
addiction,
sent a
the
chilling
physical
message
addiction.
to
I don't
the
know why.
wider Jewish
But like,
population that they were
I chew on
definitely
these nicotine pouches all the time. I went on vacation, then I said, no nicotine, let's see what happens. For 5 days, I was
Let's take a
fine.
minute and go
Nothing.
through
Coffee, I
the
said coffee.
events
I
that
quit coffee
led up
for
to
5 days.
Cristal
Like,
and
no
specifically
weirdness.
the
Yeah, and I think
pretext
for
that
me,
the
it was
Nazis
medication.
used to justify
When I
this
got
organized
to work,
statewide program. It's very clear from archival
I had loads of
documentation
PTSD the first time I was on
this
the podcast.
drug
We talked a little bit
was
about
long
it, and then afterwards, he
and
like
that
gave me some names
there
of
were
people that you talked
plans
to.
laid in place
Going
to
out
simply
without
wait
help.
for some kind of
Eventually, I
pretext
got
to
sober.
justify a
It's
wide-scale
insane to me how
damage of this
differently
nature. It
alcohol
happened
gets treated
that
versus all.
the
Yeah.
date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the beer hall
Yes,
that
you
we
get real
discussed
close to
earlier.
that,
This
then
happened to
my
fall
heart, I
very
start feeling
nicely
my
into
heart
River Flat as a
shit.
major
Oh,
propaganda
did you
victory.
think, wow, just have a
But
little drinky poo
tonight's
and get back on
pretext
track?
focuses on
It
the
does
activity
slowly,
of a young
slow drip.
17-year-old Herschel Grinchman,
When
shown
I
here
left the studio the last time,
Herschel
he was still in
Grinchman
LA.
had been living in France
marriage
and
ended
was
around that same
distressed to
time.
hear that his parents had been abused by
Had
the
a few things
Nazis
going on,
in a recent roundup
PTSD,
of
and trying
former
to figure
Polish
things out.
citizens living in Germany.
Drinking
Basically,
myself to sleep every third
Poland
day.
had
It's the only way I could
revoked citizenship of
sleepless,
those people who
dreamless
had left the country a few
was
years
unsustainable.
earlier. And this actually
So
applied
my
to
life
quite
fell
a
apart.
few
And then I
Jews
had to like
who were of
do
Polish
something. I
origin
had a friend
who are now
was
living in Germany,
mentioned
fearing that they would be saddled with a
cabin
large
that I
number
stayed in
of
was
Polish Jews in
amazing.
their territory. Germany retaliated by expelling the Poland. Poland, however, not willing to accept their former citizens. So for a tense stand that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinchman, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in conditions at this time. He resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Welchek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchman made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Welchek himself, he instead shot Ernst Barbarat, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinchman murdered Barbarat specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of Barbarat. But nevertheless, he would do it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they treated his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous pleasure because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as Kristall. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting.
Eventually,
It was
I started speaking up
because
again.
it
I was
was
embarrassed about it. And I
spontaneous,
started
and
writing
the
about it,
principal
publishing
engine
on
of
my
destruction
Instagram
was
account,
the
just like
Sturm
my
of
experience with
Thailand. The Sturm of Thailand, also known as the Bachelors, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to kind of push them aside to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturm of Thailand continued to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular group. Gerbos argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where
specifically opened up a bunch of doors.
the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled. The final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to
Randy Blythe, the lead singer of Lamb of God,
26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews, particularly in Germany, were responsible for Grinchman's actions. They held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that it pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that reached upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinchman. He was caught and arrested. The Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Rath too wasn't Nazi treatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's court, that he was engaged in a relationship with von Rath, and he killed him as a result of some respect. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinchman in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinchman, however, disappears and is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You see an absolute the float itself has the title which literally means the one that feeds on Jews or the Jew. You see, it's some kind of attempt at humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing. And here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion. And then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners see the bearded figure just second from the right is in fact a Jew wearing a uniform
distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures as well. Various sinners who, of course, were descended into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact what the German town is depicting here, where Jews are going to walk into their good professor, the Jew, the hell mouth. In fact, that is ironically
Mexico cracks down on fentanyl. There's no fentanyl in the streets. It's because the cartels out there will kill you if they catch
but
you.
to return to Stalin, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. The New York Times reported immediately on November 11th, Nazis smashed through the core Jewish shops and temples until vehicles calls a halt. Clearly very well orchestrated kind of activity. There's a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. So it's kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic context, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder in the States. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around there destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous.
These precursors started getting really rare for some of these organizations.
Jews had to be transferred elsewhere if they were to be
getting their fentanyl in the U.S.
And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what action they take. This is very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope,
and that's what they were utilizing
in the next class,
the drug
get to the actual beginning of World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews,
and also they
it was
always
a
had
harbinger of much worse things to
this.
Thank you for that.
I don't want to say that the People's Republic of China purposely has been sending fentanyl or has been turning a blind eye to all this phenomenon as a way to fuck with the U.S. It's probably the case, though.
Yeah.
It's probably the case.
Well, it seems like that would be a good move if you want to destabilize a country. How would you get hundreds of thousands of people hooked up?
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zero is up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended, by most scholars' count, to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Quitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Quitos War, which is it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, and in all of those battles that I've described, it was essentially lost. It kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The the Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war reality that we won, was one that was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and in fact millennia. I would like to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He's a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetime. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. Last week, we looked at the Testimonium Flavianum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents, now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we've said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who's in some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 7th century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher River Boat Cruises, so if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's nice. Okay, and one of the, an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Bravata archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Bavata, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Machzisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this Machzisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this Machzisa shekel, Fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? While the 3 would-be kings are in Rome, there are 2 other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France, to this town, Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay. So, now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port, things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as they spell in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, when Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. What you're doing is all right, that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay, so it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some history as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among the Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see, during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in a civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, it's a principled, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought statues, you really had power, but this was just what you did. This was, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, it's considered, mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrain from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes or tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were pretty fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne, and so he said, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to set about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself. I want to plant it in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon, in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, this is, the Jews, what's the point of this? You're just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries, if they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine if they would say, well, that's no problem for you? By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, Torah College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as they did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it, and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors, but we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So we'll turn now briefly to the 2 major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the first, this is a coin minted by Agrippus I. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic periods. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says in Greek, Basileus, king, and there's a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty. They are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished, so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. It was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that later formed the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippa the king is given within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry. He reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was his man, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother." Right? Like, it's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized, because hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not a Zoe Fro. He was not so sharp. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Godorevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus, and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely aligned with the Romans, but that is in fact where himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. There's in his painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about Christianity. So those are the client things that are at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesce into a group which are known in general as the zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Discala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt, who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together, they'll go back to Jerusalem, and they will proclaim his Messiahhood. The Romans hear about this, and they simply take troops over there, and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of what's called the sicarii, from these short knives called sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is the sicarii would dress like regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, a Muslim in particular, and when the body fell, quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, who did this? How is that possible? And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the north in particular. In order to deal with this, Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with a local procurator, a particularly harsh individual named Gestius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This was in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he didn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the accounts provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding. And so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa. But by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited, I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" So she sent me an invitation. And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. Says, "Look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children." He says, "I don't care." He says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You've got to go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would have taken him up on that point. But at that point, he says no, and he sends them away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening. And not at this point, they should be moved there. They should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he picks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this. So sacrifice, and at this point the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's just making a point of statement of saying, you know what, this government we're not going to pray for. And so, this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus enters. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south, he goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the region. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this is at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took of that region was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue, because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the field was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause, because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to send, we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there, because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley in the most important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active. They besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yotfat. They have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince Vespasian that we can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yotfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. This does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding straws. he managed to draw the sword of straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? He says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger. Nero has, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died, my timing right? And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Galata to Josephus and to the fight in his first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today. It's really something to explore on Tishba. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzotim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them, which is a really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Gessala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political pay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very significant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous battery that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who's a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in the city, he did phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would look to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been Torah scroll, or maybe even the books, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah, and then to the right, Labrorum Judaeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have, like, they're carting away hasotzrot, the long trumpets, and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general, and on the right you see Judea Capta, Judea captured, and usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports in the region, and on the left you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is known, she actually has her hands like tied behind her back, in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the First Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba War, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other. Specifically, the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. This is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here, not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is to be written. And when Trajan comes into the region, Jewish minorities are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans, and there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority. They are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It was more like a police transactions used in American. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea, without to actually set up a mint. Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argued that Jerusalem would rise again. Then on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees, or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He has placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very, very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And the tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where a leading band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla-style the Roman legions. Incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages raided by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave, they called it the Cave of Horrors, because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. The climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Litters I mentioned earlier, not only about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babatha archive. I got to take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. Apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. They were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchids of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contract, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. We just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I could barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still pouring over the Vavata archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatov V'Ameti was composed in memory of the Hurugei Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture, more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots. And he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have themselves appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including I believe was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with this, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details. But essentially, Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing instituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Son. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agri-law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, grafting animals, things like that. Holidays, the second is the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section, not just, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva goes to the internet, after you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox bored someone else's cow, and then the ox dies, and all these things, toothpaste or what. And then the last 2 sections are temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah and that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable. Because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about A few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last three lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitators of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later would move to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul events scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
Modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before them. A lot of them emulated animals, so that a lot of it was like shamanistic. People kind of imbue themselves with the spirit of an animal. So a lot of them, have jaguar sounds coming out. But some of the ones that would scream, apparently, they're more about screeching out that live down there. They've been people, native people down there told me that they're very much specifically kind of utilized for psychological effect. Just to make them not sleep during these flower wars where they would have, I think in classical Pickens, they had this agreement where they would go and try and capture people to bring back to the pyramid to sacrifice. In a way they would tire them is to blow those at night where they were capped or the place where they were about to attack. So they would sleep with those. Like a few hundred of those just obviously really devious. I know how to mess with your head. Yeah. The Mexica, I mean, people glorified a lot of people from Mexico. Everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec. Probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest. Yeah, a lot of badass dudes have like Aztec tattoos on their back and stuff like that. But that's what was inside there. The Spanish came and allied themselves and everybody hated the Aztec. Including like the Flasco Pecans who were pretty like badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to them, and apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, where's our tax collector? Let's feed you before we talk about anything else. We fed them pozole. So here's a picture of the cover illustration. Where are they? You see, they were in the studio. Searching for those are the guys that the Spanish allied was the fight against the Mexica. Jesus. Rabbis, patriarchal. The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing. Because, like, where the Mayans go, like, when they found the Aztec pyramids, people weren't living in them. When the people that actually wound up living in them, it found them. Teotihuacan, which they call it's basically the city of the gods, is what the Aztecs called them because they abandoned when they went through, which is nuts. They were the Aztecs, in essence, were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight. The city was abandoned completely. And when they passed through the city of the gods, they called the pyramid of the sun. What those pyramids are for. And when they made it their way to the valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes over there, and people old. So Mexico has an ancient history. People that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico.
It's really crazy. Yeah. And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, I mean, especially in America, don't even understand the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it's the language they assumed once they were conquered. And there's a bunch of lost languages.
Something interesting happened with Hernan Cortez and the Conquista and the Spanish are all perfect villains in history. Against people, it's perfect if you kind of look at the outside perspective.